Going live yet? Are we live yet? I think we live. I think we are live. If you got a morning starter sit, cut me off before my morning rant. Good morning, good morning. Let's get some good mornings going in the chat or any questions, any hearts, anything much appreciated. Celebrating the kickoff of Sunday for week 7 with y'all. Appreciate the Smitty and Andrew dropping some questions. We'll be getting to them in a second, as long as nothing's urgent. Just let me finish setting everything up in the studio. So welcome, good morning. We got a good game coming up for Jacksonville versus the Rams. I believe both teams are 4-2, right? So big game here. Big game, I think we got going. We'll get to some analysis in just a minute. But, fun story of the morning before we get started. Quick little sidebar, quick little rant. This morning was setting things up, completely dark outside. On the opposite side of this camera, outside, there's a window. On that window, there is an apple tree. And I was working this morning in the dark, and a bear goes up in that tree just on this other side of this window. I'm like, dude, you're distracting me. You're distracting me. And he wouldn't go away. Had to like shine a light. He finally went away. But that was kind of a great, interesting way to start the morning with a bear right there in my window. So that was fun. That was fun. Okay, let me get everything set up. So I got to get this spotlight changed. Drop any questions in the chat, any starter sit. Minnie looks like he's starting off with that kicker question. Oh man. Kickers, bro. Kickers. Don't you just love it when someone starts a kicker and then on Monday night you're up by like 15 points and all they have left is the kicker and you're like, "All right, I think I'm good." And then they score like 20 points with their kicker. Oh my goodness. Kickers and defenses are so fun. And we have a defense playing today. We have the Rams. So that will probably be going into the spotlight now that I speak this out loud. But we can start looking into some of these questions. I just want to make sure that none of these questions are starter sit right now. So Cup is not starting. Ale Mander's not starting. Chris Moore. Oh man. Oh man, that's gonna take a little bit of brain power. You guys are making me work early in this morning, but nobody is in this morning slot from there. And the Smitty says he's got some kicker questions. So okay, as long as nothing is starting right away, just drop in the chat if your question is urgent or something, because it's about, the game's about to start in a minute, a couple minutes. But I'll start from the top otherwise, but totally understand if you are trying to get a question for this morning's game, because I know it's starting very, very soon. So again, got the Rams defense playing. I think this will be an interesting game. I believe this is the last game at Wembley, or in Europe. So the last time we got to wake up, and it's kind of fun, to have football start right away, but it's also kind of not, because it's like, it's like, holy smokes, man, just how much football can go in one day, right? How many different time zones are we trying to hit? Maybe they're trying to bring in, the international audience. So like if, I know we got some people from Australia watching, maybe Europe, right? Maybe they're trying to get some more views on things from the morning game. So I don't know. We shall see. So let's go from top to bottom. Okay, wait, there's some spam in the chat too. Gotta handle this real quick. Hi, good morning. We buy homes. We'll get to you in a minute. Appreciate you dropping that question. Everybody, if you drop a like, especially as we start off the streams in the morning, it really helps uh get things going. So we will get this spotlight updated and then get to the questions right now. So just give me 10 seconds to change this spotlight right here. And then we'll get going. So we got, why is this not coming up? Did this not download? Uh, let me try this again. Oh, that's why. Because it wasn't a file, it was a folder. All right, let's try this one more time and we'll start these questions. Here it goes. All right, Rams defense is updated. There we go. Let's get this rolling. So, the Smitty, good morning to you, sir. Who are we starting as kickers? Honestly, I am it's for me, the only things I really have like a logical thought process in kickers is like, can this offense score, right? Can they move the ball? Um, or move the ball well enough, right? And then how good is the opposing team's defense against scoring touchdowns, right? Um, so like you could pull up defenses and then you can see, okay, this team has allowed over the course of how many games have there been? 6 games, right? Over the course of 6 games, they've allowed, 12 touchdowns, right? So 2 touchdowns a game. This other team has allowed, uh, you know, 25 touchdowns. So, 4 whatever it is, right? And that way it's like if the offense of that team can score, uh the offense of the team of your kicker can score, but then the opposing team defense doesn't allow that many touchdowns. That kind of to me signals, more field goals. But let's look at these on a matchup and individual basis. So you got McManus playing who are the Packers playing? They're playing he is on the Packers, I believe, right? Let me double check. Um, they're playing the Cardinals. Okay, so that's a decently, yeah, he's Green Bay. He is a plus matchup there. You got Matt. Yay, I believe I'm playing him this week too. And the Commanders are playing. I believe that was going to be a shootout game too, right? Off the top of my head, who are the Commanders playing? Um, so you got Green Bay playing the Cardinals. You got the Commanders. Who are they playing? Playing the Cowboys. Lot of touchdowns there, but the defense can stall. And then who is the last one? The last one was Fairbairn. Okay. Without looking into things too deeply, I feel like uh Fairbairn, Houston is playing the Seahawks. So, this is a great one, bro. These are all good matchups. Let me think about the weather, right? Because weather could play a factor for kicks. You could be missing kicks more often, could influence the team to go for it on fourth downs more as well. I don't think anything was happening in the Cardinals. Nothing's in the Cowboys. Cowboys in the stadium. And then the Seahawks dome. So that should all be fine. So that's taken out of the equation. Um, I think I might. I mean, because I'm playing gay, I'm not gonna say he's not gonna score the most, right? I think uh, I think the Packers could take a slow game here. Maybe not that much scoring. Cowboys is definitely going to be scoring, right? So I lean there for that. The Texans draw for me is their offense started to come together a little bit. The Seahawks defense was kind of in shambles these past weeks. but they're getting healthy. So there might be some good scoring there. I just lean the most scoring, right? Where's the most scoring in my head, which would be Cowboys versus Commanders. And with Deebo and Terry out, maybe, they have to. My thought on why I chose him, right, is maybe they have to, you know, they're going to move the ball more, but not be able to score as much. So that's why I'm playing Gay. My second choice would probably be Fairbairn, just because do I trust the Texans to get it to the end zone as much? I don't know. I trust the Packers to get it to the end zone more than the Texans, right? So I would, in that order, that's how I would do it. Commanders, kicker Gay, then I don't want to butcher his name, but Farron from the Texans, right? And then McManus from the Packers. So that's what I would do, Smitty. Hopefully that helped you. Drop a like if you can. Drop any more questions later, sir. Appreciate you. All right. Andrew, good morning. Good morning. Hope everybody's doing well. Let's get some celebrations going for another day of football starting in 5 minutes. So Andrew says, welcome back to another week of my awful fantasy team full of injuries and illnesses. Nice. One of those seasons, huh? One of those seasons. This week, you have to choose two between Cup, A.O. Manor, and Chris Moore. Dude, these are fantastic choices. We love this. We love this. And you have Hollywood Brown too, but you don't see production there. Let me just make sure you didn't drop any more comments. Hold on. Okay, I do see a comment, but all right. Did my stream get disconnected? I think it got disconnected for a second. So apologize for that. Let me just double check my stream health. It says stream health is excellent. So hopefully we are good again. Let me know in the chat if anything goes wrong. I apologize on that. I'm upgrading my internet to Starlink where I'm at. Sometimes the internet's been going out, so I need something more reliable. All right. All right, so we should be back. Let me know if anything happens again. Apologize on that. So, Andrew, we were on you, my man. You were saying Deebo and McLaurin are out. Yeah, so Chris Moore, yeah, exactly. Chris Moore, that was going to be one of my thoughts. Can you trust the Titans to do anything? Will Aylmer actually get a lot of targets? Yeah, so I think you've kind of followed my thought process on the initial without looking things into detail. So let's go into the detail of things, right? I personally think that, out of these guys, you're already taking deep shots on all of them. So like, to me at this point, name value of like, Cup or something, does that play any value this far into the season to what we've done? Not really, right? Not really to me anymore at this point in time. So, we're basically looking at everything from an equal playing field for me at this point in time. We're looking at receptions versus touchdowns, but when you're going for the third stringers or however you want to phrase it, right? Like not the lock and loaded guys. Sometimes, these points can come and go. So I like your logic of Chris Moore. Essentially, like who's going to get the ball there, right? Like somebody has to. Cowboys are known to score. They're known to have a bad defense, right? So you're good at taking a shot there. Their defense is nothing to be scared of, right? So that my automatic lean in would be for that, right? And then I would say if we can look at the other two matchups, right? So Texans, are not terrible at defense right now. They're actually, I believe, and you could double fact check this, right? But I believe they're actually one of the better defenses against the pass and scoring. So that one I'm a little hesitant on. And then comparatively, the last option was A.O. Manor, and I get it because the offense has been tragic. Bronson, right? Tragic, terrible, tragic. How can you trust them to play? So. All right, the Seahawks, you could probably trust more to score, right, than the Titans. Both defenses are not bad, so you're lining up there. Ridley's not playing, so A.O. Manor is going to get the first look. But I believe the Patriots have a cover corner, so that matchup might be tough. Oh man, this is tragic, bro. I was trying to convince myself into A.O. Manor, but as I've spoken this out loud, uh, I've started to lean away from that. Uh, and really didn't want to play Cup, but like at this point, that's almost feeling like the better choice to me. Yeah, it's because Christian Gonzalez, that's the guy's name, right? From the Patriots, who's pretty good cornerback for the Patriots. And since there's no Ridley, Ale Manor's the first option, right? I guess we're just praying for Cup. I guess we're just praying for Cup at this point. That's what I'm thinking and looking at. I know it's not pretty, but I want to play AO Manor just because like me, he's the guaranteed more targets. Like Cooper Cup, like what does he have over the course of the year? Um, so like just target wise, like okay, let's take also a step back. I don't want to crap on your team, but you're probably not projected to win, or are you? Um, Man, there's not really even much upside when I start to think about it too. Let me just double check the targets and the receptions. Um, but if the targets are like within one or two of each other, I'd probably lean Cup. But Cup only has like a couple receptions a game. So if his targets are only like two or three a game for the past couple of weeks, and you're in a PPR league and you just want the safer plug and play, Ale Manor probably has like the better chance for, five or six receptions. Even if it's only like 40 yards or whatever, that can still get you, 10 fantasy points. Whereas Cup, to get to 10 fantasy points, you probably need a touchdown, right? But let me just double check I'm not BSing because I haven't looked at Cooper Cup's stats too regularly. So he three targets, 9 targets, 5 targets. Okay, so he does have some games where he gets targeted. I guess just based on game flow, right? So 3 targets, 5 targets, 9 targets, 3, 9, 3. So 4 targets a game is kind of where he's at, and it looks like he's basically either little targets or high targets on the amount of receptions he's catching to it. It's reasonable. He's only missing a couple targets, right? 2 of 3, 6 of 9, 4 of 5. So it's not like that's that terrible. Okay. Okay. So then let me pull up AO Manor. Alec AO Manors. So his targets are 5, 4, 7, 5, 6, 7. So okay, even on the high targets, he's still not getting as high of targets. The yardages are so low on AO Manor. I would go Cup. I just talked myself into Cup. I would go Cup. Even to me, with Calvin Ridley, not doing anything, it looks like, over the course of 6 games, it wasn't like he was hyper targeted, right? Where Cup had a couple games where his targets did get up to 9, which Ale Manor doesn't even hit. And it's not like Ale Manor's, going for major yardage. His most yardage is 56 yards in a game. Most receptions in a game is 4 receptions, right? So I was totally off on that. Just based off of my initial assumptions. Cup seems to, catch the ball just as much. He has a 90-yard game. Ale Manor does have one more touchdown, but it's 1 touchdown versus 2, you know. So I'm leaning Cup here. Hopefully that helps. You, Andrew, let me know if it did or if it did not. But drop a like if you can. Drop a like if you can. And let me put these users in a timeout real quick. Let me put these users in a timeout. All right. All right, put that user in a timeout. Wow, I got spammed so much while I was looking at all this stuff. I'm so sorry, guys. Let me get all this spam out the chat. This is super annoying. They try real hard to get you guys onto their streaming website. My bad, guys. My bad. There we go. Let me know if we see that. So, Hippo, we'll get to you in just a sec. Let me just make sure I'm answering all the questions, but drop a like if that was helpful, Andrew, or not. Really appreciate it. Keep asking questions. We'll go to the next one. We buy homes or Dak or Caleb. I'm going Dak. I would say you can't not play Dak at this point. We buy homes morning. Good morning to you too. Early morning, brother. Early morning. Standard league. Start one flex. Jordan Mason. Standard league. Okay, standard leagues. Jordan Mason, Diggs, Henderson, or Bourne. So the only question I have back for you, we buy homes, is are you projected to lose by like 20 points? And that's the only reason I would choose a receiver like Kendrick Bourne or somebody in a plus matchup. Bourne doesn't have a plus matchup. Diggs, right? Is if I'm like way projected to lose and like I need, like 2 touchdowns and 100 yards or something like that. But, in a standard league, running backs carry a lot more weight, right? A lot more weight. Because if you look at running backs on the year, getting 8 to 12 touchdowns is pretty reasonable for like a starting running back, right? 8 to 12 touchdowns on a year, even more, right? With people who receive, and touchdowns count so much more in a standard league, right? So, my Jordan Mason is one of my start plays. So like, because they're guaranteed touches, right, as a running back, which wide receivers are not, if I'm projected anywhere close to like slightly down, even, or up, I'm typically playing the running back versus the wide receiver, as long as it's like close, right? Obviously, if it was like Jordan Mason versus Drake London or something like that, you're playing the receiver, right? But if it's like close, I'm playing that running back. And Jordan Mason has a pretty good matchup this week. So I would play Jordan Mason. Hopefully that helps We Buy Homes. If it does, drop a like. Otherwise, let me know if I could help more. Hippo says, should you trust Mike Evans if he starts? Yes, I believe so. Mike Evans, I heard this from somebody else, so I cannot claim credit to this. Mike Evans is a professional hamstring recovery man. He gets injured like every other year or every year with the hamstring injury. And he always has 1,000-yard season, right? So I know he's getting older, and I know there's worry about that, but with how well they're doing in the season, right? How well they're doing this season. They're leading the conference. Baker's basically performing MVP caliber level. That looks like they're for sure locked to go to the playoffs. I don't foresee the team rushing back a player just to try to get this game here with where they are at in the season, right? Like if you were like 2-4, right, as a team, like kind of like Lamar Jackson's case, right? Like, no, they don't want to rush him back, but like there's a little more uncertainty if they're going to try to bring somebody back, if they're like, crap, like we may not make playoffs, right? But here in this position, they don't need to rush somebody back. So I trust he knows his own body well enough with how many hamstring injuries he's had, right? As well as the coaching staff, like knowing what position they're in to not bring him back. Okay, so and hopefully that helps. Hippo, drop a like if it does. Asking more questions if you can. Really appreciate it all. Okay, Hippo says the pass defense is really good this year. If we only still had Matt Judon to get us the sacks. Yeah, the Patriots defense really is really good this year. Like on a fantasy scoring basis, they're performing pretty well. Game flow basis, they're you guys are winning, right? You can't take that away. Like even if you have an awesome offense, Dak Prescott's a great example. If you don't have a defense, it's very hard to have a winning record, right? So testimony to your guys' defense at the Pats. We Buy Home says you have Trey McBride roster as tight end with Green Bay's defense. These points will offset. Should I keep Green Bay rostered or pick up the Browns, Bears, Panthers, or Seahawks? So, I know it's kind of like counterintuitive sometimes to think defenses versus position, right? And to me, the bigger thing is looking at the player you are playing, not the defense, right? So, your wide receiver, in your case, tight end, versus the defense to see, am I sitting that? But you're not sitting Trey McBride, right? Versus the actual defense themselves. Just because, that is one player on an 11-man roster, fielded every play, right? So, each team has 11 players. There's 22 players. So Trey McBride counts for 5% of the total population on the field at any given point of time, right, of that defense. So there's so many dynamic things that could happen, right? It's not like you're just relying on Trey McBride to fumble the ball, right? Or you're it doesn't matter if there's a sack happening against the quarterback. So I'm more looking at the matchup, right? And what that can bring for you. Like if you are playing against, the Titans right now, right? Or some of the worst offenses in the league, you're not going to sit the defense just because you're playing a player on that opposite side. So to me, the matchup plays way more of a role than if I'm playing, any of their players. The only real I would say thing that has the most weight to that is quarterback versus defense, right? That to me can kind of make sense. But the tight end is one position. So even if Trey McBride gets 100 yards and a touchdown and 7 receptions, it doesn't mean that there was a defensive score, there was 5 sacks in the game, or he got 80% of the yardage of the whole game. These are still all possible outcomes of what can happen. So that's how I look at the defense. Now let's look at your options to say if there's anything better, right? So the Browns are playing the Dolphins, which is a plus matchup as well. And I don't know, I haven't checked it, but double check the weather. There was projected to be major storms for this game. And if it's still holding true that, constant wind is 15 to 20 miles an hour with gusts up to 40, you can see a slower paced game or more turnovers possible. So right off the bat, I'm already leaning Browns over Packers just because how can you trust the Dolphins to do anything at this point? The Browns defense has looked good. Green Bay's defense has looked more susceptible or weaker at times compared to the Browns defense. So I'm already kind of leaning there. Let me look at the others matchups. Panthers are playing the Jets. That's a plus matchup too. But I honestly trust the Browns defense themselves more than the Panthers defense. So while Justin Fields had a fantastic game of 10 yards last game, I feel like the Panthers defense is a little shakier than the Browns. So that's how I lean Browns there. And then the Seahawks, the Seahawks were good to start the year. They've kind of shaken up a bit. They are getting healthier, but the Texans have also come a little stronger than they started the year. So I don't see that as much of a plus matchup anymore. So for me, if I were to move off of the Packers, I would go for the Browns. Double check the weather there. And if the weather's a storm, it's almost a slam dunk for me to play a defense in a storm, because it's the game is probably not going to be 500 yards to 400 yards, right? You're probably going to have a slower paced game, more of a run game, run and defense, stack the box, take the field goal or the touchdown when you can. But I don't foresee, if there is a storm, it to be a shootout, right? So hopefully that helps you. We buy homes. Drop a like if you can, much appreciated. Or any more questions. So Andrew says you're projected to lose by 6, 3-3 in 6th place in a 14-team league, and you have Hollywood too. Like Hollywood, like you said, to me I saw that other comment. I think is like an upside play, right? Like I don't think that's the safest with, like you said, as many mouths to feed. Like you're just hoping that the defense is so focused, and the Raiders, we have such awesome defense, right? But you're just hoping that the defense gets so preoccupied with Worthy and Rashee Rice that they forget about Hollywood Brown, and he streaks down for a 40-yard touchdown, right? Like that's what you're hoping for there. Just based on the usage. So I'm still leaning Cup there, but let me know if you disagree. Drop any likes that you can, people. We much appreciate it. Appreciate you guys in the community being up to watch this game. I haven't even tuned in yet, so we'll take a look in a sec. But let's get through all these questions first. Hippo says you're 0-6. Spent both of your keepers on Saquon and Brian Thomas Jr. Oh, that is so bad. I'm so sorry. Both of those guys can turn it around, though, right? Both of those guys can turn it around. But I can definitely see that if you have 2 keepers, playing at that level for both those guys, that's going to be tough. That's tough. We buy homes is projected to win. Like and subbed up, brother. You helped me last week. Many thanks to you. We buy home. And May or Hurts, like I think how you describe Hurts, right, is like when you look at Jalen Hurts, like you're not like, I guess, I don't know if scared's the right word, worried, right? You're not necessarily worried that he's going to completely flop, right? Like he's had 1 game this season at 11 points, which is a scare, but for the duality, for the most of his career, he's been able to get you 17 fantasy points a game, probably, right? So I don't think he has any upside though this week with that Vikings defense. So I think upside wise, you have May. Sure, there's a little lower floor, but I don't think it's that much lower. So I would lean Drake May against a Titans defense that's pretty bad comparatively to a Vikings defense who have had good games in the past. I would lean Drake May. Appreciate you liking and subbing. We buy homes. Really appreciate, brother. Let me know if anything else. All right. Look at this spam in this chat. Let me remove this real quick. All right. So Andrew says opponent has an injury, so you're projected to win by 2. You got Cup and Morton, putting A.O. Manor on the bench, and you gave him like before answer. Thank you so much, Andrew. Much appreciated. Much appreciated, brother. Keep dropping any questions or any thoughts that you have. Much appreciated. Mumfield with the first touchdown of the game. Who is this guy? Okay, now that you're mentioning this, let me start tuning in. Let me start tuning in here as we go. So the Rams score the touchdown first. All right. So Kyron's got 3 carries for nowhere to go. So running game's not doing anything. Tyler Higbee's already got 20 yards. The ball has been spread out already to 5 different receivers. Devontae Adams hasn't caught anything in it. And it looks like the backup wide receivers are coming in and scoring. This is like a great example of a Sean McVay offense, right? Of being able to hit touchdowns. Everybody wants Adams to be able to take that volume, but he hasn't taken any volume yet. And so it's gone all to the backups right now. And Tyler Higbee with Mumfield catching. Who is this guy? I don't know. I don't know who this guy is. I believe he's a rookie. I think everybody was hoping Tutu Atwell would be the one hitting the touchdown from this early game, right? If it wasn't Adams, but Stafford, since Puka's not here. Is like, nah, I'm just gonna throw to the open man, I guess, right? So touchdown. Let's get this going here on the chat. Since we don't have a card, we can only put Stafford up for the touchdown. So touchdown Rams to the backup wide receiver who I did not make a card for, of course. So touchdown Rams and Matthew Stafford. We'll get the game up in a sec. We just caught up with all the questions, I believe. Oh, Bob Hope. Do I like Fannin in bad weather or go with Pitts? Okay. Good morning, Bob. Hope you are well. Hope you can drop me a like as I kind of look into this for you. So I haven't looked into the exact weather details, so let me start looking at that right now. Kyle Pitts, I think last week was a decent example of what can happen with Kyle Pitts, right? What did he do? It was not good from what I remember. 3 receptions for 18 yards, right? So that can happen with Kyle Pitts, but he's also had games with, a better game script, right? So he's kind of a shot in the dark. I believe is Njoku hurt too. Njoku status. What is he hurt right now? Okay, so he's out, right? Njoku is out for this game. So everything is projected to go to Fannin. And I believe Fannin's targets are not wide receiver like. They're more like check down, right? Which is like, even though I project less passing, right? I can foresee passing in the sense of those like 5-yard passes, which is what a tight end can get, right? Like even in rain and things like that, they're still gonna need some passes, right? You can't run the ball 80 times and pass the ball 0. Maybe it's like 20 passes in the game, right? And so what I'd be hoping for, let me just double check that the weather is not completely atrocious like hurricane level, where it's basically like a snow game. Uh, uh, so let's see. Forecast is likely to have a lot of rain and high wind. Shit. Oops, I'm not supposed to cuss on live stream, right? Damn, that is pretty tough. That is pretty tough. Man. I think what we're looking at here is basically like, let's say they pass the ball 20 times, 20 to 25 times, right? In Cleveland, so let's say he gets 25% target share. So you're looking at like 5 to 7 targets on the game, right? So let's say he catches the ball 4 or 5 times, right? And let's say on a good average, he's getting 7 yards a target to 10, right? That puts you at like 50 yards on 5 receptions and a touchdown as like probably your ceiling. I mean, he could always catch 2 touchdowns, right? But like a realistic ceiling, right? Where your floor is probably like 3 touchdowns for 30 yards or something like that. So 6 or 7 points. Or are we projecting Kyle Pitts to have a bounce back, right? That's the only other possibility. So Darnell Mooney, is he out. Let me double check him. He's still questionable, right? He's still questionable. And if he plays, that can dilute the target share. So if we look at it per position now, right now, even though I hate to say this, for some reason I'm leaning Fannin, even though I really don't want to play him right now. But let me look at the Fannin, right? So the opposing defense of Miami is really bad against the tight end. And then the other option was Pitts, who Atlanta is playing SF. They're middle of the pack against the tight end. So everything besides weather screams Fannin. And since his usage is not like down the field, Jameson Williams type, the passes to me are a little more safe, right? For his position and the weather, right? Versus Jalen Waddle in this matchup. So I think, on 7 to 10 targets, if he can get that many and demand that much of a share, maybe he only gets like 50 yards, but that might be a little safer. So I'm leaning Fannin. I hope that helps. Let me know if not, and I'll answer more questions. Any likes, much appreciated. But yeah, after walking through that, that's how I would look at things. Bob, much appreciated. Let me know if that helped or not. All right. Looks like there's no more questions, so I could probably tune into the game and start broadcasting that. Feel free to drop any questions in the chat. Thanks to all who dropped questions. Appreciate likes and support. Let's get some celebrations going for everybody. Some hearts in the chat, right? Drop any questions in chat. I'm going to start commentating on this game while I wait for some questions to roll in, so feel free to drop any start, sit, trade, ranking questions, rest of season, whatever it may be. But looks like we are 7-0 in the first quarter, 5 minutes left in the game, and we got the Rams marching it down the field right now. They have possession of the ball. The first touchdown of the game went to a backup wide receiver. Everybody was hoping Tutu Atwell to catch that touchdown as the backup wide receiver, but it was not. It was not Tutu Atwell. Defense just got called for a pass interference, so the ball's moving down the field for the Rams. Andrew says Emmanuel Wilson's projections are creeping out. You have a bad feelings. Jacobs is going to be out. Really? I did not see any news about this. Really? Really, really, really? It's a game time decision. Crap. Oh, man. Well, that also tells you then, if it's a game time decision, right, and he practiced in full, maybe they're just worried about his, what's it called? Like endurance, right? Like as you're sick, like is your endurance like Michael Jordan and can play through a full game or a flu game or not? So that might be what they're worried about there, since he practiced in full. Unless he got sicker, which is possible, but if he got sicker, they might rule him out, right? But I imagine they're just worried about, like, how many reps can he handle being sick. All right, so marching towards the red zone on 30-yard line, empty backfield. Stafford throwing to the end zone, missing his man. Double coverage, no good. That was first down, so second down coming up for the Rams here. Looks like they, went for the end zone here. At least it was an exciting play. At least it was an exciting play. Double coverage for Terrence Ferguson in the end zone. But could not make it, right? So 2nd and 10 here. Stafford under center, man in motion. Taking the drop back, firing, open man, first down, Davante Adams. Davante Adams right there. Stafford hitting Davante Adams. Boom. For a first down. First down for the Rams. All right. So Andrew here says anytime TDs are in favor of Wilson right now. Ooh. And you picked him up just in case. Okay. Yeah, that was a smart idea. I mean, the betting odds always somehow know best, right? And have the best information. So I think that's a smart decision to pick him up. Looks like we hit it. The Rams hit another first down out here in I believe this is in Wembley, right? For London. The London games. Yeah, that was a smart move picking somebody up. Just in case. So I like that. All right, so let's get we got London. This is the London game, right? This is the London game. This is Rams versus Jags, right? Rams versus Jags in the London game. Got Wembley in London. Looks like some spam is coming in the chat. Man, they're hitting me hard today with this spam. I'm on a diet though. Bad joke. First and goal on the 1 yard line. Looking for Davante Adams, and this man caught the football. In that painted area, and you know what we call that? That is a pass from Stafford to Davante Adams for what we call a touchdown. Let's go. All right. Let's go. Rams threw on 2 quick touchdowns onto the Jags, which is good to see as someone from LA. It's good to see, even without Puka, that they are doing well. I know the Raiders are my team, but it's always good to see the hometown Rams doing well. And also kind of maybe this will put a little bit of a question mark over the Jags if the Rams could spank the Jags here to see is like how legit are the Jaguars, because they have won some questionable games. Their defense looks semi-legit, but we shall see here. So quick 14-0 lead for the Rams going up here in this first quarter. And so as we kind of wait for the special teams to take the field, let's talk about some of these early morning games. Let's drop any questions in chat. Going to talk about early games right now. All right, so we got some celebrations for the Rams, right? Celebrations for the Rams, unless you're a Jags fan. I'm sorry. All right, so I guess, some of the biggest trends, questions, and things I've seen this week heading into Sunday's games, wanted to talk about, and bring that to attention as we before these morning games, right? Because this is when all the teams are going to start taking the field. So for that early game slot after this London game, one of the, I think, biggest questions is what's Teteroa McMillan's starting capability? And I'm not saying he should be an automatic sit, right? But You know, while Sauce Gardner has had some performances against him, some of those good performances were like well guarded and just a really good play by the offensive person, like George Pickens catching like a 40-yard touchdown, hard covered, right? And he's been playing very good uh you know uh receivers. So I think some place could fall his way, right? And he's gonna be all over Tataroa. And I don't know if I trust Bryce Young as the quarterback to be able to like drop a dime, right? Like Dak Prescott is able to, like, comparatively, like, do you believe that Bryce Young can throw as well as like Dak? And for me, no, that's not the case for me. So I lean away. But I totally understand, right? If you have no better option, that is the way to go. This is more from a frame of if you have a better option, right? Or somebody that's tied, I would throw it that way. Good morning, Dylan. How are you? Let's have a great Sunday. Happy Sunday to you, Dylan. So, full PPR. You made a trade. You moved DeAndre Swift. You have Achane, Judkins, and Ja'Cory Krosky-Mara. Okay, cool. For Quinton Johnston. Okay. You needed wide receiver help. Is that a good move? Yeah, that's definitely a good move. I mean, like, yes, can, like, running backs are always nice to have extra depth, right? So it's always nice to have a fourth running back, that you could roster because you could play a third running back in your flex if needed. And it's always nice to have that. But right, if we're starting like waiver wire people for our second or third wide receiver, I don't know what your league buildup is, right? But if you're like always keeping value of like Swift, right, on the bench or something because you're having to make a tough decision. And then in your wide receiver too, it's kind of like rolling the dice, right? Like, is, Trey Tucker going to hit, somebody like who's not a locked and load receiver. Whereas, Q, you could lock him and load him like in a receiver position. And sure, he may miss, but you're confident that more times than not, he's going to hit, right? So I think that's if you needed wide receiver help, that was a great trade. Great trade. So pick one. The quarterback, Bryce Young. Oh, I was just talking smack about Bryce Young. I was just talking smack about Bryce Young. So Bryce Young at the Jets, Darnold at Houston, or Mac Jones at Atlanta. Ooh, okay. So these are all tough options. Even though I talked smack about Bryce Young, he has a very good matchup. However, we saw what Bo Nix did last week, right? And I don't believe, maybe it was the London game, right? Maybe it was, everybody was just off. But that, the fact of the matter is the results still happen where Bo Nix didn't do anything, right? So I'm not saying the Jets defense is good. Like, don't get me wrong. There's just a small asterisk there. So Bryce Young, little questionable. Houston's defense has come together. Darnold, I think is a safer play than Bryce Young, but he may not have that much upside, right? Like Bryce Young, even though he rarely did it this year, he still scored, 20 points. I don't know if Darnold's getting to 20 points versus Houston. So kind of depends, like, are you projected to win or lose? In this sense, I would probably take Darnold over Young if I just needed the safe floor and rely on my other players, right? To win this week, I would lean there. Mac Jones, I think, is a is going to be a boom or bust type option. So I personally think he has the most upside. However, Atlanta has shut down very, very good quarterbacks. So that's why I say it's kind of boom or bust, right? Is like, yeah, maybe he puts up a good game, but there might be turnovers associated with it, or it could just be them getting locked out. But I think, he has the most upside because he's the most willing to like that offense is just like, to me, the most trusted at being crafty against a good defense. So safe floor wise, if I just needed, 15 to 20 points and I just want to move on, right? I would probably play Darnold. But, if I was willing to take on a bit more risk, I think Mac Jones is an interesting play. I don't like Bryce Young, but, there's a lot of experts who predict him to have a good game. So if you want to follow them, go ahead. I have Tetaroa, and I've been following Bryce Young, and I just don't like his game. I don't like how their offense looks on the field right now. It just gives me anxiety watching him play and like watching the line collapse, run away from sacks, and just struggle to get first downs. So it's possible, right? Because he's done it. I personally just don't like what I saw. So that's how I lean there. I hope that makes sense. Let me know, Dylan, if that helps or not. Really appreciate a like or any feedback. So appreciate that. Going Darnold for floor, or if a bit of risk is okay, then Mac Jones for upside. Thanks. All right. So drop any questions in the chat. We got the Jaguars marching it back. They're on midfield now into the second quarter, handing the ball off, trying to find some room to run. Got a couple yards. Who's that? Bayshall Tootin? Bayshall Tootin. Some shoving going on. Some shoving going on here. So let's see. Let's see. All right. Let's see. We got more spam happening in the chat. All right. So put this user in a timeout. All right. Goodbye. Okay. So Brian Thomas Jr. catching footballs, marking it around the first down mark, but they're slightly short. So it's fourth down. They're around midfield. So they're probably going to go for this, right? They're probably going to go for it. Punting the ball doesn't really make sense here. They're too far out for a field goal try. So fourth down makes the most sense. Man in motion, quick snap, man going around the edge. He gets the first down. So had a first down for the Jags. And as we wait for this, and if anybody is here, don't forget to check the weather of all games. There's been some games with some questionable weather coming into play. So mainly weather will affect the downfield wide receivers. Like specifically, there's weather in Cleveland, which may affect Jalen Waddle's upside. All right, Trevor Lawrence dropping back, avoiding a sack. Lots of time, gets sacked in the backfield. Sack for the Rams. Let's go. So the Rams right there. Making it through. All right, so the Rams get in a sack, 2nd and 13. Here we are at the 47-yard line, taking the snap, handoff. There is a flag down on the field. So we shall see what this flag is for. Man, how's there so much spam? All right. So offensive flag, penalties decline since the play was basically swallowed up at the line of scrimmage. Play was basically swallowed up at the line of scrimmage, nowhere to go. So it's going to be 3rd and long, 3rd and 13 for the Jaguars. They're down 14-0. They're past midfield, barely past midfield. So it could be 4-down territory if they could get it close to the sticks. Maybe it could be a field goal opportunity if they can get some more yards too. We'll see what ends up happening. Play is no good. So it's now 4th down. And there is the kicking team coming onto the field. Nowhere to go there. All right. So drop any questions in the chat. Something I'm going to be bringing up multiple times today, right, is that there is a lot of teams going on bye next week, right? There's a lot of teams going on bye next week. So before these morning games, right? So you have 3 hours before these morning games. Just make sure you check who's on bye for your team next week, right? And if you have somebody droppable right now, to start making moves for your bye weeks next week, so that you don't have to spend a waiver wire pick if you can, right? Or it can simplify your waiver wire picks, right? Because if, for example, you have, let's say you have like a quarterback, a wide receiver, both going on bye next week, right? But you only have one waiver wire pick, right? Or you want to save your fantasy dollars, right? Like your fab, then right now would be the time to try to pick up the players that you can, so that, rather than stressing out next week about who should I use my waiver wire pick on, the quarterback, or the receiver, you've already done the work that you can. So just double check that you can get, some of these week 8 buys, right, covered for next week right now, while there's players on the waiver wire, free game right now, right? Because the games haven't started yet for Sunday, to pick up. So just make sure not only you're looking at this week, but next week, since there's so many buys. All right. So while we continue waiting for some questions to roll in, we'll continue giving some analysis on what's going on in the league, right? Or what we should be looking at. So I think one thing to consider for ROS schedule means rest of season schedule, right? For the rest of season schedule is now, with everybody having played, 6 games, that's a lot of data. That's plenty of data to know the general trends of offenses, the general trends of defenses, who we can rely on, who's more questionable, who's more boom or bust, right? Who's more consistent. So we have general ideas of like player profiles, right? And as we go to the rest of the season, right, as we try to all make fantasy playoffs, the important thing to look at is, now that we have the solid data, who are the players with the best rest of season schedules, right? because now that we know who the actual good defenses are and who the actual solid players are in this season, we can now start looking at, these next 6 weeks or the rest of your fantasy football season and say, oh, these wide receivers have the best schedules. These running backs have the best schedules, right? And then that is when, if you are going to trade, right, or you are going to try to make moves, like you're going to try to make waiver wire pickups, like these are the thought processes that I'm having, right, for where we are at right now. We're about halfway through the regular season for fantasy football. So if I'm in a losing record and I need to make some moves, right, that's playing a factor into my decision on who I am targeting in terms of trades the rest of the season schedule, right? With the not only the data of like, oh, this person has scored, top 20 fantasy points, but like, okay, do they have a good schedule for the rest of the season? Do they have a bad one? And then how can I make moves to put my team in the best position to lock in playoffs, right? To lock in playoffs and have a good playoff schedule. We did some analysis on those players last week, but those are the thoughts, right, that come up when you look at trades or you look at rest of season value of your players and if you're going to make playoffs or not. George, how are you? Good day. Good morning. Good to see you too. Celebrations in the chat. Hope you will have a good week for your fantasy week this week. Drop any questions or any thoughts that you got below. Just was covering some thoughts on trades, overall thoughts on how to evaluate your players for the rest of the season. But if you got any start sits or any questions, let me know. We'll start looking back at this game real quick. And it looks like the Rams had to punt. So they're punting, and the Jags are going to be able to take over at pretty good field position because the Rams couldn't go anywhere. Wow, they got a touchdown for the special teams, but there was a flag, so this is probably going to get called back for some type of illegal block or something like that on the defensive team, but I can't be for certain. But typically when a big play like this happens on special teams, right, and there's a flag right where the person, catches the ball or makes a play to break that open field, they illegal block. So that's gonna wipe off that play, and they're gonna have to start back. So George says you're in a bad situation for your flex. You need one for standard, a non-PPR. So either Xavier Worthy, Travion Henderson, Emmanuel Wilson, or Woody Marks. Your problem is that if Jacobs doesn't play, we don't know until pregame workout, so you don't know what to do. Okay, so I think somebody else dropped in the chat earlier too that they basically were worried about Josh Jacobs not playing because it was projected that he was potentially going to miss. So let's take this one thought process and step at a time, right? Since you're in standard, the receptions don't matter, right? I mean, they matter because you get yards, but like the touchdowns matter, right? The touchdowns is what matters more. And I kind of went over this a bit earlier, but like when you look at the course of a season of the top, let's call it the top 20 running backs and the top 20 wide receivers every year, right? It is way more likely that the running back has that like 8 to 14 touchdown range, and there's more numbers of them, right, than how many wide receivers get that 8 to 14 touchdown range on the season. So in a non-PPR, right, a standard league, the running backs make sense to play a lot more unless you're comparing somebody like Woody Marks, to Amon-Ra St. Brown, right? the difference is that much, obviously it makes sense to play the wide receiver to exaggerate for effect, right? But if it's close and like, how we like to talk on this show, if it's a coin flip, right? If we're flipping the coin, then I typically lean more towards the running back, just because of the guaranteed touches and the opportunity in the passing game. But then when you look at the touchdowns on the course of a season, right, you can go back year over year, and this is true like year over year. The touchdowns always fall more to the running backs, right? So when we look at this, Henderson's value only really comes in the passing game because Ramondre's taking the majority share of the targets. So in a standard league, he's not worth it as much. Worthy, is a potential touchdown threat, right? He's a potential touchdown threat. With Rice coming back, there's a little uncertainty on where the touches are going in that offense. Yes, they have a plus matchup against the Raiders. And yes, Worthy can break free, but that's just as true for Rashee Rice, Hollywood Brown, right? There's just so many mouths to feed that, the dice roll that you're taking on Xavier Worthy catching that touchdown is a little limited. And then when you look at the value of a wide receiver, you look at his yards per game, right? You look at his yards per game to say, is this person, like a reliable receiver? Because there are some receivers, who are guaranteed like 80 yards a game, but maybe they don't catch a touchdown, right? Like that is possible. So we now look at Xavier Worthy's profile, right, to say, well, what is his yardage consistency? And we see that it's all over the place. 80 yards, 40 yards, 20 yards, right? It's not like it was like 80 yards, 60 yards, 100 yards, where you feel comfortable that he's like a yardage guy, right? So since the touchdown is a little less certain there, yes, he could break free for a touchdown, right? But like you're playing roulette on if he's going to be the one to break free against my awesome Raiders defense, right? Probably not, right? Probably not. So then, right, you look at your other option, Woody Marks. Now, Woody Marks is a running back, so he's probably likely to get more touches than not, right? As long as he is projected in that offense. So then we go to Woody Marks, and what we've done over the past games versus what the sentiment is of the coaching staff, right? Of the coaching staff. So if we pull up Woody Marks, I don't think he's been getting guaranteed touches, but let's just double check. So he, over the past games before the bye, he had 7 carries, 17 carries, and 6 carries. And he had 4 receptions in the game. He had 17 carries. So besides that blow up game, he hasn't had guaranteed touches, and they're coming off the bye, right? They're coming off the bye. And so, the question is what is that, game script going to be? Are they going to rely on Chubb? And it doesn't look like there is much news on like them saying how they're going to spread this backfield out. So I get the concern here as I'm like talking out and looking at these carries. So now we look at the matchup as well, and Seattle's middle of the pack against that. So sorry to say, man, it's not like you have a bulletproof option, right? At this point where it just makes sense to do this. There is a little bit of a gut feel for me as I'm kind of deciphering this for you, George, right? So I guess it comes down for me down to your risk tolerance, right? It's going to come down to risk tolerance for me. And because it's not like I think by name wise, you probably feel, and I could be wrong, that Worthy is your safest option. I don't really view him that safe based on what he's done this year. And with Rashee Rice coming back, it's possible, right? It's possible. I just don't view Worthy or Henderson as any safer than Woody Marks. So I kind of view them all as like I'm rolling the dice or flipping the coin on who's going to get the usage between those three, right? So if you have a high risk tolerance, right? Like you're willing to take a risk because, you're projected to lose or something like that, and you badly need a win, then I look at what you're saying of waiting for Emmanuel Wilson, right? And if it doesn't work, I play Woody Marks. I'm okay with that thought process, right? Like I'm okay with taking that risk because, to me, if it was a like guaranteed safety, then it's a little bit more of an argument for me to say like it's worth to just play Worthy and take the risk out of things. But like Worthy's a risky play if we look at what he's been doing, and then with Rice coming back, there's a lot of moving pieces. So there is risk associated there. There's risk associated with Henderson as well. There's risk associated with Woody Marks. So since there's risk associated in all directions, like I personally am willing to risk waiting for Emmanuel Wilson's status, right, to see if he's worth playing, because I'm risking things otherwise. I hope that makes sense, George. If I rambled, let me know. If that did not help you, drop a like if you can, but I appreciate your comments and let me know if I could help in any other way. All right, Ryan says, good morning. Good morning on you. Everybody's asking about Emmanuel Wilkins if Jacobs is out today, and I'm going to try to stay as consistent as I can on this. If he's out, why not, right? Unless you're like not playing somebody like, oh, I'm going to, bench, I'm going to bench Justin Jefferson for no, right? But like, if we're looking at similar options to like what some of these other people are asking, like, should I play Emmanuel Wilson over Xavier Worthy if he plays? Then yeah, sure, right? Because empty backfield plus game script of who they're playing. Running back usage in Green Bay has always been there. I would have no hesitation, right? On playing him. Andrew brought up a good point, and I don't remember what exact platform he mentioned, but he mentioned that one of the betting platforms has started to lean towards Emmanuel Wilson being the one getting the touchdown over Josh Jacobs for the odds, right? Which kind of hints the hand that maybe they're thinking that Josh Jacobs is not going to play. So double check that is fact, but for sure, if Josh Jacobs is out, I'm okay playing Wilson. As long as I'm not benching, the best wide receiver or the best running back out there, if that makes sense. Hope that helped, Ryan. Let me know if you got anything else. Drop a like if you can. Much appreciated. Andrew says, Josh Reynolds and Jordan Humphreys are available. Just thinking about Hail Mary plays over here still. I mean, flip a coin, right? Who's gonna catch the touchdown at that point, right? Who's gonna catch the touchdown at that point? So just keep scraping that waiver wire. Gonna pray for you there, Andrew. But if you find something else, let me know. Drew says, should I start Kamara or Diggs in the flex? So a couple questions to clarify, Drew. Is this PPR or standard? And are you winning or losing, right? And let's take these players out of the equation. My question and thought process on this for you, right, typically boils down to when you're looking at a flex and you're looking at your matchup, right? If you're projected to win, you probably take the safer options, right? And if you're projected to lose, then you take the Hail Mary options, right? So it's PPR. Okay. So if it's PPR, right now, when we look at these options, and are you projected to win or lose, Drew? I would say Kamara's got very safe usage right now, but very limited upside, right? So what I mean by that is like, yes, he's giving away some carries, but he's getting at least, 10 to 15, 10 to 12 carry. Look, 10 carries last game, 8 carries, 15, 18, right? So he's getting carries. He's not getting yardage. So that's not much. But then he is getting receptions, right? 5 receptions, 4 receptions, 4 receptions. Not much yardage, right? But when you look at the fantasy output, I just missed a touchdown, so I got to call this out. Let me get 1 second. Touchdown Rams to somebody nobody rostered. Everybody was hoping for Tutu Atwell, but he still has not got it. It went to a tight end or somebody, I believe. So touchdown, Matthew Stafford balling out. They're up what, 21-0 now? If they make this extra point. So the Rams are rolling right now. The Rams are rolling. So sorry to get distracted, Drew. Okay, it's 50-50 right now. Okay, so yeah. So then, Kamara, you look at his points and like his worst week, right? His absolute worst week was total of what, 56 yards and a reception. So that's like close to 7 fantasy points. So it is possible for him to quote unquote dud, but that's his like worst. But over the course of the year, he's getting receptions, right? So he, like, in a sense, his usage is safe, but he has not popped off, right? He doesn't got much upside. But since you're projected 50-50, this is a safe floor for your particular situation, right? To possibly, try to hopefully get 10 fantasy points is a reasonable thing there, right? We look at Stephon Diggs, and he's also had a couple dud games too, right? A few more of them. He has more upside, right, with over 15 PPR points in a few games. But he also has that bust potential similar to Kamara, but he's done it a few more times. Since you are projected to win, and I would just double check the rest of your roster stack that there is some upside, like inherent upside in your roster stack, right? Like let's say you have a Bijan or somebody like that could pop off, and you're not just playing floors on your entire roster, right? But if you have some upside in some other positions, and you're okay just looking at your opponent's roster build, right? And that 10 points here could match, the 10 points and the flex of the other person, then Kamara makes sense to me, right? To play. So for most roster builds, Kamara, since you're projected 50-50, it feels like Kamara is the right play. Here you have Bijan, JCM, and Rashid. Yeah, so since you have inherent upside in those other players, I would take the floor here, right? I would take the work that Kamara is. I know it's not much, right? But he is kind of almost quote unquote guaranteed, 10 to 15 touches and maybe 2 receptions, that 8 to 10 to 12 PPR points, you're probably not getting much more than that, but like that at least kind of locks you in there. And then you're hoping for Bijan or JCM or Rashid to go off to kind of get you that lead, right? I think there's a little more of a hole if you play Diggs, like the flipping the coin, right, analogy. Your bust potential is a little bit higher on Diggs. So since you have that upside, that's how I would do it. I hope that makes sense, Drew. If it helps you, if you could drop a like, much appreciated. But let me know if that helps or if you have any more questions. So George says you're thinking the same, like the pass share in Kansas, so you'll wait on Emmanuel Wilson. All clear. You're welcome. You're welcome, George. Much appreciate you as well. Much appreciate you as well. Would I play Emmanuel Wilson over either of those if Jacobs is out? I think you could hold him, but in your case, like Emmanuel Wilson is probably around that same level as Kamara with a little bit of upside. So yes, you can play him if you want. I just don't know if you can wait. Can you wait on Kamara? I don't know if you can wait in that sense. Because I believe are the Patriots playing in the morning. Yeah, the Patriots are playing. No, wait. No, you're not playing the Patriots. You're playing New Orleans. Kamara. So yeah, you can't wait, right? Because you'd have to play Kamara before you find out, unless they announce it beforehand. So yeah. Hope that helps, Drew. Talk you out of this. Andrew says, talk him out of this. Jordan Humphries revenge game against the Broncos or Cup. Oh my God. Have you heard of the term reaching? Feels a little bit of a reach here. Feels a little bit of a reach here, but let me at least look into the thought process. This is for sure a reach. I don't like this because, the Broncos are a great defense, right? The Broncos are a very great defense. So I know it's typically not Cortland Sutton. Surtain holding down the number one option, which is probably not Humphries, but like as a whole, you're basically asking Jackson Dart to be able to orchestrate an offense, right, against the Denver Broncos. Where I have hesitation in this as well is it's typically seen that it was even against Justin Fields, right? And Jalen Hurts, there is very little rushing upside against the Denver Broncos defense as a quarterback, right? And Jackson Dart over the course of these games has been trying to use his legs to, get first downs or move the chains, right? And yes, he's talented. Yes, he could potentially break free, but there's a lot of risk associated with assuming that he's going to be able to move the football the same way he's been doing it when Jalen Hurts and, Justin Fields, capable runners, were not able to get like more than 10 yards against this Bronco defense. So to talk you out of it, man, even though he had 8 targets on Philly, I don't believe that I don't believe he's going to be able to do anything, if I'm being honest. Jackson Dart to move that football against them. Hope that makes sense, Andrew. And then we got, who was next? Drew says, you're just hoping Jacobs is out because you're playing him. Oh, and the guy you're playing literally has no backup running backs. Well, one thing I could add on to that thought process, right, is that even if Jacobs is healthy, maybe he's not Michael Jordan and can play like the flu game, right? And maybe they limit his usage a bit. So that could hopefully play out for you there too. But wishing the best for you there, Drew. Wishing the best for you there on that matchup. Yo, Sigma, how are you? What is up? Any questions? Good morning. All the questions. Drop any in chat. Let's get back to this game. We'll get back to Rams v Jaguars in meantime. All right, so the Rams are up 21-0, spanking, just doing some work against the Jags right now. But the Jags, with 4 minutes left in the second quarter, they're on third down, trying to at least score some points before the half. Sigma says you have Josh Jacobs and just need 10 points from him. Sigma, be sure, I don't know if you could read the messages in this chat, but check out if Emmanuel Wilson is free on your waiver wire right now, because there's been some last minute news about Jacobs being sick, and there's some of the other people in this chat pointed out that some of the betting odds have started to favor the backup running back Emmanuel Wilson, which could signal that they know something that we don't. But as a precautionary, if you can, pick up Emmanuel Wilson or another running back just in case, because there is some concern right now of him being sick and missing. So, of course, we don't want to wish sickness upon anybody, but just in case that this is true, go pick someone up. Emmanuel Wilson is his backup, but go pick someone up just in case. Jacobs. Okay. Hopefully that helps, Sigma. Oh, you do? Okay, you already got him? Okay. 100 to you then. 100 to you. One of those two guys, I imagine, will get 10 points. I imagine so. I think you should be good there. Let me know if you got any other questions, Sigma, but appreciate you dropping that thought. So 2nd and 3 for Lawrence, finding guys over the middle. The Rams started giving up some chunk plays here. They had them locked on 3rd and long. Brian Thomas Jr. got them out of the 3rd and long for a big gain of like 20 yards or something like that. Then Trevor Lawrence has hit a couple people to bring it down to the 26-yard line. They're almost in the red zone. 1st and 10 over the middle, and they find their man. 1st down. I think this should be basically within the 10-yard line. It might be 1st and goal. You got Rashi or I think Deebo's out. Is he not? I saw something that Deebo's out. So I think you basically have to play Rashi. And even in that situation, I would still lean Rashi Rice. Rashi Rice, he's not been injured, right? He was gonna play week 1, but then he got suspended, right? So it's not like we've been waiting for him to get healthy. Knowing how badly he wanted to play, I imagine he was training really hard, during these 6 weeks. So I don't think he's out of shape. He wasn't hurt. So I believe he's going to be pretty much plug and play. I don't think there's anything negative. Deebo, I heard he was out. You have to double check that. But if he was not out, I just imagine them using him as a decoy because he didn't really practice. So I know the matchup is freaking the Cowboys. But he looked hurt last week. They kind of didn't use him that much. And I believe he was out. Deebo is out? Yeah, so you basically have to play Rashi then, right? And I would not hesitate on worrying about him at this point. I mean, we've waited for him to come back 6 weeks, right? So he has been absorbed on people's benches, your bench, for 6 weeks. He was projected to be, either a wide receiver 1 or a high-end wide receiver 2. So at this point, you're playing him, right? With how well Mahomes has been playing, like, you're gonna play him. There's very few reasons I would sit Rashi Rice, at this point. Of course, certain rosters might be like, should I play Quinshon Judkins or Rashi Rice in my flex? Like, okay, maybe you could wait a week at that point to see how he does. But like most people, you've waited for him this long, don't have any fear on like, is he going to start okay? He was injured, but he got healthy by the start of the season, and he would have played if he wasn't suspended, right? So I don't have any concerns on Rashi Rice. I hope that makes sense. Drop a like if you can. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. No hesitation on playing Rashi Rice. Drop any questions in chat. Using bathroom real quick. We'll be right back. All right, I'll be right back, guys. All right. All right. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, everybody. Nature calls. All right. So let's see what we got going on. Sorry, son. Blind in my eyes. Okay. So Sigma says Falcons defense that's going against the 49ers or Patriots defense going against the Titans. I would take the Patriots. I know the Falcons defense looks good, but what's their name? The 49ers were have been able to score against really good really good defenses, And the Falcons defense is not bulletproof, right? And then the Titans, they suck. They suck, right? They've been really bad. And the Patriots defense has been pretty good. So I I have a easier time envisioning a banged up 49ers scoring, a few touchdowns rather than the Titans. So that's how I would lean. Hopefully that helps, Sigma. Let me know any other thoughts, but I would go the Patriots. All right, thanks for the question. So they tried to go for it on fourth down. It was like 4th and 7, the Jaguars, because they were on like the 10-yard line near the end zone. It was 4th and 7, and Trevor Lawrence tried to scramble and run for it himself, and he only got halfway. So turnover on downs. I don't know why he wanted to go for it there and try to run for it himself. The coverage was definitely there, but maybe no one was open. But you could almost see that he wasn't going to make it there to the line to gain the first down by his feet. So the Rams take over on downs, and first play of the drive, they run it with I think it's Kyron Williams who gets them off of the goal line, right? They were backed up against the goal line. I think he got him a first down too with that run, got the full 10 yards on that run for a first down. So Kyron Williams for a first down. Since we're waiting for an injury, we'll just put him on screen to shout him out. Kyron Williams getting that first down right there. Thanks for sharing love in the chat, everybody. Really, really appreciate it. Drop any questions, comments. Much appreciate every like, everything you guys do. It helps put the show out there so we can get more questions going, more feedback from each other. Everybody today, shout out to sharing information, right? Looks like a lot of people started talking about Emmanuel Wilson and realizing that Josh Jacobs' illness, is a concern for those afternoon games. So it was good to share that, right? Good to know. We got first down happening for the Rams, or second down with 1 yard to go. They got the first down. I thought they had the first down, but they were on the half-yard line for first down. So Kyron Williams gets it for them. We'll probably just drain out the clock here, running the football the rest of the game. Rams are up 21-0. There's no need to put themselves in danger by trying to, go for a Hail Mary or anything like that. And it doesn't look like Jacksonville's putting up a fight against the timeouts. So they're just letting the clock kind of drain down. I just imagine them running the football just a little bit. So Sigma says half the team is injured or had a bye. On week 5, Sigma, that was the first week of byes, right? On week 5, I had every single, and we have IR spots, right? I had every single position on my bench and the IR filled out with injured players and or bye weeks. And I literally had just enough players to fill the roster. And I was like, if anybody holds this questionable tag, and I couldn't drop anybody because I loved everybody. I was like, if anybody gets a questionable tag, or injured, I'm just going to have to take an empty space in this game, because I'm not dropping Tedero, these, or I forgot who was on bye. It was I'm not dropping Drake London or who else was on bye? DK Metcalf, Jalen Warren, I'm not dropping any of these guys. So I feel your pain. But you got it. Ryan, how are you? Am I worried about the weather in Chicago and Cleveland? I didn't know the Chicago one was going to be as bad until yesterday when it popped up randomly. The Cleveland one has been kind of projected all week, and when I checked the weather this morning, it looked like it was going to be decently bad. So what I'm worried about in terms of weather is mainly the wide receivers, right? And mainly and the quarterbacks, right? And the quarterbacks for fantasy output. Because let's exaggerate for effect. Let's say, just for easy numbers, that there is 50 plays in a game. Typically a little bit more, but just for easy numbers, right? And let's say that on most weeks teams split it up 30 passing plays and 20 running plays, right? It is very, very rare that it's going to go completely 50 run plays and 0 pass, right? That's probably not going to happen. But something where instead of, a 60%, 40% split, maybe you see 70%, 30%, right? And maybe that split, or 75-25, right? And maybe that split, why the wide receivers play more of a factor is the downfield plays, right? You're not going to throw 20-yard air yard plays when there's 40-mile-an-hour gusting winds. But, you can foresee game scripts where you run on the first 2 downs, right? And you get 6 yards, and now you're 3rd and 4. You're probably not going to run again, right? You're probably going to pass, and your passes are probably going to be short, right? So it really depends. When you say worried, it's what position and what's happening. Quarterbacks' upsides are limited, right? in that Cleveland game, your Jalen Waddle upside is probably limited. And if you had somebody to play over, yes, but I'm not benching Jalen Waddle for, a random dart throw. I'd still be okay playing him. But I would just assume that they're going to move everything shorter. There's going to be less touchdowns available in a PPR league. Maybe you could still get, 5 receptions and 50 yards and sneak out a week, right? Maybe a touchdown, that kind of play. Or your tight ends. Somebody asked about Harold Fannin. Like maybe he's able to still maintain some type of fantasy value. And then the running backs, they get a bump, right? The defenses for me get a bump. I'm not completely out on wide receivers or quarterbacks, but quarterbacks maybe a little more so, but the wide receivers is a little more so on like what kind of profile they are, right? Are they the slot wide receiver that is only getting 8 yards of air targets, right? Okay, they might still be able to catch some passes this game. But are they the Jameson Williams that, like everything is 25 yards downfield? Probably not, right? That's how I kind of look at the split. I hope that makes sense, Ryan, if that helps. Much appreciate, any love or thoughts or questions, but likes, hearts to you. Hopefully that helped. But let me know, Ryan. Sigma says, Puka is injured, right? And Josh Allen has a bye. Okay. But you're going against the worst team in the league. Whew. Schedule helps you out there, my friend. The schedule helps you out there. So hopefully you can still get a win there. That would be nice. That would be nice. Andrew says your other league, you have to choose between Dak and Jaden Daniels. Wow. Those are fantastic options. And you have Jacobs in that league. You might have to start Daddle at 1 just in case Jacobs doesn't play. Yeah, I mean, I think at worst for Rico Dowdle, you're looking at a 50-50 split. For this game, right? I have a hard time envisioning them with how well Dowdle has been playing and someone coming off of injury that they're just gonna be like, all right, and Chuba's fantastic. Don't get me wrong. They paid him. He's fantastic. But he's not Bijan Robinson, right? He's not Christian McCaffrey. So, like, it's hard for me to see them give him 20 carries and give Rico 10 carries. I foresee it 15-15 split type of thing, right? Half and half at worst. The more likely scenario I do see is possible for them to go, let's say 15 to 20 carries for Rico and then only 10 carries for Chuba just to work him in slowly. Like that is a possible too. So I don't think playing Rico is like the worst option, right? Choosing between Dak and Jaden, I mean, that's a coin flip between two fantastic options, right? Jaden's probably going to have a little bit easier of a time, but Dak is going to have to score too. So, I mean, they're both great options. With how consistent Dak's been, it's hard to go against him, right? But Jaden might have to do things himself this game with Deebo and McLaurin being out. So there might be some more rushing upside or a rushing touchdown upside for Jaden. If you need to absolutely reach for the ceiling. You love this. The Jags are finally running out of juice. What's up, Jen? Well, good morning, or I don't know. Maybe it's not. I don't know if you slept or not, but I know. I agree. I played the Rams defense today in hopes that the London game would just throw them off a little bit, but 21-0 is nothing that I would have expected to see. So there's that, right? Put this user in a timeout. Is Ezekiel, good morning. How are you? DJ Moore or Kendrick Bourne? Bourne, without question for me. I believe DJ Moore is probably going to miss. He's hurt, right? And even if he plays, he might be used as a decoy. I don't know how serious that injury was last week, but it's not like he had the greatest upside. There's some, what's it called? In the fantasy community, hold on, let me drink some water. In the fantasy community, there was some noise about how Kittle's coming back. Pearsall's out, right? How Kittle's coming back and how Jennings is probably going to play. So therefore, don't play Kendrick Bourne, right? That was kind of the sentiment I kind of got from the fantasy community this last week. Playing against Atlanta defense, it's not the greatest upside for San Francisco. However, how I look at things is, to me, I don't think Jennings is ever going to be healthy this year. If what he said was true about multiple broken ribs, dislocated ankle, like all these, like spraining, all these crazy injuries, it's like, put yourself in that position. How are you going to recover? You're getting tackled every single play that you touch the football. It's like, how are you going to heal? So he's only playing because of his contract incentives, right? So I envision, like, through the course of the year, and even when he played the other games, right, it wasn't like he was a target hog. With Brock Purdy, he can be a target hog, but he's so injured. Like, on the course of this season, I don't see him as being as much of a target threat as Ricky Pearsall, right? Pearsall I see as a legitimate target threat because he is probably the best wide receiver in the group, right? And he kind of proved that when he was playing. But since Pearsall's not playing, right, for Bourne, they say George Kittle is going to draw away targets. But I foresee more so like, okay, George Kittle comes in, right? Tongis's targets basically goes down, right? And then his other targets will probably, to me, come from a little bit from Christian McCaffrey and maybe one or two from Bourne. But I feel like they don't want to be using Christian McCaffrey this high of usage that they've been using him because they need him for the whole season. So I still foresee Bourne, especially with Mac Jones and that connection, at least being used, right? Not completely going away. DJ Moore, I'm just a little more hesitant on, is not only on that injury, but like, do they really need him? I feel like they need Kendrick Bourne more so than DJ Moore, even in that, what's the word? Even in that, tough matchup against Atlanta, I feel like they're going to need him. So I would play Kendrick Bourne. I hope that helps, Ezekiel. Let me know if that brings up any more questions or any more thoughts. If you could drop a like, much appreciated. But appreciate any questions or any other thoughts that you have. Genwell says, joking on 5 hours of sleep in the last 2 days. You had work Saturday night, then Sunday morning, and now Monday and Tuesday morning. Otherwise, you're doing fine. You kind of blame yourself for no sleep since you're watching soccer, football, and NFL and F1. Though I'm just watching the first half for the Chargers game. Dang, bro, you're a champion. You are a champion. That's some dedication to watching your sports teams there, my guy. Holy smokes. That's a very tough that's a very tough schedule there. But I can tell that you're a man planning ahead for you're like, all right, I got my work shifts at this time and the games are going to be on at this time, so I got to sleep at this time. So just you're in it for the long haul with Monday and Tuesday. So appreciate you tuning in, but I know you'll be getting some rest. Chargers though, all right, since you popped on, I got to talk to you about the Chargers because there's a love-hate relationship for me this game for the Chargers because, I mean, we're division rivals, right? But I do like the Chargers. I do believe in your team and do think you're going to be doing good. But the love-hate relationship part for me this week is I am playing against a guy who is starting Justin Herbert, Keenan Allen, and Q. So, half his team is the Chargers this week. So this is a little love-hate relationship for me to say, how are the Chargers going to be able to win this, right? while limiting Justin Herbert's points, uh, McConkey's points, or did I say Keenan Allen? I think it's Justin Herbert, Lad McConkey, and Q. So that's gonna be difficult for. I don't think I'm gonna be able to will this one to get where you want. Being grumpy when your team, man, loses. Oh man. Well, hopefully you get some random touchdowns for your team that help you win. Random broken plays or something like that. Herbo and QJ will get him points. Allen might get a TD. No, sorry, I didn't mean Allen. I meant Lad. So it's gonna be a tough one. It's gonna be a tough one. I know. I honestly predict a good game for Herbert and team. 25 points for Herbert, maybe a touchdown to Q and a touchdown to Lad. So, oh my goodness, he's playing everybody. Yeah, so this is gonna be a tough one. I gotta hope for, like 2 rushing touchdowns for Vidal and maybe like a short touchdown pass to Keenan or all the yards to go to your guys's everybody else, but there's very little chance for that game script. So I think he's going to score a lot of points there. If I'm being honest, I think he's going to score a lot of points there. Colts only punted a few times this season. You want them to double their punts this game? That's possible. I mean, your guys' defense has been pretty good. I totally forgot about Khalil Mack too. But yeah, so we shall see. I guess I could hope for long possession games by the Colts and the Chargers here, right? Just long possessions. You guys drain out the clock and less scoring. Maybe a bunch of field goals and you guys win or something like that. I don't know. I'm doing a lot of mental gymnastics right now to make it work. Oh, Mac's back? The Mac attack is back. And Perryman? Okay. They're going to be counted on snaps, though? Probably, right? But that's still good. That's still good for you guys, right? All right. So, let's see. I think. What do you predict in that game? I predict something like. Let's see, something like. I think I predict something like this. That's my prediction. That's my prediction. All right, we're taking the game back in this second half. I believe this is the last London game, the last Europe game. I could be wrong. I haven't checked the rest of the season. I have not checked that. Okay, so you're feeling a similar game script as me, maybe a little bit less scoring. Okay. All right, I could live with that. I could live with that as long as not all the touchdowns go to Lad McConkey and Q. All right, let's see where this game is at in London. The game line is 48. Wow, that's actually a lot. That's a lot. All right, they're predicting a lot of scoring in that game. Then hopefully it's all run game. All right, so we got the Rams. There's a flag on the field. They're trying to sort things out, it looks like. Holding on the offense, so that's where they're at there. Wait, my app just froze. Gotta re-get it. But Stafford and team are having their way with the Jags today. Um, doesn't seem like there is much opposition yet for the Jags, so we'll see what happens there. You heard Wait, sorry, I was looking at the Raiders. You're saying versus the the Raiders signing? Sorry, I was like, wait, what? What are you talking about, you guys? Um, offensive line, from what I remember. I don't remember. Let me look. Uh, yes. Oh, there were signings, huh? After Jermaine Pratt last week, or was that 2 weeks ago? That was 2 weeks ago, right? Uh, we can always hope. We can always hope, but it's the offensive line. I mean, I feel like that's the whole thing. Without the offensive line, they're not gonna have nothing. Without an offensive line, I don't think they have much. Trade deadline. When is the trade deadline's coming up too, right? The trade deadline November 4th. So they got we got what, 2 more weeks ish for the trade deadline, but I don't know. I think it's kind of squashed this year at least. Um I don't know. I don't think one signing or, trade can help an offensive line in that big of shambles. Um even if you think, I don't think Jalen Waddle's getting traded, bro. I don't think he's getting traded. I think Breece Hall has a chance of getting traded, but they might just, let the contract go, right? The reason I don't think Jalen Waddle's getting traded is because, like, if you look at that roster, right, Achane and Waddle are your best assets on that. So, like, if you get rid of him, there's like nothing. And I feel like Waddle's solid enough of a receiver. He's put up borderline wide receiver 1 numbers before. Maybe he doesn't have like the X factor name and draw like Puka Nacua or Justin Jefferson, but he's been very good, that like you're gonna take risk to try to draft a Emeka Egbuka or something like that, but only like one out of how many, 10% of draft hits hit. So like that's very tough for me to say to give up, your essentially your best asset. Devon Achane is your best asset on the backfield, right? But on the receiver end, I don't foresee them doing that. To me, it makes more sense to hold Waddle and hold Achane and then build the pieces around them. Hall, we already know they've already said, like, he's not our guy basically. So a trade for him I see as a possibility. I think he's more likely. Andrew says Achane being traded. I mean, similar there. Like, what? That's like their best asset. I don't I don't see them traded. Where did you get Seahawks out of all places. Was there rumors or something like that for the Seahawks? Because I mean, with Ken Bone and Charbonnet, like what would you be trading? Think he is if someone offers a first pick, the first round, they're rebuilding and they'll be paying for nothing. You mean kind of like a salary cap move, almost like drop drop the salary and get a pick? I mean, how is his contract like that much guaranteed or something like that it's worth it? So let's see. Okay. So okay, he has guaranteed through 2028. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. And okay, there is a lot on the cap for his contract because it was weighed so heavily in the last two seasons. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. I never looked at uh Waddle's contract yet, but I get what you're saying because over the next year he's only like 10 million, right, for next year, but the following 2 years is like 70 million of his $80 million contract. So there's it's like a lot more weighted on that back half, right, of the contract. So they could be uh trying to free up the cap space. I get it. Okay. That can kind of make sense, I guess. That can kind of make sense. So makes sense to hold Achan than Waddle because you get more value from Waddle now than Achan. They can hold Achan if no one offers it first and then get compensated. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's possible. Man, I didn't look at his the exact makeup of his contract before, but seeing the makeup of the contract, like I don't know, just sitting on the business end of the table, I could see the logic there, um, of trying to do that. I mean, at that point, they might as well just clean whole house then, right? Um, at that point, if they're gonna get rid of Waddle, but geez, that's a nice piece to have. It's a really nice piece to have. All right, so but the big question is Tua going to be the quarterback? No. No. You are not building I am not building my franchise around Tua. Absolutely not. Absolutely not am I building my franchise around Tua. Um so I but the question is like does anybody want him? Like do you really want Tua as your starting quarterback if you're another team? Like, are you just gonna eat it? Um, all right. Gotta get rid of Greer first. I mean, is he the problem? Is you think he's the problem or over McDaniels? Do you think they're both the problem? Um, he's been there long enough. Yeah, true. True. True, true, true. I think McDaniels is gonna go too, if I'm being honest. He's like the Pat Riley of the NFL. But Pat Riley won like he's won multiple championships, right? Has Greer done that? He has no championships, right? Yeah, Chris does not have no championships. No, you denied it for a long time, but he's a Wade and Braun rider. Well, true, but to get well, it was Wade and then it was Shaq, right? Um, or that first one's like Wade doesn't win it without Shaq going there, right? Um, okay, let me see this. See, I was right, bro. He did have more. He had Riley had championships with the Lakers in the 80s. I was like, I swear he had more, and I just couldn't remember it off the top of my head. Right? Um, so he was on that team for the Lakers in the 80s, right? So I think that's because you're a Miami fan, huh? I forgot. Oh, as a GM? Okay, that's fair. Because they are different. There's some people who can step into those roles and excel, right? But then there's some who cannot. Like what's his name? The Celtics guy, Brad. Man, that guy had an amazing career. What's the Celtics GM? Uh, Brad Stevens. Yeah. When he had an amazing career to get to where he's at, and then he's doing well, right? He's doing pretty well. Brad Stevens with the Celtics. Phil Jackson. Wait, but if you're downgrading Pat for having those guys, Phil Jackson had Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant and Shaq, and so he also had the greatest um of all time too, right? All right, looks like turnover on downs for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Turnover on downs. Looks like they went for it on 4th and 2, and off the hands, a little too far outside. So the Rams will be taking over on downs here. While we wait for some more questions, let me pull up where we are at. I have not checked the stats at all of the defense and where we are at here. So let's take a quick second to see where the Rams defense is at. I have not been paying attention to the game. Thank you all for all the questions. How is the defense doing? All right, they're at 11 points, so they're holding their own here. They are holding their own here with 11 points. So let's get this updated. Uh, let's see. All right. There we go. Here we go. Update this to that. All right. The Rams holding their own against the Jaguars. Doing well. More than holding their own. Holding them to nothing. That's more than holding their own, right? And let's bring up the box scores. General says, you barely watch MLB, but Otani put up a show. So I'm from LA. I'm also Japanese. But this man is they had so much for him when he came to town. When he came to town. So he went off on Friday. Let me see. Swept the Brewers. Wow. Holy crap, he had three on Wow. Okay. Wow. Yep. He he did well. He did well. They swept them. Looks like they swept them. Um, and it looks like the game today, Seattle's up. So it's either going to be the Mariners or the Blue Jays. Wow. Yeah, I don't follow baseball at all, but that's pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy. Otani really is a goat, though, huh? He really be a goat. No more Ichiro. It's Otani. All right, so 2nd and 4 on the 36-yard line for the Rams. Play action. Stafford fumbling the football. That was kind of scary. All right. Your friend's a Blue Jays fan, so you're hoping for a Dodgers Blue Jays. Oh, your friends are Blue Jays fans. Well, that would be nice for them to get to the World Series. Then you can stay up every day, all night, every day, watching NFL and MLB every other day when the World Series pulls off. And you're just going to have to not sleep at all that week. MLB is midday there. Really? Oh, because it's nighttime, huh? Everything is going to be nighttime here. So Australia time. You're in Australia, I think, right? So yeah, it is. I forgot about that. I forgot about that because football is different because it's always day games, right? And then there's only one night game in football. But during playoffs and everything is always prime time for the US, which means for the other side of the world, it's midday. That makes sense. I forgot about that. Thank you for correcting me. Thank you for correcting me. 2nd and 5 for the Rams. 2nd and 5. Here we go. On the 46-yard line, almost at midfield. We got Stafford under center. The clock is winding down. 9 minutes left. Handoff for Williams, who gets like maybe 3 yards, 2 or 3 yards. Going to be a third down. But clock will continue to run. At this point, the Rams are probably just going to play, um, you know, just, I don't want to say conservative football, but like, no need to go out there and try to win it taking big plays, right? This is just more about controlling the game clock, um, running down the game clock, controlling the ball, no turnovers, and just making Jacksonville take long field positions because they have to score 3 times. 8 minutes left in the third. Finding downfield contested catch, no good. That was for Devontae Adams. It was well covered. But could not connect. Very well covered. He had his man beat. The ball was just like maybe half a step underthrown, so it allowed us the defender to come back on Adams a bit. But it was well defended. Looks like Travis Hunter was doing the defending on that play. So we shall see there. Speaking of college football, Carson Beck and Arch Manning are switching places every other week. Really? LSU quarterback apparently had a big game. Brigham Young 7-0. They're switching every other game. Is what you're saying? Okay, so let's tune in. Since you mentioned this, I have not followed this at all, but we can just follow these scores real quick. So Miami lost to Louisville, who is number 2 in the nation. Nebraska lost, ranked team. LSU lost to Vanderbilt. So big losses for some of the games. Mississippi lost to Georgia. Ohio State smashed. Texas Tech lost. Wow, a bunch of the ranked teams lost this week. Putting out some separation there, I guess, for the other teams, but a lot of teams did lose. Notre Dame beat USC. And we got right here Brigham Young beating Utah. Brigham Young beating Utah. So they are 7-0. Their team is typically in a weaker division, though, right? Carson Beck threw 4 picks. No wonder they lost. No wonder Miami lost. Really? That is crazy. Let me see this. Carson Beck threw 4 picks. Looking like Nathan Peterman out there. Oh my God, he did throw 4 interceptions. Wow. Because this guy's supposed to be the guy, right? Carson Beck. He's supposed to be the guy for like, what's it called? The next Cam Ward, or whatever you want to call it, right? The next great thing. 4 picks is not probably the best thing. And what'd you say about Archie Manning? What did he do? Oh, he didn't do anything. He won his game in overtime. These stats are not very impressive, though. And no touchdowns for Carson Beck. All interceptions. Wow. Okay. That's crazy. He didn't want to enter the draft because he wasn't that highly ranked, so he transferred. He started doing badly, but decent now. Okay. Okay. All right. So there's a big gain for Trevor Lawrence and team. 40-yard gain over the middle. All right. So let's summarize. We have Dodd. So we're rooting for Dodgers versus Blue Jays for MLB. We got major upsets in college football. I didn't know that. I did not know that. And we got Rams up 21-0 versus the Jags. Drop any questions in chat. Do I think Higbee is a cheap option for fantasy? I think his value right now is probably, a decent streaming tight end. Well, they're going on bye next week, right? The Rams are going on bye next week. But like in week, what is that? Week 9? This is week 7, right? In week 9, if Puka is still not back, I think he's a great option to consider because he's been on the team for a while, so he has chemistry. He has chemistry with Stafford, so you have that going for you, right? And you need another reliable target besides just Devontae Adams to spread the ball out. So I can foresee him having some usage, right? Do I think he's like a rest of season, higher than Zach Ertz or Hunter Henry, some of these other veteran guys? No, right? But I see him in that same class where it's like, depending on the matchup, depending on if Puka's playing or not, they're going to need somebody. So as a fill-in, yes, right? You do like San Diego State, and because it's San Diego, because of the Chargers were originally from there. My school didn't have a football team, but San Diego State did. So we would secretly go sometimes, like once a year or something like that, to the San Diego State football games because there was no football team for me. So we had to pretend like we were part of San Diego's football team. All right. So let's see what we got going on here. We have an injury on the field. He caught his football, but he hurt his knee or something on the play, hurt his leg, ankle. So we're about at midfield now, 1st and 10. And Andrew says, your son woke up. Oh, you're welcome. Good luck, Andrew. Have a great time with your family. Appreciate all the comments and things like that. Have a great one. Much love to you and your son and your family. Have a great day. All right. So we got 2nd and 2 now. Here we go. We are on the 45-yard line, cross midfield for the Jags. They're on 2nd and 2. Trevor Lawrence taking the snap, faking the handoff, dropping back, looking to run it himself. He does, and he runs it out of bounds. So he gets the 1st down and a few more yards. They are down 21-0, so they really need they really need to score here, right? The Jags, they're really needing to score. So they've tried 4th down conversions on a couple drives recently. Did not go over so well. So we'll see what they do here. They'll probably keep trying for it because field goals at this point don't really mean anything for them. Drop any questions in the chat if you got them before we start these morning games. We got running play on 1st down, gain of about 3. Looks like Bayshal Tootin. Yeah, Bayshal Tootin was in, getting a few yards. And we got Trevor Lawrence and team trying to score here, get on the board for the first time. They're down 21-0. They're marching close to the red zone here. So we can see 2nd and 7, shotgun formation, dropping back. Lawrence looking, going deep, finding his man. Ball is dropped. It was Brian Thomas Jr., and he's looking shaken up, a little hurt. It looked like he was about to catch that. The ball was just so high. Got on the fingertips and couldn't come down with it. That is so tough. If that was just, a foot or two shorter, Brian Thomas could have came down with that. I think, they're going to blame Brian Thomas for that drop, but that was a tough one. That was a really tough one. It was kind of a catchable ball, right? He got his fingertips on it, but with a guy hitting you from the side, and then being up that high, that's tough. It's a tough pass. So 4th down now, 3rd down, didn't go anywhere. They tried to make a passing play to Travis Hunter, cutting across the middle, but they could not connect. So it's going to be 4th and 7. 4th and 7 here now. Travis Hunter calling for a flag. But he does not get it. So it's going to be 4th and 7 here. It looks like they're going to go for it. The kicker on the side is like, why don't I get any playing time today for the Jags? But 4th and 7, here we go. Lawrence looking for somewhere to go, tries to throw the ball away. Turnover on downs. They say he got the ball away in time. They say that was not a sack. So turnover on down, 0 points still for the Jags. Really liking the way this is going with me playing the Rams defense. Hopefully stays this way. All right, while we wait for the game to come back, gonna keep reminding people, look at your buys next week. Week 8 has a lot of buys. So make sure before these morning games start, you check your roster. If you have a droppable player that you are not playing this week, drop them right now and look for somebody to fill in for your buys next week so that you don't have to decide who to spend your waiver wire picks on, or what you're doing, but instead you're prepping for next week right now, because with so many buys next week, everybody's going to be on the waiver wire. Everybody's going to be trying to hit the waiver wire next week. So make sure you end up filling in your buys right now. Fill in the buys that you can if there's available players to be picking up. Let's be early. And then that way, if there is a breakout candidate, you have your safety, but you have a way to better use that pick. Hopefully stays this way. Rams D's been a couple more interceptions or better. Hopefully, of course, we can wish for a pick 6, right? Of course, we can wish for the pick 6 or a couple sacks. But yeah, hopefully it stays this way for the Rams defense. And not only do they squeak out a win, but really push out that Jags. I think the Jags have been a little overinflated too. I think we've talked about that before, right? Cole, good day. How are you? Good morning. Drop any questions. Hope you are well. I'm doing well. Thanks for checking in, Cole. Let me know if you got any questions. So yes, everybody, fill in for those buys. Don't wait until next week. If you can solve the problem today, do it today. You still have like an hour before these morning games start. So do what you can right now to fill in for your buys for week 8, since there's so many teams on bye next week. There's a lot of teams on bye. And then finally, don't forget the weather. There's a few games with some projected bad weather. So if you're playing your stretch wide receivers, that's and maybe those quarterbacks, those are the people I would, consider. If you're thinking about playing a defense, go ahead and play that Cleveland defense against Miami with the bad weather, right? Those are the kind of decisions we could be making on weather. We're not benching our running backs in a bad weather game. We're probably more excited about them, right? All right, as this game comes back to it, we shall see what the Rams do here. They took over on downs. Again, they don't need to score here. They do not need to score. They're throwing it, though. Oh, wide open man, and Stafford just missed him. That is a rare miss by Stafford. I don't know if there's a little miscommunication on the route, or if he was rushed a little bit with the throw, but that was a rare wide open miss from Stafford. So 3rd and 7. We have, what's the score? It's 21-0. The Rams are leading 21-0. It's been just all Rams this game. The Jags marched it into the red zone, or very close to the red zone, 3 times in the second half. But what ended up happening is they tried to go for it on 4th down, and every single time they've turned it over on downs. So the Jacksonville Jaguars still have 0 points right now. And the touchdowns have gone 2 of them to players that nobody started for the Rams, and the 3rd touchdown went to they almost got Stafford to fumble it, but he held on to it. The 3rd touchdown went to Devontae Adams. So I think Stafford has 3 touchdowns right now. So he's having a good game. General says, which Thursday night football was more of an upset? Giants versus Eagles or Bengals versus Steelers? That's a great question. I would say the Eagles, right? Because at that point in time, the Eagles were like the number one team in the league, coming off the Super Bowl type of thing. So for me, it's the Eagles because it's not like the Giants or the Bengals, either of them were projected to win at this point. But even though the Steelers, had a great record recently, like they're still not, I would say, considered to be what's the word? The Super Bowl favorite. But at the time, I think the Eagles were still projected like Super Bowl favorites, right? And then this last week with the Steelers, I think it was projected to be a win. But like the Steelers, I don't think as a whole they're looked at as like high caliber, quote unquote, as the Eagles, if that makes sense. But the Eagles weren't really showing great, even with the. I agree. No, I 100% agree with you. I did not like how they, won off of a tush push one week, right, and then one off of like a blocked field goal, I think, against the Rams. So it's like, I agree with you, right? That they were. I guess I'm talking more of like a worldwide perspective, right? Like coming off of a Super Bowl, the world expects you not to lose, right? The world expects you not to lose, but I think similarly, the Bengals, nobody expected them to win, but I don't think at the start of the season you expected the Steelers to be where they are at, right? Like you expected the Steelers to have, a 50-50 record on the year, not be 4-1, but be like, 2-3, right? Or something like that, 3-3, right? I think that's what you expected the Steelers to be at the start of the year. And then who's been there 2 weeks, second streak? Yeah, that's true. Cole's like, as a Broncos fan, we own the Eagles. That's true. I mean, nobody, and just for reference, we're all in the same division here, right? Raiders fans. Genwell is the Chargers guy, and if you're the Broncos guy, all we need now is a Kansas City guy, and we got the whole division here. The whole division here, but it was not expected for the Broncos to win, but you can kind of expect it, right? You can kind of foresee that more than either of the other games, right? Because the Broncos defense is solid, so it's like, and they're winning, so we'll see if Philly could rebound here, but who knows? Maybe this is the start of the deterioration of that team, or maybe they bounce back here. It's going to be a tough game. I think they're playing the Vikings, right? So it should be a tough game for them. But I do foresee them to pull something together. I mean, they've been so good year after year that it's like hard to see them spiraling completely out of control. Right. So we got the Jags marching past half field here, 40-yard line, 2nd and 10. Looks like he's getting sacked, and he gets sacked. All right, for the defense. I'm just copying the dance of the safety who made the sack. They just brought unexpected pressure on one side, overloaded one side, and just broke through, made Trevor Lawrence try to scramble out, but they got him. You think the Eagles will be out there again, but even last season they started decent but got stronger. Yes, that's true. I think they started like 2-2 or something last season, right? And then like basically didn't lose or something like that. All right, Trevor Lawrence taking the snap, 3rd and 23. He's just completely running for his life. Runs to his own sideline. No gain. Hunting unit has to come out. Somebody's sleeve fell off in the play, it looked like. it looked like a flag got thrown, if I'm being honest. But they almost had a sack on Trevor Lawrence, but he just barely broke away free from the shoestring tackle and got back to the line of scrimmage. So it's 4th and 23. They're going to have to punt. They're at midfield. So back to the Rams it goes, unless something crazy happens here on special teams. All right, he's running it back, but nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. All right. So we got in chat a Chargers fan, Denver fan, and Raiders. Anyone? Casey? LOL. All right. So you think the Eagles will bounce back if they can get the run game going? Yes. That has been a major sore. Somebody else was talking about a keeper league, Cole, that they had, and they said, unfortunately, they had Saquon Barkley and Brian Thomas Jr. as their two keepers, which, man, that's been tough, right? That has been tough. So maybe the Eagles can get the run game going. But right now, if I were a defensive coordinator, what are you doing? I'm stacking the box, right? I'm stacking the box against Saquon and Jalen Hurts' run game and say, Hurts, beat me over the top right now, right? His passing has been off for the downfield plays. So it's like, just beat me over the top right now, just can you land a downfield pass with Devontae Adams or not Devontae Adams, Devontae Smith or AJ Brown, or I'm not going to give you any room to run. I know Saquon and you want to run, 2 out of every 3 plays. So just stack that box, but they'll probably find a way to get it going a little better. I don't know if Saquon's tired but he does not look as explosive as he did last year. I don't know if that's the offensive line, but he does look a little slower. I could just be reading into things too much, but just based on history, I do agree that I believe that they'll somehow pull away, maybe like 12 wins on the season or something like that. I can foresee that. Jen Will says your Eagle friends was raging every time he saw. Are the Jags a fraud? I thought they were decent. Honestly, I low-key thought they were a fraud. I was very confused at how they got to the record that they got to. It felt like they were barely squeezing out their wins, and it didn't look like good football, if that makes sense, right? Like, you look at the Colts, that looks like good football, right? You look at the Chargers, bad. Just kidding. No, like even so, right? Like the offense is clicking, right? But the Jags, it's kind of like if you stop Travis Etienne and you score some points, what happens, right? For the Jags, it's like you stop Travis Etienne and then you score 3 touchdowns, like this game right now. Like, can the Jags win? It's hard, right? I don't think they're that good, if I'm being honest. Like Trevor Lawrence, he does not look good. It looks like he can manage a play for you, but it doesn't look like he's excelling under pressure. It doesn't look like he's hitting, passes. It's evident in Brian Thomas Jr.'s performance, right? And their defense, who was supposed to be like one of the top defenses, up until this point, I can't tell if they don't look bad, right? But they don't look good. It feels like they just read the right moves on some plays and executed well on a few plays so far through this season. To score points or put them in this position. I don't see them as like your team, right? Denver's defense, you're like, okay, like every single game, no quarterbacks can get rushing yardage, right? Every single game, they're like locking down the top wide receiver and the run game. Like you don't see that from the Jags defense. So yes, I am kind of thinking that their stats were a little inflated to start this year. They have a bye week coming off of this game, so we'll see what they can do in week 9. But up until this point, I'm not sold on them. This NFL season is so crazy. It seems unclear who's actually good. Well, I can tell you who I think is actually good. I think KC's going to pull it around and get it back straight, unfortunately. So I think our division with the Broncos, the Chargers, and KC, I think all three of you guys are, of course, I'm on the bottom here in the Raiders, but like are all can be legitly good, right? Teams. Um, I think the Colts are legit, right? I don't I foresee them as a dark horse all season this year. I think the Steelers might be slightly fraudulent too. I think they're good, but I don't think, how they started 4-1 reflects the actual uh depth of their team. And then you can't ever count out the Bills. They, lost 2 in a row, but they had a bye. I think they're going to come out of this. They'll figure it out. And the Patriots from the AFC, I think those are all legit teams. I think the Eagles will figure things out. But everybody projected them to win the Super Bowl again this year. I don't think that's the case. I think they're gonna make playoffs, but I don't foresee them being able to do that. The Packers, they might be good. Some people projected them to win the Super Bowl as well. For some reason they've just kind of looked funny to me. So we'll see how legit that defense is, right? We'll see how legit that defense is. So that one it is a little harder to tell. The Bucks are legit. Baker's playing good. The Lions, I think, can be pretty good. Vikings and Bears, I don't think have it. Falcons, I don't think have it. Maybe the Rams, if they get healthy, can be decent. Seahawks can be nice, but I don't think they're, Super Bowl threat. 49ers, if they get fully healthy, maybe, but, Rams versus Niners would be a very, very nice little conference matchup to see who's better there. But, I get what you're saying. I think some of these teams are solid, but, especially when it came to like fantasy value, I think this season there's been a lot of upside downness, right, of fantasy value where we feel, like how many real wide receiver ones are there this year? There's very few people. Like Puka's injured, but he was one. JSN, Ibuka got injured, right? Amon-Ra. It's like how many Justin Jefferson. Like how many real people can you count on? All these people, like Brian Thomas Jr., right? Where'd that value go? Like where did like Nico Collins? He's doing all right, but is he? And then there's the depth of the running back position for how it went last year is starting to kind of look a little different this year, right? With the injuries and things, where it seems to be thinning up. So I can kind of agree that like this year has been a little upside down on some of these expectations of certain teams and certain players to do well. So I kind of agree with that. Maybe we're expecting too much, but they haven't gotten Hunter too involved. So I personally think they've played long enough to decide what they want to do. And I think they need to just stick Hunter to one side of the ball for 90% this season, whatever they decide. Because, like, yes, he's playing both sides of the ball. Yes, it's cool to see him bat that pass down against who was he covering? He was covering Devontae Adams, right? Or it's cool that, he gets you the first down here or there. But it's like, are we going to play, to bare minimum on both sides of the ball? He hasn't exploded on the offensive end, right? And he's had some nice plays on the defensive end, but like with where they're at in this season and how they're looking this game, like just stick them to, I feel like they just need to stick him to one side of the football, train him in the background, on both sides of the football still. But he has so much to learn on both sides of the football, right? There's like how many plays, how many coverages, the tendencies of every single wide receiver that he has to line up against. Like, I feel like trying to hedge the bet and playing them on both sides of the football right now is doing them a disservice. Where maybe next year he can physically do this, but trying to learn both the offense and the defense and then go and perform on both sides. I just feel like all it's going to take is like, one route run incorrectly for an interception, right? Or one blown coverage because, he's thinking of too many things. And football is made in one play sometimes, right? It's like I feel like they're doing a disservice to both sides of the teams, right? Like to try to play him on both sides rather than just be like, hey, unless somebody gets injured for these next 4 weeks, you are playing only offense. We'll rotate you in on 10% of the plays, but this is not working right now. That's how I would look at it is like, unless the game is we're winning like how the Rams are right now, 21-0, we're not going to play you on the defensive side of the football, unless we absolutely need. That way everybody, not only him, right, but the other players as well, the other wide receiver twos, right? The what's that guy's name? He's blanking on the top of my head. That's backfilling right now for targets, like not only do they get the reps, but then like the cornerbacks and the safeties that they keep like rotating coverages for. It's like, dude, like let's get some stability this year and then you can go out and play both sides of the football. But right now, I feel like there's so much chaos. Their offense is not humming, right? It's clear this game that they're all out of whack. So I don't know. That's just my take. Like on third down or something. Yeah, exactly. Like where can you fit him in on the secondaries rather than trying to force him? Like let's excel somewhere first, right? Let's excel. Because now they're 4-3 most likely after this game, right? They're going to be 4-3. Let's take this bye, get our head straight. That's what I would be thinking, but who knows what happens after the bye, but that's just how I view things. All right. Running the football, nowhere to go. It's going to be third down. We're into the fourth quarter now, though. So we are into the fourth quarter. So we could take off the London. All right. So we got this game coming to a close as the morning games will be taking on in about an hour. So again, not sure if anybody dropped in, but just double check if you got worthless players on your bench right now. To double check that you don't need anybody next week, because there's a lot of teams going on bye for week 8. So before these morning games take off, not only ask yourself the sit-start questions of this week, but ask yourself who is out next week, because I can pick them up today, right now. If I'm not going to play somebody on my bench, I might as well drop them now rather than think about this after, and be stuck trying to figure things out while your whole league is trying to figure out the week 8 buys. But instead, do it now, right? Do it now. All right. And so let's get back to this game. Looks like there was a flag, maybe a pass interference or illegal contact or something like that. Because the Rams got a first down. They're showing Devontae Adams in coverage. So must have been like an illegal contact or a hold or something like that to get get a couple yards. Your trade for Judkins for BTJ looking all right after this game. We will see. We'll see Judkins. I have hopes for Judkins in this upcoming game with the matchup and the weather. So hopefully he gets some good usage this game and how bad Miami's run defense is. But yeah, was this the trade that originally everybody vetoed and got all pissed off, but then your league manager upheld it? Was that you who we were talking about this? But yeah, if since you need that running back depth, it's looking pretty good. It's looking pretty good. BTJ this game, there's maybe 2 or 3 plays where at least 2, might have been 3, where if he had a better quarterback, he would have a good game because both of those passes were over 30 yards. Both of those plays were like 30-yard plus plays. And, you know, they were just like, one of them was just straight too high. And then the other one, I think, was too far on the outside. But BTJ could have had a better game so far up until this point if his quarterback, you know, could get him the ball. So like, again, what we probably talked about is like, do we trust Trevor Lawrence? I don't. You know, up until this point, I don't think it's on Brian Thomas. Yes, he has a little bit of case of the drops early in the season, but he's been getting open a little bit. Trevor Lawrence couldn't get him the ball. They were upset, but no veto. Oh, okay. They were upset, but no veto. I mean, like, I don't like for me, you know, being an outside perspective on things, it's like that kind of value you can't really get mad at, right? Because like Judkins has been performing extremely well besides last week, and BTJ has not looked like the wide receiver 1 he was projected to be. So like, sure, the draft capital wise, like one guy may have came off the waivers or the last round for Judkins, and then BTJ was probably in the first or second round, but that doesn't mean anything if, you know, the people get injured. So it's tough. I know that people were upset, but I think it was a fair trade. And, you know, based on what your team needs, you know, if you don't need BTJ and you need a running back and he needs a receiver with some upside, like I think that's totally fair. Who knows? BTJ in 4 weeks could be going off and I could be eating my words, right? We don't know. Stafford going deep. 4th and 1. Finds his man. Touchdown. 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 Let's get this up. Stafford, touchdown. To the man Ferguson. Who is playing him? Probably nobody. But is that 4 touchdowns for Matt Stafford now today? Wow. Matthew Stafford is balling out. Matthew Stafford is definitely balling out these past games. So touchdown to Matthew Stafford. Great work today. Running all over these Jaguars. That's a nice segue. I want to talk about. So Travis Hunter, utility player, nice. But there was a certain someone in NFL's history that played both sides well. Primetime podcast. Former Giants running back who won Super Bowl with them said the players of the 80s, 90s wouldn't survive in this era, and Primetime would be just a decent player in this era. And Michael Irvin was like, I would dominate in this game, Jerry Rice, etc. There was a certain that played both sides as well. Primetime and this podcaster, former Giants running back who won a Super Bowl, said that the players would not survive in this era. Why do you say they wouldn't survive in this era? Because the game is too fast paced? I mean, I can agree. Look, let's take even a first. Go ahead and let me know who that player was first of all and why they wouldn't survive, General. But let me go on my tinfoil hat rant for a second. So let's put on the tinfoil hat. Let's put on the tinfoil hat. All right. So tinfoil hat is on. Let's take a step backwards and even look at the world as a whole. NFL and NBA. There's always that talk, right? Like, oh, the era was so much tougher back then. The players nowadays wouldn't survive back then, or, the players back then wouldn't even make the teams now. You look at who Bill Russell had to play for his 11 championships and there was nobody there. Like there's always, those discussions of those discussions of like, different era, different players who excels and whatnot. This is my view and understanding on things. And I think we see it in both the NFL and NBA. So that's how I make this assumption. I think both sports in history were a lot rougher, right? Both the NFL and NBA were a lot rougher, 20, 30 years ago, whatever you want to call it. Less fouls being called, just the game itself, like being more about getting into the paint, and stuff for basketball and more of the run game for football. And then over the years, right, you see the trend in the NBA of more fouls being called, more 3 points being taken, more possessions on the floor. And same thing in the NFL, right? Less run game. It used to be like 70% run, 60 to 70% run. Now it's 60% pass, right? And in addition, more fouls being called. And it makes sense, right? On the business end of things, where now these guys are being paid like ridiculous amounts of money, $30 million a year, $50 million a year. So like, you look at like Steph Curry or LeBron James or, Patrick Mahomes or whoever, and you're like, as the business owner, not only the owner of the team, but the owner of the NFLs, right? Like these people, they're like, we can't have these guys get injured. We don't want these guys to get injured. So we're going to adapt the game rules to force things a certain way, right? That's how I perceive it. We're going to call more fouls because we don't want, Steph Curry getting a concussion and a broken arm from taking a layup, right? Or we don't want, these quarterbacks getting injured, so we're gonna protect them, right? So we see the rules and the game scripts kind of following these lines. Now, where are you going with this, with the tinfoil hat side of things, and what you're talking about, and who would dominate in today's games? I think there are specific players who, regardless of the era, can still play well. Does it mean they, like Jerry Rice, right? Like, does it mean that they end with the same career, or Michael Jordan, or these guys? Like, I think they'll excel in both. Maybe the middle 80%, right, or the lower half of the league wouldn't excel, right? Like the lower half of the league in the 90s would not excel in today's NBA, and vice versa. Like, does Klay Thompson from the NBA excel back in the day, right? Does he? I don't know, right? Does some of these quarterbacks who know how to work the game excel back then? Patrick Mahomes probably could excel, right? But do some of these other guys, like Jalen Hurts? I don't know, right? So that's where I think that argument makes sense. What would be interesting, right, is if somebody like there's always a revolutionary player to kind of help move the trajectory of the sport, right? So like an example for football could be like Tom Brady, right? Like for why they start protecting the quarterback more, right? Or for the NBA, it's like Steph Curry, right? So there's typically some types of players. Oh, it looks like there was a touchdown that I missed. And speak of the devil, it's Travis Hunter catching the touchdown just as we talk about him. Just as I talk smack. Oops, wrong one. Just as I talk smack. Touchdown to Travis Hunter in garbage time. Touchdown to Travis Hunter in garbage time. Right? So where I was going with this is like, you know, with the need for that, maybe Travis Hunter is that player who all of a sudden is able to play both sides of the football, and somehow this changes the perspective of the NFL, right? I don't think so personally, but like that would be, I think, the hope of like the next step of revolution of like, you know, on the other end, we're looking at players like Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs, who like Christian McCaffrey, right? Who can play running back and line out as a wide receiver, and then you bring out a second running back onto the field, right? Like I think to me that player archetype is probably more likely to revolutionize the game, and what just seems to be the trend, as more so to a player like Travis Hunter who's playing both sides of the football. I in terms of people taking two positions, you know, it's harder for me seeing that the whole league transitions that way rather than how it's kind of been. But maybe Travis Hunter does revolutionize the game, and I'm wrong. They'll say no, they'll foul him, he'll get injured, and sports med is not as good as now. Yes, that's the other thing too, right? With sports medicine is now like, is it possible for LeBron James to have the length of the career he did now back in the day? Heck no. There's no way, right? Because he would get injured way more. They'd be fouling him way more. And then like how he gets to do these cryotherapies, you know, and physical therapy this well after every game, like the body doesn't last as long. But vice versa, now you look go back the other way, right? Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and, you know, Michael Jordan, or if he wanted to play, right? But like these guys put that, then if they had the sports medicine back then, does Kareem's career get even longer, right? Being able to score 25 points a game, or does Michael Jordan able to score 35 points a game until he's 40? You know, LeBron James is scoring like 30 points a game right now. Is Michael Jordan able at that same age to score 45 still? It's possible, right? We don't know with things. I don't know where to send you the link, but it's a 1 minute 30 clip for better context. Give it a watch. Facts Over Feeling show. Facts Over Feeling show. I'll check that out. I have not heard of this. I have not heard of this. So I'll have to check that out. Let me mark this down right now, so I know. And was this Cam Newton who said this, or who said Michael Irving? Was it that one? I forgot what you said. I think you said Michael Irving, right? Was the one? Michael Irving. Okay, I'll check him out. You know, tomorrow or after all this or something. Once I can get some free time. I don't know if my internet is going out. Let me know if the stream is buffering. I'm trying to get the stream back to good health, but I just got a notification that the stream health was poor. So let me know if so. Let me know if this is not working, and I'll try to work on it. So okay, so it is this Michael Irvin one. Okay. I will send myself a note to look at this. Facts over feelings for Michael Irving. Let me send myself a note on this so I don't forget. From Jen Will on YouTube NFL. All right. All right. And then Michael Irving, right? Michael Irvin. I'll check that out. Thanks for that tip there. That'd probably be something cool to go look at. I was lagging, but I'm good now. Okay, thanks. Thank you. Uh, big ups on the Bible verse. Thank you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. I was reading with somebody and thought that would be a good one to he brought up, that chapter when I was reading with him, and I was like, hey, this is a good verse to put. So I much appreciated that. I don't know what my spiritual gift is yet, but just want to help everybody out. We'll see if my spiritual gift comes too. Cam defended the older players as well. Okay. So Cam defended the older players. Wait, so what's your take on it then, General? What your take is that the older players would not be able to play in today's league? Or what is your take on it? Stafford, shotgun formation, handoff, big hole up the middle, first down. Big hole up the middle, first down. They're marching towards the red zone of the Jags. They'll probably just keep running the football, draining out this clock. Let's say the game was so different then, hard to say what they would look like. I know exactly, right? The game was so much different. It's like complete opposite now almost, isn't it? Unlike the pure number stats of like run versus pass and all that kind of stuff. I feel like it's almost completely opposite. And like you were like never throwing the ball, 20 plus yards downfield, like more than like once a game back then, right? And now it's like every team is throwing 20 yards downfield like every drive. I think we would probably say the Eagles are like the closest to how they would try to play back then, but even now it's different, right? Because they still go downfield. I think it goes hand in hand. There'll be players that can play in either. Yeah, so same thing as I said, right? For different reasons. Modern players want more physicality, more freedom. He'll be good then, and vice versa. Yeah, so similar to what I was kind of saying and thinking, right? Like if you had like there are certain players who just regardless of era they're playing in, they'll still excel. It's just like to what level, right? Just to what level. But I kind of agree on that. It's lagging again. It says it's healthy. Oh, now it's not. And then, I think we're back now. Okay. I think on the defensive end, oh, you said is JJ JJ I assume is a JJ Watt, right? I was gonna say on the defensive end, I wonder how much that really affects things besides maybe like the corners or like the guys that need, like straight speed, if that makes sense, right? Hey, I wonder like you said, like a defensive lineman. Oh, Justin Jefferson. Well, Justin Jefferson and those guys could play in, like I think the same thing for, like you said, like Jerry Rice or something. You don't think Jerry Rice could play? Maybe he's not, as prolific for the defense. The podcaster said everyone was slow back then. Oh, I get what they're trying to say. Because everything was more about just like size and clogging the middle, right? It wasn't as athletic. I could follow the logic there, right? From what I assume he's saying, is that they would try to cover the run more and clog the middle, so they weren't worried about as much of people being explosive. But like, I don't know if that's like 100% true. I feel like, to my thought, like maybe if you just cut them out and then place them with the same shoes, right? The same training mechanisms, the same knowledge of diet, the same stats. Like, you don't give them stats of these things, maybe. But I feel like if you gave them a season and you just took somebody out of the 80s on the defense and then dropped them and be like, hey, look, these are the things you're going to have to look out for. Like, would they not try to improve those areas? Like, I don't know. So I don't even same grass. That was a good one. That's a good one. Which is false, since the podcaster said Dion would be average now. Whoa, wait. What? They said Dion would be average now? That's... Oh, the field's being muddy? Yeah. Okay, I can agree to that. I thought you were making a joke against me to be like, oh yeah, grass has changed in 30 years. Like the blade of grass is a lot. It makes you run half as fast now. I thought that's what you were saying. No. But I agree. Like care, right? Like, because half the grass fields are turf now, right? Like back then, like finding a turf field, what is this? And then, like you said, just the care of the field and stuff is probably different too. So that's what I could see as truth, because I do remember looking at like plays from the 80s. Oh, hold on. 3rd and goal, 3-yard line, shotgun formation, taking the snap, firing. Oh, we were trying to get 5th touchdown for Stafford, but no good. But a flag. Drop in chat. Do you like the play style of NFL games of the 80s/90s or today's game? Would players back then be able to play in today's NFL? And vice versa. Drop in chat. Any thoughts or questions? 2-4. Okay. All right. 1st and goal. So it was a defensive. Dropping back, firing for Davante Adams, catching the 2nd football in that painted area. I believe we call that a touchdown. Stafford to Davante Adams for the touchdown. There we go. They are just trampling all over the Jacksonville Jaguars. This is what you call an education session on what it really means to be a winning team. These Jags got destroyed. All right. Yeah, you think elite talent would carry? I agree. I think a link tally would carry over. I was talking about this. That's how much this game excites us. I know, bro. This game has been out of reach for quite a while right now. The happy people are the people who started Stafford as their quarterback. I think he threw 5 touchdowns, right? Am I remembering incorrectly? I think he did throw 5 touchdowns. Yeah, he has 5 touchdowns. He only has 180 yards, but 5 touchdowns. Wow. Wow. Oh my goodness. Okay. One interesting thing to note here is the carries were split evenly between Kyron and Blake Corum. So that's just one thing to note. Devontae Adams has 3 touchdowns, but only 35 yards and 5 catches. So he has more catches with a touchdown than without a touchdown. That's pretty hilarious. That is pretty funny. How many receivers did he hit? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Without Puka Nacua, Stafford used 10 different receivers. That is pretty outrageous. That is pretty outrageous. 10 different receivers, 5 touchdowns, 3 touchdowns to Devontae Adams. That's crazy. That is crazy. All right, Jen Will says, you can also argue that today's players wouldn't be able to, since the players of yesteryear paved the way for playbook evolutions if you follow that logic. Okay, like today's players only needed to learn it versus needing to craft it. That's true. I get what you're saying. It's like back when everything first started, it's like, what is a route tree, right? Oh, what? You mean if you shake your head to the right, and do a stutter step and then go left, the defense, right? So I get what you're saying, right? Because like every playbook, every post, every out route, there are already developed, and now we're practicing it, right? Like when we're like the wide receivers nowadays, they just go to the side of the field and they can legitly just run a route and practice that route 30 times over and over and over again and get it. But back in the day, it was probably like, well, how are we going to get you the football? And then they'd have to figure things out. So I get what you're saying there. Like if you copy and paste that knowledge back into the 80s or the 90s or whatever it was, like maybe things change too, right? So that's a good one. That's a good thought process there too. I didn't think about that, right? It's like where's the knowledge? Where's the knowledge of the routes and of the game, what works, the coverages, right? Same thing for the defense too, though, as well, right? Like the different coverages that could be done, how to disguise a coverage, all that kind of stuff, right? Like that's definitely evolved over the 40 years. So you can't take that away. You can't take that away from them. Classic gunslinger, 180 yards and 5 touchdowns. What a great game for Stafford. All right. So in garbage time, we got Trevor Lawrence still trying to make something happen, get a second touchdown or something like that. So we got less than 4 minutes left in the game. Brian Thomas Jr. is taking a knee, looking like he's a little hurt. So they're taking a little bit of a break. We will see. Is evolving offense or defense harder? I would say the defense is always reactive to the offense, right? The advantage I feel like the defense have is disguising a coverage. But in order to do that, you have to have like a really good linebacker who's directing the defense to change the coverages and that communication, right? And that's situational, right? I feel like, and you're always typically, I feel like, reacting to the offense. So I feel like the defense is harder to evolve because it's easier to like be like, oh, let's set up, because a screen pass to a running back was never a thing before, right? I feel like it's easier to be like, oh, wait, like let's try this versus like, how are we going to cover in case this happens? Because you have to have the random thought of like, oh, they potentially could do this offensive play, and this is how we're going to disguise the coverage for that play. So it's like 2 chess moves versus like, on the offensive end, it's like, well, we just have more creative freedom, right? You don't have to, yes, you do have to read the defense, but like you could just take a theory and then try it, right? So I feel like evolving the defense is harder, but I don't know how you feel about that too. But that's just without anything, that's what I would think. All right, so we're at midfield here, 2nd and 10 for Trevor Lawrence in shotgun formation, dropping back, handing off, first down for Travis Etienne. To evolve, we have Stafford throwing 5 TDs. Adams catching 3 TDs. Travis Hunter with first TD ever. And only so far for Jags. Drop any start sit questions in chat for early games. That's a good example. Let's say Bull running back plays before, gets screen pass instead of going up against 5'6" defensive linemen, he goes against half against that. Yeah, exactly. How many more yards they get? True. Anthony, good day. How are you, Anthony? Wide receiver, should I start AJ Brown or Sterling Shepard from the Bucks since Evans is uncertain? I thought Evans was pretty good to go. Is he still carrying a designation? Obviously for me, Mike Evans is the auto play if I have a choice and he's healthy. I thought they said he was going to play. I did not double check though. Oh, it says likely to play. And because this is a later game too, I think, right? Like it's like Monday it's Monday. So you are trying to hold. Okay. So should you start AJ Brown or hold Sterling Shepard from the Bucks since Evans is uncertain? So just to make sure I'm understanding this right, you're playing Evans right now, and then you would either put in AJ Brown or Sterling Shepard if Evans got injured. That's what I'm understanding you're saying, right? And if that is right, Anthony, I would be willing to wait for Mike Evans and then play Sterling Shepard if Mike Evans doesn't play, right? There's very there's very little upside of trying to go for AJ Brown. Yes, he could have a great game and things like that, right? Like, don't get me wrong, he can have a great game at any time, but what has he done on this season? He's hit like 1 out of 6 times, right? Or maybe 2 out of 6 if you consider that other game good. So it is always possible that he has a great game. Don't get me wrong. The Vikings defense for the pass is a little stronger than their run game, so he'll have a little tough matchup there. Detroit is very banged up in the secondary. They potentially could get healthy, but I see Sterling in a backfill for Mike Evans can at least get some receptions. Maybe he doesn't have a high ceiling like AJ Brown, but I think he'll be okay enough to get some points if it doesn't work out. But I'm willing to wait on Mike Evans and then flip it out for Sterling. I think AJ Brown's fantastic. I just think he doesn't have a great matchup, right? So it's not like I'm super comfortable just playing that matchup straight up with what AJ Brown's done. So that's what I would do. I hope that makes sense, Anthony. Let me know if that brings up any more questions or does not help you. But hopefully you could drop a like. Really appreciate your questions. Let me know if you have anything else. Obviously, there's more play. True, Genwell. We'll see. You're welcome, Anthony. Appreciate you. Let me know if anything else. Really appreciate it. Evan, you need a big week. So Evan, how I'm interpreting this, and let me know if you're right. If I'm right, this means you're projected to lose by a decent margin when you say you need a big week. And then let me know if this is PPR or standard as well. So you have Rico, Swift, Ja'Cory Krosky, Merritt, and you need 2. So for me, if it's upside you're looking for, I mean, I'd have to ride Rico and Ja'Cory Krosky, Merritt. It's half point PPR. I was going to say regardless of thing. So, I think Swift has been a very safe player. As in like maybe 10 half PPR points a game. And yes, he blew up last week, but if we look at those blow-ups, they were like long runs, right? Off of like a broken coverage and things like that. It wasn't like he was chipping big plays, right? It wasn't like one run was going for 15 yards and then a 4-yard run and then a 20-yard run and then a 15-yard catch pass, right? It was like 80% of those fantasy points were on like 2 broken plays. So, I think the upside, is still there, but it's not as possible for Rico and Merritt. And I know everybody's worried about Chubb coming back for Rico, but, I think at worst it's going to be a 50-50 split. And I think I would be willing to try to ride that upside of what Rico did, right, over the upside of what Swift did. Ja'Cory for me is pretty much a lock and load out of those 3 because he's going to be needed this game. They're out their 2 best wide receivers. They're going to need players, right? So I feel like his number is going to be called. So then for me, it's just between Rico and Swift, and I would rather ride the upside of Rico. And then tight ends for Mason Taylor or Fannin. Since you're going for upside, I would go Mason Taylor here, and here's why. The Cleveland game is in bad weather, right? So I project less points there. I know it sucks to say that we are relying on the New York Jets to score points. However, there's no one else at the Jets. Garrett Wilson out, right? So you can project Mason Taylor to be the number 1 target. And I view it more feasible that they're going to need to score points or able to score points more so in that Jets game versus the bad weather of the Cleveland game. I hope that makes sense. Let me know if not. If you need any more help, drop any more questions, or really appreciate it if you could drop a like before you go, Evan. But let me know if that helps or not. Really appreciate your questions. We got a 4th and 13 here. Jaguars trying to score one more time in garbage time before the clock expires. Appreciate all likes. Cheers to everybody who is about to start their 10 a.m. games. Thank you to all who drop questions. Appreciate every like and comment. Drop anything in chat. All right. So we got 4th and 13 here. Probably the last drive of the game for Lawrence. Stepping back, looking for the end zone, firing, tipped, nowhere to go. All right. Turnover on downs. Turnover on downs. This game is looking like it's going to be over. They'll probably just run the ball up the middle a few times and drain out this clock, and then the Jags will probably be satisfied taking the L with like no time left on the clock if it even gets back to them. So I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Quick 2-minute break before these 10 a.m. game starts. Drop anything in the chat while I'm gone, and I'll answer as soon as I get back. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see what happens here. We got sparkling water. We don't drink alcohol anymore, so cheers to the games. Boom. Cheers to the games. This game is what you call. Oh my goodness. That game was tough. That game was tough. All right, let's get some thoughts and things flowing while we get ready for these morning games. We have about 10 minutes, so drop any start sit questions in the chat as we get going here. Before these morning games, drop any questions in the chat. Drop any questions. I know there's a lot of people who probably looking to appreciate the love in that chat. Appreciate the love. A lot of people trying to get their season right here. So we got another exciting week coming up. And so in this game, since this morning game, this London game just ended, and the what's their names? The Rams ran all over the Jacksonville Jaguars, which feels pretty good coming from LA. And also seeing how legit the Jaguars are. They did not look very legit today. They did not look very legit. Well, I shouldn't say that. Trevor Lawrence did not look very legit today. So I don't know if that's a testimony to the Rams defense, or everybody's jet lagged headed into London, or if Trevor Lawrence just is not the truth, which I'm kind of leaning towards that angle. So we got these morning games going on, and I've highlighted a couple key players here who I foresee. If you were asking, should I start these people? The answer to me is yes. Jordan Mason coming off of a bye week, playing against the Eagles, and the Eagles used to be a run defense that you just used to completely stay away. Go Raiders? Yes, go Raiders. Go Raiders. I know we're the worst in the division underneath your Chargers, but let's go, right? So Jordan Mason, playing against the Eagles run defense is not as scary as it was before. The game before the bye, when you see that 11.1 fantasy points, glory be to the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit for the Holy Trinity. But when you see that 11.1, that was with the touchdown, right? But that was against the Cleveland Browns. So that shows me, his yardage, he still got like 50 yards, right? Comparatively to people like Derrick Henry and, some of these other amazing running backs that got stuffed by Cleveland, Josh Jacobs, right? That Jordan Mason's a good runner. If he could put up, those types of numbers against the Cleveland running defense, who's been shutting down everybody. So, while the last kind of games have not looked pretty, I think he should be fine in this game coming off the bye. I foresee good things. So Jordan Mason, for me, don't worry about starting. Lock and load him. And then Quinshon Judkins, he had a bad week last week. So he's probably scared a few people, but he has a great matchup this week. Fantastic matchup this week. And on top of the great matchup, it's looking like some rough weather, so they should probably lean on him a little more. A little more, right? So I think those guys you can lock and load in your lineup. We've already talked about just being cautious, not necessarily sitting tight. We talked about rest of the season schedule. One more shout out. We got 5 minutes left. Check your week 8 buys. If you can add somebody right now in these last 3 minutes before these games start, to that for somebody just sitting on your bench doing nothing for this week, but you can pick up somebody to fill in for your buy off the waiver. Do it right now. We only got a couple more minutes left, but this way you don't have to spend a waiver pick, on your players if you can handle it right now. So try to get that in if you can on this last minute before these games start, or even the afternoon games as well. But free up a roster space in this few minutes if you can to think about this. If you have a bunch of players going on bye next week. So with these games getting started, let me change some of these things out. So we got the early games getting started here. We got the early games getting started. So we'll change that profile. And then who my spotlight player of these morning games are going to be for my team. Let's see who is a player that most people are probably looking to do well. So the Rams ended at 9 points, so they did well for me in this morning game. And in these morning games, we got either who should we study harder? Is people gonna want to see Quinshon Judkins more or Rome Odunze? I think Judkins probably is a more desired player for a lot of people. So let's get him under the spotlight to see what Quinshon can do. Both of these players that I got, Quinshon Judkins and Rome Odunze, I need a bounce back. And I'm sure a lot of you out there, if you have them, do too. Or if you're playing against them, you obviously don't want them to do well. But as I like to say in fantasy football, I don't want to root against anybody. I just want great football and just me to outscore my opponent. It's more fun for me to play a 130 point versus a 120 point matchup versus an 80 point matchup versus 90 point matchup. It's more fun to see those points go up for everybody for me, and just outscore the other team, because we don't care about defense in fantasy football, right? We do not care about fantasy football. We do not care about defense in fantasy football. All right, so let me get this spotlight updated. Drop any questions in the chat if you have them. And we will be excited to get these games rolling right now. There's kickoffs are happening. Hopefully everybody has their players in their lineups that they need. Drop any questions in the chat below as we get started here with these games. We'll get some commentary going. Jen Will's got a question. What is up, my brother? What is up? Cheers to your question. Cheers to everybody starting the game. This is not alcohol. This is holy water. Is Chris Collinsworth calling the Chiefs game? I don't know, man. I have no idea who is calling what. Is he calling? I have no idea what game. Who is calling what game? I actually have no idea, dude. Why do you ask? That is the greatest question ever. I'm sure he'd be very happy that his name got put in a if so, may I pray for the listeners in that game. You don't like his commentating? Who's the best commentator? Tony Romo? Richard Sherman? Oh no, what's that guy's name? What happened to that story? Were you the one that brought up that story of Matt Leinart? Was that you who brought that up, or I forgot who brought that up, but I did not follow up on that story or anything like that. Oh, it wasn't Leinart. It was Mark Sanchez. That's who it was? It was Mark Sanchez. What happened there? I totally forgot about that. I'll have to take a glance. All right, but we got all these morning games going. Everybody's super excited for another game, another week of football. Hopefully, no one rage throws their phone if anything bad happens this week for football. Oh, he has a hearing. Oh, so not much came up. Not much more dirt came up out of there, I guess, huh? All right, so we are following all games this morning on a RedZone coverage. Drop any questions in the chat. And all the games are starting to kick off right now. So all the morning decisions had to be made, but feel free. Any afternoon game questions, trades, rest. All right. No teams or individuals will have more dirt than the Chiefs. Well, that may not be true. Think about the Patriots back in the day with the deflate game, the footballs being deflated, and all that kind of stuff. Some fishy stuff about Bill Belichick and I don't know if bribing is the right word. Incentives, right? Incentives um, of Bill Belichick and team. So everybody's underway. Titans style. Good day to you. How are you? You traded away Dobbs for Travis Hunter a few days ago. We feeling good after 14 targets? I mean, that's all you could have asked for, right? You got a touchdown. You got a touchdown and things. Hopefully that's good things to come for Travis Hunter. You know, Romeo Dobbs has so much competition in that backfield that, you know, he's had like close to 1,000-yard season and like 8 touchdowns before. I forgot what the exact numbers are, like 800 yards and 7 touchdowns. So, you know, Dobbs, I feel like can end up having a season like that again, but I think you're not going to know when to play him, right? So your hope for Travis Hunter now is that he just becomes a lock and loaded wide receiver 2 or flex play, right? So I feel like he could pick up a bigger role. I remember in the game too, BTJ came down shaken up a couple of times. I don't know if he got back on the field, so that will be interesting to watch as well. So that could be it. You didn't play him? Oh, you didn't play him? But for a flex role, yeah, I think he can be in the talk of flex. And BTJ, oh, so BTJ did get injured? I wasn't sure if that injury held up or not. But yeah, I mean, I think, you know, like Dobbs might have upside, right, of a flex play, but you have no idea like when to really play him, especially with all the players coming back over the course of the season. It's going to be like you want to play Jordan Love, but you don't know who's going to catch the touchdown, right? And it seems Tucker Kraft is the first read for that. So I like that trade. You know, in terms of potential upside for what just happened today and where Travis Hunter has a clearer path to me to consistent, you know, 5 catches and 60 yards, right? To me, it's more foreseeable for Travis Hunter to have that kind of weekly output rather than Romeo Dobbs. I hope that makes sense. Hopefully that helped. Could drop a like, much appreciated. Time Style. Let me know if you got any more questions, comments, or thoughts. But appreciate the support and any likes or anything. If you could drop a like, much appreciated. Jen Will says, Pats needs to do that to deflate the football. The Chiefs don't. They're buddy with Roger Goodell. Chiefs just need to call Roger and they have a decision overturned. Dude, I know. It's like, what happened last week? Something happened last week where I forgot the play, but everybody was like, Chiefs. Oh, that's Chiefs ball again. You have JMO for upside if you feel like you need it. Oh, yeah, then for sure. JMO for upside over Romeo Dobbs any day of the week on my bench. And then Travis Hunter as like the potential to. I like that roster build better than JMO plus Dobbs, right? Because then you basically have like the same player profile type. And now you have 2 different player profile types, right? So I like that. I like that balance. And you're welcome. You're welcome. So let's look at what's going on in these games and get everybody caught up on what's happened on these first drives across everything. It looks like the Titans are kicking a long field goal, and they are good. So the Titans are on the board first, it looks like, with a field goal. Who knows? Maybe the Titans might run away with this. And just kidding. Just kidding. All right, we got the Raiders midfield. We got the Saints taking the field 2nd and 4. And we got Spencer Rattler getting sacked and looking like a fumble's a possible thing. And what are they saying? I think they're deciding that one still, if that was a turnover or not. And we got the Philadelphia Eagles marching the ball up the field, getting the first down in the run game. Oh, it does look like the Bears got the field position, so that must have been a fumble by the Saints, because the Bears now have it close to the red zone. So there's a fumble that we got going for the Saints, and now the Bears are close to the red zone. We got Caleb Williams dropping footballs as always. Not looking good on that first play, but there's many plays in a drive, so we'll see if they could shake that off on 2nd and 12 on the 26-yard line. We got shotgun formation, man in motion, and run. Design run play. Who's that? Kyle Monangai? Looks like Kyle Monangai for a first down. Kyle Monangai for a first down in there for DeAndre Swift. All right, so Spencer Rattler caused a fumble, which allowed Chicago to basically be in the red zone. And so that's how Chicago is now in the red zone after just getting a first down, and they should be close to the 10-yard line, maybe the 15-yard line. First down, Kyle Monangai in the backfield. They have 12 yards. Under center is Caleb Williams, man in motion. It's taking another running play, gain of about 4. So it's going to be 2nd and about 6. We got Tua taking the field, and he got Malik Washington for a 14-yard reception. 14-yard reception. So they're marching down the field. So we got 2nd down and 7 for the Bears. Man in motion, quick pass to the side, and nowhere to go. So it's going to be 3rd down and about 3 for the Bears. It would be nice for them to come up with 7 points here. Be kind of good defense, I guess, for the Saints if they can hold this to 1 possession, or just a field goal. Sorry, not 1 possession. We'll see. So 3rd down and 4. Let's see what they do here. A problem with the snap, and the Bears look like complete trash on that golden opportunity that they're probably going to just take a field goal now. That was terrible. The center just straight up drops the ball almost. And A.J. Brown just broke free for a touchdown. A.J. Brown catching a touchdown. A.J. Brown, Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown for the touchdown. And A.J. Brown catching his touchdown from Jalen Hurts. And there was a field goal for the Bears. So those are all the points. Dang, so the person who was waiting on Mike Evans, unfortunately, A.J. Brown caught a touchdown on the first drive. That is very unfortunate. Unexpected, right? Unexpected. Unexpected, I would say. So let's see what happens next. Give me a second while I get this all set up. All right. All right. Q&A starts it plus rankings plus scores. All right. Sorry, guys. I'm just changing something real quick. If I'm going silent for just a second, give me just 1 second. All right. All right. All right. So let's get caught up on things here. Let's get caught up on things here. All right. Let's see. Who I'm going to try something in this chat. So let's see. Who would we say? All right. Here goes the poll. Here's the poll. Who is your MVP? Who is your MVP for this season? Who is the MVP? All right, so the Chiefs are marching it down on the Raiders. Celebrations in the chat for all the points that went off. All right. All right, so we got Drake May coming to the red zone, and we got Patrick Mahomes going towards the red zone. You got Bryce Young going towards the red zone. AJ Brown caught a touchdown. And the run game gets swallowed up in Carolina, so it will be 3rd down there. 3rd and 6 for Drake May, dropping back, getting sacked. So the Titans holding on to push a field goal. And we got Kansas City taking the snap here, dropping back. 3rd and goal. Mahomes looking for the back of the end zone overhead, but a flag, which potentially Looks like it is a penalty against Las Vegas. So that will be probably a first down for Mahomes. All right. So it looks like, is that Rashee Rice scoring his first touchdown? But there's a flag. There's a flag. That was Rashee Rice, but there's a flag. So we'll see what the flag is. Uh-oh, somebody's being off in the Kansas City game. Rashee Rice looks like he scored a touchdown at this point in time. It looks like he scored a touchdown. Okay, so Rashee Rice with the touchdown. First touchdown. Those who started Rashee Rice are happy he is back. And now the Panthers were held to a field goal right there after being right up against the goal line. They end up having to take a field goal. We got the Vikings marching back. It says Vikings are marching back. Dylan Gabriel marching down the field. Jerry Jeudy catching a football. But we got the Browns marching down the field. Almost picked off. Very, very close, but Jerry Jeudy caught that. We got the Minnesota. We got first down for the Vikings, who are right next to the red zone. So they are down 7-0 after A.J. Brown caught a touchdown on Philly's last drive. So everybody who was waiting for A.J. Brown, there he goes. He catches that touchdown. 19-yard line. Man in motion. Fakes the handoff. Wentz dropping back. Looking for the end zone. And right over the head of Jordan Addison. Just slightly high, but was on target on the right way. So that was just a little high, but it could have been good. Could have been good. Second down and 10. Second down and 10. We got second down and 10 going on for these Vikings, who are on the 19-yard line, second and 10, shotgun formation in the red zone. Man in motion, takes the snap. Bad pass. Third and 10. All right. Now we're moving to Chicago. They're showing Caleb Williams throwing footballs, finding his tight end, it looks like. Finding his tight end, Cole Kmet. All right. Third and 10 for Carson Wentz. And the Vikings, shotgun formation on the 19-yard line. Terrible snap. Live ball, and all Carson Wentz could do is fall on top of it. And they just pushed themselves out of field goal range. No good there. Second and 5 for Cleveland. Handing the ball off to Quinshon Judkins, who finds the edge, finds some space, and gets 17 yards. So Quinshon Judkins getting the first down for the Cleveland Browns. The bad snap pushed them all the way back, man. All the way back. They were like right on the goal line on the 19-yard line. And now this is going to be a 60-yard field goal attempt, a 59-yard field goal attempt. And luckily, he has the foot to kick the field goal. There you go. There you go, field goal. All right, we got 2nd and 9 for Dillon Gabriel and the Browns who are in the red zone. Man in motion, shotgun formation. Snap is off. Handoff is done. Dylan Sampson. Gain of a few. And we just missed a touchdown for the Tennessee Titans. What? No way. No way. Cam Ward threw like a 90-yard touchdown. This is crazy. This is crazy. Titans touchdown. Wow. Wow. Cam Ward with the touchdown. Cam Ward with the touchdown. And we got a field goal being set up for the Browns. So they got down to the 10-yard line, but could not do nothing about it. So field goal is up for the Browns, and it's good. So field goal right there. Oh, man. 3rd and 17 for the Bears. And Caleb Williams throwing interceptions. So it intercepted for Caleb Williams. Intercepted. All right, Hippo says, you heard the horrible news. What's the horrible news? What's the horrible news? Oh, is it A.J. Brown catching a touchdown? I forgot what your horrible news is. Chris, would I trade Jeanty and Worthy for Amon-Ra St. Brown? Yes. Yes, I would. I would say Worthy, at this point, like didn't have like he had upside to start the year, right? But at this point, with what he's done while Rashee Rice is out, it doesn't look like he's the truth quite yet. And Jeanty, I guess you can quote unquote equal him to St. Brown as a wide receiver 1 versus RB1. So, but if you need wide receiver, right? St. Brown is a lock and loaded wide receiver every week, especially in a PPR league, if this is a PPR league. Whereas Jeanty's floor is not that safe at this period of time, right? So I would take that trade, Chris. Hopefully that helped. Let me know if that brought up any other questions. If you could drop a like, much appreciated. And Hippo would take the trade too, it looks like. Oh, you're a Patriots fan? I know. What the heck just happened? What the heck just happened to the Patriots? They are letting the greatest team in football, the Tennessee Titans, run all over them. So we'll see if that was just a broken play or what's going on for the Patriots. You're welcome, Chris. Much appreciated. Let me know if you got any other questions or any other thoughts. All right. So what has happened recently that is worth noting? We have Caleb Williams playing absolutely terrible football in this first quarter. He was given an opportunity in the red zone and he could get 0 yards, so they had to kick a field goal. And then the next drive, he throws an interception. So great start for the Bears. We have A.J. Brown catching a touchdown. We have Cam Ward throwing a touchdown early. And then Rashee Rice, I believe, caught a touchdown or ran it in for a touchdown. Rashee Rice might have ran it in for a touchdown for the scoring that happened. The Vikings had a great chance for a touchdown, but they snapped the ball over Carson Wentz's head, and they had to kick a 59-yard field goal, and they hit it. So that's how they ended up there. Hippo says you're conflicted. You're facing Drake May, but you want the Pats to win. Because Ramondre Stevenson is such a good running back. All you guys are looking for, right, is Ramondre Stevenson to get 200 yards then on the ground. Right? That's going to happen. Yeah. Hopefully Drake May scores just enough to get their team a win, but not enough for you to get destroyed on the fantasy end. Right? All right, what is going on? We got Spencer Rattler getting the first down. I can't believe what's his name? Caleb Williams threw that interception. 2nd and 6 for Drake May, and we got Ramondre Stevenson running for 16 yards. So I call his name, and there he goes. 16-yard run. All right, we got Miami trying to run the football with Devon Achane, and this man is so fast. 46 yards for Devon Achane. This man is good at football. And we got Tua looking for a pass, getting Jalen Waddle. First down. Miami is marching it towards the red zone after Cleveland scores a field goal. There is some questionable weather in this game. Some rain, some large gusts of wind. So we shall see over the totality of the game of how this looks. But Jalen Waddle just caught a nice pass right there. Hippo says you're projected to lose by 18 because of Brian Thomas Jr. stinking and having a bad team. Oh my God. All right, wait. Saquon and BTJ, was this the keeper league that we were talking about earlier? I'm trying to remember if that was your team, Hippo. But BTJ, did he get hurt? Somebody was mentioning that he got hurt. When I saw him playing, it looked like he walked off the field shaking off. So hopefully he's okay for you. Drake May incomplete on 3rd down, 3rd and 8. So it's now 4th and 8. They'll probably have to punt. Got 2nd and 11 inside the red zone for the Dolphins against the Cleveland Browns. So we'll see what they can do here on 2nd and 11. They got here on a large 46-yard run from Devon Achane. Tua under center, 5 seconds on the clock left. They let it just go down to the end of the first quarter. So, all right, now we got 3rd and 9 for Spencer Rattler. Dropping back, firing, nobody home. Nobody home. So maybe they'll kick a long field goal if they're close. He's fine according to ESPN. Okay. That's good to hear. Well, Eagles are 3rd and 1, and they're in tush-push formation. This is everybody's favorite play in football, right? Oh, but there's a flag and a false start. So finally, the first time they call a false start on this tush-push for the Eagles. So sorry if you're Eagles fans, but nobody likes the tush-push. Nobody likes the tush-push. So backs them up 3rd and 6 instead of the tush-push. You have Jalen Hurts, so you don't mind the tush-push. Oh, man. I know. It's only people who are Eagles fans and who have Jalen Hurts who likes the tush-push for those touchdowns. But at least they called the false start this time. So they backed them up. Shotgun formation. Jalen Hurts taking the snap. Looking down. Firing. And, incomplete for Devontae Smith. Incomplete. All right, so now they're kicking a field goal for the Saints, and no good. No good on the field goal for the Saints. You can kind of tell that it's windy, right? It was windy in Chicago, they projected, and that ball was trying to hook in, but it just couldn't do it. The wind just kind of held it up a little bit too much. And so Rashee Rice catching a first down for the the Kansas City Chiefs. And the Chiefs are second 11. They're up 7-0 against my Raiders. But we'll see if the Raiders can hold him down. And it does not look like it, as they almost get another first down. 9 yards, and Rashee Rice's numbers being called a lot. So people must be happy to see his work and usage being used this early, this much. And we got Rico Dowdle breaking free for a first down. Chuba Hubbard is back, but they hit Rico Dowdle for a couple quick ones, so he gets like a 10-yard gain and a 17-yard gain. So that's nice to see for Rico Dowdle users. All right, Devon Achane, they started the second quarter in that red zone. You remember when Hurts would run 40 yards a game? I know. I think, let me see. I don't think are the Vikings scary against the quarterback? I mean, it wasn't only 40 yards a game, but it was like 40 yards and a rushing touchdown too, right? So that's why Jalen Hurts is so dangerous, is because he could like get you 50 rushing yards and 2 rushing touchdowns in a game, which is like unheard of, you know? And it's not like out of the question or a freak accident. They like plan for those games. So, yeah, since you have Jalen Hurts, that's what you would hope for, right? All right. That was a good throw by Tua. It was just receiver Malik Washington couldn't hold on to it on the out route. And so it's going to set up a field goal attempt for Miami here. And this is a 33-yard attempt. They're down 3-0 right now. So we shall see. Snap is off. Kick is up. And the kick is good. So we are tied here at 3-3. So it looks like we're going there. So let's see. Hippo says, you just realized you're facing Achane in 2 of 3 leagues. Uh-oh. Well, I think that means you don't want Achane to break free for another 40-yard run, right? So they're showing the Bears game now. We'll see how he goes. Real McCoy, how are you? You're getting smoked this week already. You're going against Stafford, Chase, and Scattaboo. Stafford has 40 points, so that must be a 6-point per passing touchdown league. Yeah, he went nuts. Stafford went nuts with 5 touchdowns, and Chase went nuts too, bro. No way. Yeah, you're kind of screwed right now, Real McCoy. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Stafford with 40, and then Chase had a 30-point game. So that is very tough. You're gonna get in the battle cage like Happy Gilmore, take a couple balls and get ready for next year. Only 364 more days till next year's draft. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's when Happy, he goes on the ice field and he just starts taking like pucks to the chest, right? And they're like, what are you doing? He's like, gotta get ready for next year. I remember that one. That was a good one, Merrill McCoy. Jenwell says, disappointed in the please don't be disappointed in the Raiders here. They're yeah, I know. Oh man, I have very little. I have hope for the Raiders, obviously, but Come on. We know. we know what the potential of this game versus Kansas City really is. And then Warren went off for 17 points. Oh, you're welcome. Oh wait, so you played Warren, so at least you got some chance. I forgot who else you have on your team that we need to blow up. That we need to blow up this week. Okay. So what is going on here for the Bears? They're trying to do a fake play. Doesn't go anywhere, gets swallowed up. The Chiefs almost get a fingertip touchdown or long play from Patrick Mahomes. It was just barely off the fingertips of the receivers. It was decent coverage by the corner or safety of the Raiders. All right, so Mahomes dropping back, finding his man underneath. And a first down, it looks like, across midfield. They're flashing now to the Vikings. What are we hoping for here? Justin Jefferson getting 18 yards. Okay, first down for Justin Jefferson on a slant. They're showing fourth down for the Panthers, who may have getting stood up on fourth down. Looks like they stood him up, Rico Dowdle. He did not get it, so it's going to be a turnover on downs there. All right. So Kansas City's first down, marching into territory. At least don't let them score a touchdown in the first quarter. I mean, I'm hoping they just don't score another touchdown right here, Jen Wolf. Damn, bro. The Chiefs, they started the season poorly, but Patrick Mahomes is on fire right now. It's hard for me to say he's not playing well, Hippo says you need Waddle to blow up in your keeper league. That's a prayer in this rain and wind, but we can pray for you, man. That's going to be a prayer. That's going to be a tough one, but we can always hope, right? And then we got Dylan Gabriel passing, getting the first down. 50-point game out of Jalen Hurts. That's what you need, Real McCoy? Okay, well, I think... Is Hippo also starting Jalen Hurts? So both of you guys are looking for a big game from Jalen Hurts. Maybe he could sneak in 2 rushing touchdowns somehow and get you guys both, since you guys both are trying to get Jalen Hurts to score a lot. But that means that Carson Wentz's team has to score too, right, to keep the game competitive for you guys. So the question is, do you believe in Carson Wentz to be able to score and put some points up here? So he's taking the snap, dropping back, firing, and he's picked off. And Carson Wentz throwing the interception there. All the way for a touchdown. So defensive touchdown for Philly there. Defensive touchdown for Philly over Carson Wentz, who threw an interception. Carson Wentz has been retired in retiring age, I would say. What was JJ? Did JJ McCarthy get turf toe? I forgot what injury he had. But, I mean, obviously it's been a very bad injury for him to miss it on the bye. Right, to miss it on the bye and not be playing again. So it has to be a very serious injury for JJ McCarthy. Oh, but you got Philly's defense? Let's go. Let's go. Everybody. Oh, no, we got a late hit on Justin Fields. He was sliding down. Unnecessary roughness is starting a big fight on the field at the Jets. So he was sliding, and they came in for him on a low hit. And the flag comes in. All right. And so now we got, man, why do they have to keep showing Kansas City just getting yards every play on the Raiders, new first downs? This is crazy. So they're showing, oh man, Patrick Mahomes finding his groove. And they're showing the Browns on 1st and 10 as well. Because Judkins breaks free. Judkins breaks free. Can you make it to the end zone, bro? You did it. Let's go. Touchdown. Let's go. Quinshon Judkins. Do I have his card? I do. Boom. Quinshon Judkins taking it to the house against Miami. That's what we all wanted, right? Right, family? There's a flag, though. Hopefully they don't pull this back and I got too excited for no reason. Oh my goodness. There's an injury, though, on the field. False start against Kansas City. Hopefully there's no hold or nothing that's going to pull this Judkins touchdown back, because this has been fantastic. That would be a fantastic run if he could keep that. Tyrod Taylor is in for Justin Fields right now. It looks like they probably have him in the concussion protocol or something after that late hit on Justin Fields. So Tyrod Taylor's in for him right now. And we got 1st and goal for the Kansas City. From the 9-yard line, they throw it away in the end zone. Yo, you got Philly? Everybody's got Philly's defense? Okay, good job, guys. Come on, Tennessee Titans. You want 4-3 Pats? Wait, somebody's a Patriots fan in here too, though, Jen Will. So you got competition against that 4-3. Somebody wants them to win. On Hippo says you have him in all your leagues except your keeper. I assume that's probably Judkins then. And the Bears be kicking another field goal. Dang, bro. Field goal, 2 field goals. 2 easy touchdown for Kansas City for Hollywood Brown against my Raiders. I forgot who said they're thinking of playing Hollywood Brown for a very, very deep prayer. And Hollywood Brown ends up catching the touchdown. Jeez, bro. Who would have known Hollywood Brown would catch the touchdown? That is ridiculous. Oh my goodness. Tyrod Taylor running the football by himself for a 1st down, I believe. No, short. Just short. Just short. Yeah, of course he's good. I mean, he's had his season. It's just, you know, I don't think he has the size or the speed, right, to like keep like Tyreek Hill's length career for his size. But I think he's good. Justin Fields, they're showing him going in the blue medical tent. He might be a 4th or 5th year guy. I think he's even longer than that, to be honest. Right. And then we got Drake May running the football himself for a 1st down. Got to remember, Welker ran a high 4.6. True. If you are a good route runner and you have a good quarterback, speed is not everything, right? Hollywood Brown catching footballs in the end zone. Hollywood runs a 4.4 with pads. Wow. All right, we got Drake May and team on the screen under center, handing up the ball off to Ramondre Stevenson, who gets a first down. Wow. And some extra yards thanks to the extra push. All right, now they're showing the Saints, who are down 6-0, cross midfield, dropping back. Spencer Rattler getting sacked. All right. Let's get this stat updated. Do we know if that touchdown held or not? It did. It did, huh? So Quinshon Judkins touchdown ended up staying. So we got to update this Quinshon Judkins spotlight. So they're showing a fumble by Miami on the return. Oh my God, fumble on Miami on returning the kickoff from Cleveland. So Cleveland has the ball again after a fumble from the return team of Miami. And now we have Carson Wentz throwing another interception. Double coverage. That was just like an ill-advised throw. Double coverage, like a 50-yard pass all the way across the field, intercepted. And we got Spencer Rattler eating another sack in a row. So it's defenses taking over in all these games right now. All these plays. The only person, Kayshon Boutte, holding on to the football for a first down for the Patriots. That's the only positive offensive thing going on right now. And they're trying to run the ball still, but not happening. Not happening. All right, 13 points so far for Quinshon Judkins. So he's already made his with this touchdown. So thank you, Quinshon Judkins, for getting me the touchdown and for being my player spotlight of this morning game and already getting some points. So thank you, Quinshon Judkins. Come on, Titans. Someone clutter this man. What are you doing, letting Drake and run? Oh, well, Drake May just got a first down, so he's marching towards this end zone. So I forgot who said they're playing against Drake May, but because it's now first and goal, what we're hoping for you is a run-in by like Ramondre Stevenson, right? So Drake May doesn't get the points, but you guys still get yours. So Harold Fanning catching a football for 12 yards. There you go. Here's a running play for Ramondre Stevenson, who goes nowhere. 17 points for Philly's defense. Really, let's go. Let's go for you guys. All right. That's real nice. That's real nice. What do you mean 4 p.m. games? Sir, you are in a completely different time zone than us. So you must... Are you talking about these games right now? Oh, man. All right, we got Drake May trying to run it himself. Okay, but he gets shoved out of bounds. So that's third and goal. All right, we got Ashton Jeanty and team down 14-0 against the Chiefs. And we got a shotgun formation. We got Geno Smith dropping back. Escaping pressure. getting more pressure and nowhere to go. Man, these Raiders make me want to cry a little bit. Drake May, 3rd and goal, shotgun formation, man in motion, snap is off, firing towards the end zone. His man, touchdown. Touchdown, Austin Hooper. Nobody is rostering Austin Hooper. Nobody is rostering him. But that's what you call a touchdown from Drake May. Let me see if I have his number. Do I have Drake May pulled up? I do. Drake May finding Austin Hooper in the back of the end zone for a touchdown to tie the game up. Austin Hooper. Austin Hooper's the one who caught it. It was nobody's rostering Austin Hooper. Let's be real. The only tight end you're rostering from there is Hunter Henry. Nobody rostered Austin Hooper. Nobody rostered them. 19 points for the Eagle defense. Let's go. You picked up Kendrick Booty. Well, we can pray for his touchdown for you. We can pray for your touchdown there. All right. Dylan Gabriel looking. Dude, Gabriel, you missed Judkins open as you were scrambling. Interesting. All right, Saints throw another interception. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Interception again against Spencer Rattler and the Saints. That is not good. Wow. Wow. Kendrick Booty's on the bench. Or not Kendrick. Oh my goodness. I get these guys' names confused all the time in my head. I know they're different players, Bourne and Booty. But like for some reason, because it's K and then like B, I just keep like flipping them in my head. But okay, if he's on your bench, then it doesn't matter, right? If he's on your bench, it does not matter. All right. 3rd and 2 for the Bears. The Bears have looked really kind of funny today. They're lucky they're playing the Saints because, yeah. All right, 1st down for the Bears. 1st down for the Bears. 1st down for the Bears. 1st and 10. Yeah, they are just lucky that they're playing the Saints because otherwise they are not playing good football to have that lead. All right, Cleveland, 3rd and 8. 3rd and 8. Man in motion. Gabriel looking, firing, found his man underneath. He's got him for a 1st down. 1st down and goal. DeAndre Swift with the touchdown. DeAndre Swift with the touchdown. All right. There you go. DeAndre Swift catching. Where is my Chicago guys? I can't find my Chicago guys. I thought I had them up. I guess not. I guess not. I thought I had them. I do not have them at the ready. All right, well. Oh, well. So let's see. So we got 2nd and goal on the Miami 3 for the Browns. They're the closest one to the end zone right now. This, remember, happened after Judkins scores a touchdown. Cleveland kicks it off. Miami's running it back and fumbles it on the defensive special teams kickoff, which gave the Browns the ball right back, and they've marched it down back to the 3-yard line. So I think we can assume if they lose to the Browns, Mike McDaniels is getting fired. I know Genwell wants the GM to be fired for Miami, so it is not looking good for Miami here if they cannot pull out a win here. And we got Carson Wentz, who threw multiple interceptions already. I believe one of them went for a touchdown. He just got a first down. Justin Fields is back on the field. No pun intended. And so now we have 2nd and goal. Quinshon Judkins in the backfield with Dillon Gabriel. Shotgun formation. Snap is off. Direct snap to Judkins. And he's got another touchdown. No way. He bobbles the snap. You know, it was like a direct snap to Judkins instead of Gabriel because they're standing right back to each other. And he kind of like barely holds on to the football. Looks like it's about to be a loss of a play. But we got Quinshon Judkins is his name. Say his name in the end zone for a touchdown. 6 points for Quinshon Judkins. And he gets the touchdown there. Touchdown, Cleveland. Genwell says, Dolphins think just because they work during weekends, they got to get work penalty rate. Penalties, 8 penalties against them? Are you serious? That is hilarious. That was a good one. Just because they work weekends thinks they could get the overtime, right? They get the overtime penalty rate. Is that what they call it out there? Is that what they call it out there in Australia? Penalty? Is that what they call it when you work during a weekend's penalty rate? But that was funny. That I caught on to that one. If that's true, that's pretty funny. They get the penalty rate. 8 penalties already. Dillon Gabriel is not him, dude. I will bet I will bet against you on that one. Dillon Gabriel is so funny. You think okay, maybe he is him. I don't think he's him. From what I've been watching, because I've been watching him for Judkins, right? It looks like he can only throw the ball like 10 yards downfield max. And when he starts to scramble, like it doesn't look like he has any vision. So maybe that could improve over time. But I don't believe that in him. All right, so extra point they're showing for the Browns. And that was good. So the Browns are up 17-3. 2-touchdown game for Quinshon Judkins. Let's go, bro. Let's go. Interception, Tennessee. Never mind. It was a screen. Oh, okay. All right, so the Vikings are on the 1-yard line. They are in the red zone. I think Justin Jefferson brought them down there. They're looking one-on-one. Justin Jefferson could not hold on. So close. 3rd and 1. That would have been a great catch, but that was great defense. The defensive back was not looking, but he saw Justin Jefferson go up, so he started putting his hands up. Got his hand in the middle of the ball. Justin Jefferson would have came down from it, but that was very good coverage by that safety. I think it was a safety. The defensive back. So we got Spencer Rattler eating another sack. Eating more sacks. Just eating the sack. The Saints not looking good. 3rd and 1 for the Vikings. Dropping back. Pass way over the head. No one home there. No good for Carson Wentz. No good. And then you got Rashee Rice getting another 12-yard reception. Just look at that usage already. Wow, they're definitely going to be using Rashee Rice a lot this season, it looks like. All right, so what do we got? We got 4th and 1, and Carson Wentz and team are going for it. Carson Wentz is under center. And fake handoff. Flag is down. Touchdown for Naylor. But there was a flag that's probably, it's got to be a hold on the offensive line, right? Whenever it's in the, hold on the offensive line. 10-yard penalty. So they're going to have to kick. They're going to have to kick the, what's it called? They're going to have to kick the extra point on this one. Oh, man. Such a missed opportunity for them on that. Now they got to kick a field goal. Oh, man. So field goal coming for the Vikings after they just had a touchdown. It's big swing. Big swing there. But to still get on the board, field goal is up. Field goal is good. So 14-6 for them. Spence, we have advice for you. Danny Dimes saw it and said, unshackle me from despair. Oh my goodness. What is going on with Spencer Rattler? You know, the Bears defense, is not like, to me, anything to be super scared of. So I don't know what's going on with New Orleans there. Hippo says you're at 26% in your keeper league, but most of his component has a lot of guys playing later. Do you think you should trade Saquon Barkley to your dad for Judkins after today? Okay. I think that's a coin flip on who you believe has the better path to maintaining RB1 value. Because they're both RB1s, right? They're both RB1s. If you take out, how bad Saquon's been playing. But like, for me, how I look at it is like, what does the rest of the season look like in terms of two things: opportunity and schedule. I haven't looked at these two guys' schedules back to back. Cleveland's opportunity, I feel like, is more limited to be, high scoring games, right? Where you can be getting a bunch of touchdowns. So I think the touchdowns for Judkins can kind of come in waves. They're playing the Dolphins right now, who have the worst run defense in history. They just gave up 30 points to Rico Dowdle, right? I forgot who they played last week, but they gave up a lot of points last week too. So, I have Judkins and I'm a believer. I just don't think he has as much opportunity, right, as Saquon towards the end of the season. But it's just, if you don't believe that Saquon's ever going to get healthy again, then take Judkins, right? I personally believe that more opportunity will come Saquon's way. Do I believe that it's going to be RB1? It's a little hard for me to say that. So if you want to take this trade, you can. But I think you're selling low on Saquon, buying high on Judkins for the same position, right? So that's a little tough for me. I think Saquon has some value, but if you believe in Judkins, just do it. If you're tired of Saquon, but I foresee Saquon getting more opportunity as the season goes on. So let me see Philadelphia Eagles schedule. Right. So Philly's schedule for the end of the season and playoffs. For the rest of the games, you got hard matchups for running backs against the Packers, the Lions, maybe the Chargers. Everybody else is pretty easy. So Saquon has a pretty good rest of season schedule. If we look at Judkins and Browns schedule, we got hard games games against maybe the 49ers, but they have a pretty easy schedule too, actually, for the run. Yeah, so if you want to take that trade, you can. Honestly, if you want to take Judkins for Saquon, you can. I just have a feeling that eventually, like if you're okay with Saquon blowing up and being a couple positions higher than Judkins in, let's call it 20% of scenarios, and you're okay with that, at worst, Judkins is going to be an RB2, right? So, I think it's not impossible, right? It's not impossible for Judkins to finish higher. I don't foresee Saquon blowing up. Yeah, I think I might take that trade, actually. I'm starting to convince myself more and more into it. To me, it's a coin flip. If Saquon's been hurting you, you could do it, right? And at worst, you have a RB2. Like at worst, Judkins is going to finish, as RB2. Does he have top 5 upside like Saquon has? Probably not top 5 upside, but he's a lot safer, I would say, right? To get you something. Saquon has top 5 upside, but the potential of that happening is only like 10%, right? 10, 20% to turn that around. So I could see you taking that trade, Hippo. I hope that makes sense. It just kind of depends on what you're hoping for and looking for. If you want something more consistent, I have no problem taking that trade. Hope that makes sense. Cam Ward, 9 for 10, 133 yards and a touchdown. He's the truth. They're showing carne asada. What is carne asada? The beef. Don't believe in Judkins, but you believe in Jeanty. You're not going to get Jonathan Taylor, though. Right? You're not getting Jonathan Taylor for Saquon Barkley. No one's giving up Jonathan Taylor at this point in the season. But somebody might give up Judkins. Somebody might give up, what's his name? Somebody might give up Judkins. Somebody might give up Jeanty. So Jeanty is a potential target too. But from what I remember, off the top of my head, the Raiders have a pretty tough schedule. Pretty tough schedule for the rest of the season. So even though I'm a Raiders fan, I think they have a tough schedule. Okay, so the Raiders are about to get scored on again, is what I'm understanding is what's happening right now. First and goal. Okay, nowhere to go. Second and goal. Second and goal. Kyren 2. As in, would I target Kyren for Saquon? I think I would take the upside with Saquon if it was Kyren. The reason I say that is if you look at Kyren's has always been locked and loaded for touches, right? 20 touches. And I know they were destroying the what's that guy's name? Trevor Lawrence and the Jags, but Blake Corum ended up having as many touches as Kyren. So I don't know if there's, the upside is a little riskier for me on Kyren. So that's how I kind of feel about that one. Kyren, I would say, is the least upside out of those options of Judkins, Jeanty, and Kyren. All right. Well, what we're hoping for at this point, ladies and gentlemen, is we are hoping for, they're on third down, the Bears, that we are hoping for a touchdown to Odunze, but they might just run it again. Mahomes is on third down against the Raiders, right on the goal line. He's throwing it, and no good. So covered there. Let's go. Jen Will says at this point, there's a false start against the Bears, so they'll have to throw it. Chiefs will put out their starters halfway through the third point. Hey, fourth quarter. Don't disrespect us Raiders like that. 3rd and 7. Shotgun formation for Caleb Williams and the Bears. 15-yard line. Dropping back. Firing. Sideline, and he's caught it. Feet down, first down. Feet down, first down. Okay. SK says you just traded Pickens and Hurts for Mahomes and BTJ. You're 2-4 right now. Wait, as in, I forgot what side of the trade you're on this. So you received Mahomes and BTJ. Hopefully BTJ can pull it together for you to make that value worth it. But let me know if I'm off on that one. But it sounds like you're receiving. Wow. Wow, they got into the end zone for Kyle Monangai, but they just marked him down, and they said he's short. What was that? Okay, you got Mahomes. You're about to be 3-4. Well, Mahomes is looking like he might finish the season, on one of those seasons of number 1 quarterback on the year. Rashee Rice catching a touchdown. 2nd touchdown of the game for Rashee Rice. So for those people who are worried about playing him, no worries ever again. Kansas City. There you go. There you go. Touchdown for Mahomes. Touchdown. Oh, wow. And then we got a touchdown going for New England. New England gets a touchdown right now. Long touchdown for Booty. Booty getting the touchdown with Drake May. Drake May throwing touchdowns to Booty. We got touchdowns being vultured by Kyle Monangai to DeAndre Swift. So there you go again. And wow, so a lot of quick scoring just happening right now. Touchdowns all around for everybody. And then Rashee Rice caught the touchdown as well. So lots of touchdowns just happen real quick, right in a row right now. For those who didn't know, Rashee Rice, Kyle Monangai, getting the touchdowns for Kansas City and Chicago, and then Kayshon Boutte catching a touchdown for the New England Patriots. So that's the scoring that's been happening recently. Oh, Genwell, thank you. Halfway through the 3rd quarter. And you are not standing corrected after Rashee Rice catches that touchdown. There is nothing to stand corrected after that. And Mahomes and team taking a huge lead. Reckless driver Rashee Rice. Race car driver Rashee Rice. Snead got burned. Hippo says you're projected 157 in your PPR. Wow. Life is good. 157. Holy smokes. Who did you have? Matthew Stafford and Jamar Chase? Holy smokes. That's a good game. All right. We got Bryce Young on 4th down, finding Teteroa McMillan getting the first down. So it's a 3-3 game here in Carolina versus the Jets. Carolina has the ball right now. Exciting game happening for Cam Ward versus Drake May in this game here. Who would have thought it would be this close? It is ending of the second quarter. We got shotgun formation for Cam Ward, trying to get maybe a field goal. 6 seconds left. 3 seconds left. So fourth down's got to just be a Hail Mary to the end zone at this point. The Titans. Why wouldn't they call a timeout there? They should have called a timeout there. They had 3 timeouts. I guess because he's the interim head coach and not thinking of things well. So 4th and 3. Hail Mary for Cam Ward, maybe? Oh my God, he just throws it away. You might as well have just taken a knee, bro. All right. That game is going to halftime, and it's getting chippy. Everybody's pushing and shoving. Not sure why. They're going to half. Just relax. Get off the field, he says. Hippo says you have PPR League, Patrick Mahomes, Barkley, Judkins, A.J. Brown, Rashee Rice, George Kittle, Travis Etienne, Pat's D. Okay. So Rashee Rice, Mahomes connection. That's working out well for you. A.J. Brown and Judkins have touchdowns, so I get it. All right. Carson Wentz trying to find some room. Throws it away. 3rd and 4. So Philadelphia has a 14-6 lead over by the Vikings. Double coverage on Justin Jefferson, so that's why he was not open. Jordan Addison, nowhere to go for Wentz. Nowhere to go for Wentz, and that's why he had to just throw it away. And here we go. Punt is off for the Vikings. Out of bounds. All right. So 59 seconds left in the game for the Eagles to try to do something with that. Wasn't Latham projected to go to the Raiders a year ago? I think he was. I forgot what happened. I don't know. But with where we're at, we could use anybody at this point in time. I would take a retired offensive lineman at this point for the Raiders. What is going on in this game is 1st and 10 for the Eagles, up 14-6 with less than a minute left in the game. The Bryce Young and team are trying to make something happen in their game for a score. And that game has been a little bit of a snoozer until this point. This might be the first opportunity for the Panthers to score a touchdown. They are 1st and goal after Chuba Hubbard almost gets them into the end zone. So 1st and goal, here you go. Bryce Young. Can't find nobody. Found somebody in the end zone. And there you go. Xavier Legette for the touchdown. Touchdown for the Carolina Panthers. Bryce Young connecting with Xavier Legette right there. Boom. Drop any questions in the chat, peoples. Much appreciated. We got a touchdown there. We got a touchdown there for the Panthers. We got the Eagles trying to make something happen before the half. We'll see if they can make anything happen before the half. Extra point is good for the Panthers. We got
34 seconds left in the Eagles game. Trying to make something happen here. Take a scoop of MAGU real quick. And Tua and team is 2nd and 6 on the 25-yard line, close to the red zone. Tua floating for the end zone and broken up. Jalen Waddle was the intended target. No good. Cheers. Looking for A.J. Brown. 29 seconds left. 2 timeouts left for the Eagles. Trying to make something happen. All right, 3rd and 6 for the Dolphins on the 25-yard line. Taking a timeout. 2nd and 10 on the 38-yard line for the Eagles. And Hurts trying to make way, but he gets sacked. All right, so a sack. Sack there. Let's see what did people say in this poll. We have Baker as the running leader for the MVP. Dak got 1 vote. Someone else got 1 vote. So Baker, everybody loving him for the MVP at this point in time. All right, so minute 15 left for Tua, 3rd and 6. So 25-yard line after the timeout. And misses his receiver. So 4th down and 6. 4th down and 6. Cleveland's defense holds up. Looks like they're going to bring on the kicking unit for Miami. We'll have to check the wind on this play to see if this wind is going to affect this kick or not. That's always something to consider in the game as well for your kickers too, right? Not just your wide receivers, but your kickers as well for weather. So this is a pretty long attempt, 43 yards in the wind. We'll see if the wind affects this. And off the upright. No good. No good. Boo. You refuse to believe that the Panthers versus Jets is a real game. You refuse to believe that. You're a funny guy. Why, did you think that should have been like a college football game yesterday or something like that? Oh, a penalty against the Browns, so the Dolphins are going to have a chance. Wow. Both teams are so bad. Well, at least it wasn't a primetime game, right? Well, think about what we were watching last Sunday. Was it last Sunday? When I know the Broncos aren't a bad team, but what that game gave to freaking London, you never know with football, right? But both teams are pretty bad. And we got Tua taking a bad snap and falling down. Basically taking a sack. But that was not his fault. Bad snap. All right. Miami's got 2nd and 19. 48 seconds left. Clock is running because he was technically sacked. No timeouts. Quick throw to the outside to stop the clock. 3rd down. And we got Justin Fields and team trying to get into the field goal range. 2nd down, and he gets sacked. Justin Fields eating another sack. I hope, based off of last week's performance, nobody started Justin Fields. He looks freaking terrible. He looks really, really bad. So we got Tua on 3rd and 13, 15-yard line, taking the snap, rushing it himself, sliding down. And they're going to have to kick the field goal here, right? So field goal unit coming on for Miami. Jets finding his man. And he got a first down. Dolphins. So that bad penalty allowed the Dolphins to score a field goal. Last time they doinked it off the upright, but they ended up getting a nice, lucky field goal. Wow. Fields for 24 yards? No way. And Geno Smith only 31? Oh, God. Best quarterbacks award goes to them. Kai, how are you? Good day. Matthew Golden or Luke McCaffrey? Oh, geez, bro. You know, this is tough. I know McCaffrey is interesting because they're playing the what's it called? The Cowboys, right? So plus matchup, probably some opportunity for him. Matthew Golden had a good game last week. Both of these are kind of like a shot in the dark, right? I would ride the momentum of Golden, I think. Just feeling like Chris Olave for the touchdown from Spencer Rattler and the Saints. So touchdown there to end the half. You know, Luke McCaffrey, what did he have? Like one catch last game for the touchdown. So I know the ball's going to be spread around a little bit. I just feel like, you know, you're going to get just like maybe, you know, a couple opportunities. And if McCaffrey doesn't hit the touchdown, like both of them have limited touches, but even so, I feel like Matthew Golden might have a little more. Let me see. Yeah, Luke McCaffrey caught one reception for 33 yards last game, right? And then the game before, it was one reception for 50 yards, right? So these Luke McCaffrey plays kind of feel like trick plays versus Golden at least is getting a couple opportunities. So I think, you know, both of them are a dart throw, but I would play Golden over McCaffrey. I hope that helps you, Kai. Let me know if not. Drop a like if you can. Much appreciated. Chase Claypool. You know who had no catches? No, Mason Taylor had one catch last game. He had one. It was like a 2-yard catch last game. But all right, so the Bears broke down before the half, and the Saints were able to get a Olave touchdown to end the half. So that was much needed, probably as a morale boost for the Saints headed into the half. All other games are in the half. So it's 20-7. So Kai says Golden gets rushes and targets. Thanks for the input. You're welcome, man. Really appreciate it. Best of luck to you this week. Hopefully you get the W. If you could drop a like on your way out, much appreciated. Let me know if any other questions, Kai. If Jacobs is out, we'll see what happens. True. Maybe not sure, but maybe his backup is on your waiver wire that you could add as a last minute pickup as well. Just throwing that out there, Kai, as a double check. What do I think of Olave? Thanks, Kai. Much appreciated. Let me know if anything else, brother. All right. Incomplete for Caleb Williams. Incomplete for Caleb Williams. What do you think of Olave? Giants, I saw it somewhere. What does Olave Giants mean? You think Chris Olave is getting traded to the Giants? Or what is that? I'm a little confused there, General. But you know, Chris Olave had that stat on the rookie season that, you know, he was in the same category as Justin Jefferson and those guys, but on the Saints, his career is kind of just, you know, nothing has happened. He's an amazing PPR guy, so it might be interesting to see him on a different offense. I've never heard of a trade for that, but maybe you're right. You know, maybe you are right. But what would I think? I think that would be great for the Giants, right? They need a wide receiver, and you know, Chris Olave is a pretty good wide receiver. I don't know if he's, you know, same caliber as Justin Jefferson in them. That's yet still to be determined, but he's at least, you know, good enough to help them be the secure first option that they're looking for. So I think that'd be a great pickup if they could pull that off. The Saints are probably not looking to make playoffs this year, so maybe they're willing to move off of him. All right, let me see. So unfortunately, the Raiders are back on the field, and it looks like they're getting pummeled again on this drive. So Quinshon Judkins got 19.5. Oh no, Max Crosby is out. Oh my God. That was the only good player on the defense. Or not only, but he was one of the best players for the Raiders so far this year. That is, wave the white flag. Can we just concede defeat at this point? Oh my goodness. All right, Rice is getting used again immediately. So he might be just short of the first down. Still have Wilkins. Yeah, well. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to say. At this point, how this game is looking, I would just prefer to lose with dignity at this point. I don't know. It doesn't look like we could stop Kansas City driving at this point. Oh, ball's fumbled. Oh, but Kansas City picked it back up. First down for Kansas City. First down. All right. Celebrations to those of you who are doing well. Whole lead right now, Baker for MVP. All right, Drake May, they're showing on 3rd and 8, and he got a first down with Stephon Diggs. I'm finding Mac Hollins. So they're making some progress on the Patriots. Oh my goodness. I don't like watching Kansas City just do whatever they want all over the Raiders. This is not fun. This is not fun. And then Drake May dropping back. Oh no, Drake May hit his head on the ground. Uh-oh, May's gone to the sidelines probably for concussion protocol because he hit his head pretty hard on the ground. All right, so Drake May's going to get checked for a concussion. And we got Xavier Worthy catching footballs for first downs. If there's no hold against the offense or something like that, there's a flag down. That's a hard hit. It doinked his head pretty hard. Yeah, so we'll see if Drake May comes back or not after that. All right, penalty was on the Raiders, of course. So Kansas City's got the first down. Penalties decline. Xavier Worthy, I think. All right, so 1st and 10 for the Kansas City Chiefs. And 2nd and 4 for the Ramondre Stevenson and the Patriots. Well, Drake May is out. Drake May. What's up, Philly? How are you? Philly Mike OG. Yeah, Drake May, he hit his head. He hit his head on the last tackle, and I think they're evaluating him for a concussion, so yeah. Oh, you saw that too, Jen Will, that Worthy got fouled and then got right back up and caught the pass? Yeah, that was pretty sick. Well, not sick for the Raiders, but sick as in not giving up on the play, right? Shotgun formation for the Patriots. First down. Josh Dobbs for the Patriots. Got it. Xavier Worthy's looking a little shaken up or injured on the side. And we got a touchdown. Isaiah Pacheco. Everybody was giving up on Isaiah Pacheco. Me too. Don't get me wrong. But let's see what the flag is. Let's see what the flag is. Heighton Simmons is out with the hamstring. Okay. Drake May's coming back, though. Drake May's coming back. Drake May's coming back for everybody. So everybody was scared, but it looks like he'll be all right. He came back. Drake May is back in the game in the red zone. And the Kansas City touchdown stands. So Isaiah Pacheco getting the touchdown. Boom. Isaiah Pacheco with the touchdown. And the touchdown. All right. And back to the Patriots. 3rd down. Just tried to get it going with Stevenson in a pass. They could not. The Eagles are beating the Vikings. Eagles are beating the Vikings. That game just started again as well. We got Drake May. 3rd and 7 for Drake May. 3rd and 7. Shotgun formation. Takes a snap. Fires. Hits Diggs. But he's going to be short of the first down. Short of the first down. All right. They left the offense on the field for the Patriots. 4th and 1. 4th and 1. Here we go. Patriots, 4th and 1, going for it in the red zone. Threw it behind his man, but he got the catch. So 1st and goal. So he got it. Jordan Mason also running through the Eagles. So 1st downs for both teams headed to the red zone. So we'll see if the Vikings can score here and if the Patriots can score. We got Patriots 1st and goal on the 4-yard line. We got shotgun formation, handoff. It's Ramondre Stevenson just walking it in. Just walking it in. That was terrible defense. Nobody on the edge. Oh, man. He literally just walked that one in. It's Ramondre Stevenson for the touchdown. Who started Ramondre Stevenson? Ramondre Stevenson for MVP? No? Nobody wants that? All right. Drake May for MVP? Maybe? No? All right. 2nd and 8 for Minnesota. They are in the red zone. They're in the red zone, and they are on the 9-yard line. Fake the handoff. Wentz looking and tries to pitch it. Incomplete. Incomplete. All right. Miami is... Oh! Picked off! Oh, my God. Touchdown? No way. Wait, wrong one. Interception by Tua for a pick 6. Went off the hands of the receiver, and Cleveland got a pick 6. That is crazy. Jen Will says, what did you tell me about Ramondre? What did you tell me about Ramondre? I forgot what you told me. Wow. Wow. Whoever was asking about Cleveland defense, if you started them, you got the touchdown. 3rd and 18 for Carson Wentz. Finds his man Hawkinson over the middle for nothing. I believe this is the players downing tools now. Wow. All right, 4th and 9, field goal attempt for the Vikings. 14-6 right now. All right, field goal for the Vikings. They're down 14-9. You told you like Ramondre, but you said last week he's average. I don't think he's a skilled running back. I think he's just getting lucky that the team loves him and is willing to use him even when he's fumbling the ball and not playing well. So I don't like him because I don't think he's good anymore. And I think he's just getting these touchdowns because they give him every touch in the red zone. And, they rely on him for touches. But, the usage speaks for itself, right? The usage, it means more than your skill, right? It means more than your skill. Because if you're not being used, it doesn't matter. So if you look at, let's see, what is his usage on this game? 14 carries and a touchdown for 77 yards. Drake May, 5 carries for 49 yards. All right. So So yeah, you can't ignore the fact that Ramondre Stevenson is getting all the carries in a backfield, right? You can't ignore that fact. So I don't think he's good, but I think he's being used like a workhorse back, right? So I can't take that away from him, the usage. Drake May had 43 yards in one play. Oh, really? Jeez. That's crazy. All right, so the Jets are challenging the Panthers getting the first down or not. Maybe it was 38. Well, yeah, he broke off for a big run, you're basically saying, right? All right, so that looks close. I don't know if they're going to overturn this for Young. I don't know. We'll see if it pays off and if the Jets get it. All right, so we got to see now, can Tennessee score back to make this a competitive game against the Patriots? And he fumbled it. Oh my God. There's a flag though. Oh my goodness. For right now, it was a fumble by Cam Ward and then a touchdown. Holding on the offense, penalty decline. So there's a fumble by Cam Ward. There you go. Fumble by Cam Ward and a touchdown by the defense of New England. So New England, wow. Wow. Cam Ward has been turning the football over a lot. You miss Mayo. At least he gave us worthy memes and touchdowns. Who's Mayo? OJ Mayo? Who's Mayo? I forgot who Mayo is. Mayo? Who is Mayo? Will Levis. Oh my God. Is that Mayo? Will Levis was terrible. Will Levis versus Kenny Pickett. Who would you rather have? All right. So what's happening right now? The Kansas City Chiefs are destroying the Raiders, and they have the ball. Patrick Mahomes is under center. Shotgun. Pacheco for maybe about 4. Bring back Will Levis. You'd rather have Pickett than Will Levis? Oh, man. It's like picking between two terrible options, right? Oh, man. Oh, man. It's like picking between eating glass or eating nails. Would you rather have Will Levis or Kenny Pickett? Bad options. All right, 2nd and 7 for Kansas City. Man in motion. Handoff. Pacheco again for the run. Gain of about 5 on 2nd and 7. Close to the first down. Philadelphia is 2nd and 5. Jalen Hurts looking deep. And Devontae Smith catching it. And he's got it. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. So you had Jalen Hurts to Devontae Smith for the touchdown. Jalen Hurts to Devontae Smith for the touchdown. Boom. Wow. All right. The people. Devontae Smith broke free for the long touchdown. Wow. All right. So Eagles just score the touchdown. And we have the Chiefs dropping back. Mahomes firing. Oh my God. Like 50-yard pass, 40-yard pass, whatever that was. 40-yard pass. Jeez, bro. The Raiders are so bad. You think you got to help you from suffering. You reckon every time I try to call the Chiefs game, just say Chiefs now with the ball snap and it's a TD. True that, man. I know. It is disgusting. It is disgusting at this point. The Raiders are a joke. 3rd down and 4 for Spencer Rattler and the Saints looking for a touchdown in the end zone. I think they got it. There you go. Chris Olave for a 2nd touchdown, I believe. 2 touchdowns for Chris Olave. 2 touchdowns for Chris Olave. There you go, bro. 1 possession game in Chicago. All right, we got Rico Dowdle in the red zone on 2nd and 10. Gain of about 4. And Kansas City is approaching the red zone as well. Just as General said, it's basically going to be a touchdown. I mean, we already know this is coming, right? All right, so here we go. Panthers are up 10-3, 3rd and 6 on the 11-yard line. Snap is off, shotgun formation. Bryce Young looking in the end zone. Oh, he had a man open, just slight miscue. So 4th down, they'll probably kick the field goal. Kelce for a quick hit. It's going to be 3rd down on the 20. Oh, Carolina had a 4th and 1, and they pitched it to Rico Dowdle, and that's how they got down there. Okay. All right, so we got a field goal opportunity for the Panthers. Kick is up, and kick is good. So we got the field goal there. 3rd and 7 on the 20-yard line in the red zone for Patrick Mahomes. 3rd and 7, infinite time to throw, and he puts it into the dirt. We limited them to a field goal. That's not good when you're oh man, and Cam Ward eating a sack. God, that's tough. All right, so no touchdowns for the Chiefs on this one. Instead, they just have a field goal try. So field goal try for Harrison Butker and the Kansas City Chiefs. Here comes the snap. Kick is up. The kick is good. So Harrison Butker, there you go. All right, they're showing Dylan Gabriel on 3rd and 8. No good. No good. Browns are punting. All right, they're showing Minnesota now down 21-9 across midfield. They got to score touchdowns. They can't just keep getting field goals. Xavier Scott caught up in the backfield. Tackled for a loss. All right. So they were trying to show that the crossbar in Arrowhead looked crooked, but they're like, nah, it's fine. They're back to the Minnesota game at midfield. Carson Wentz taking a snap, firing midfield. Looks like TJ Hawkinson for a catch. Yes, TJ Hawkinson. Bringing it to a reasonable third down. Maybe like 3rd down and 4. Yeah. Yeah, that's what it is. 3rd down and 4 for the Vikings. Vikings down 9-21 in this game after a long bomb touchdown for Devontae Smith. So 3rd and 4 for the Vikings. They really need to score here. And they need to score more than a field goal. They need to score a touchdown. Taking the snap, 3rd and 4. Wentz firing. Incomplete. All right, we got 1st and 10 for Caleb Williams, and they're saying DJ Moore caught an 11-yard pass. So I guess DJ Moore is playing. His injury was not as bad as assumed. All right, so first down for Carson Wentz, and he gets another 1st down by hitting TJ Hawkinson. So Chicago, DJ Moore finding Luther Burton for 22 yards. And we got both these teams marching down the field. And right now we're hoping for some opportunities in the red zone here. Let's put some celebrations in the chat. Hopefully this means we could get something going. Thanks for all the support and questions. Drop any questions or comments in chat. Baker is still leading. MVP. Early MVP. All right. So the Bears are going to have 1st down, but they took him off the screen. Instead, they have Tyrod Taylor. And Tyrod Taylor is in, and they say Justin Fields has been benched. He's not injured. So we're now inside the red zone for the Bears. They got some movement. False start. All right. False start on the Bears. Boo. False start for the Bears, backing them up. Caleb Williams and team taking it back 1st and 10 on the 22-yard line. It's been all run game for the Bears this game with all touchdowns coming through Swift and the run game. Swift takes it for a 1st down again. He's down near the 6 or the 7-yard line, so it's 1st and goal. DeAndre Swift. All right, now they got Tyrod Taylor and the Jets on field, about midfield. Down 13-3, 9 minutes in the 3rd quarter left. They said that Justin Fields got benched for Tyrod Taylor, which is pretty crazy. All right, so snap is taken off on the Chicago. They're on the 7-yard line. A pitch for Swift, nowhere to go. Gain of about maybe 2. So 2nd and goal here for Chicago. Looks like they're going to just keep going with this run game to try to punch it in. Maybe another touchdown for Swift or Manungai coming, which sucks for me because I need a touchdown too. Odunze, but I guess not. The game script is not in favor of that right now. Man in motion. Swift again. Nowhere to go. All right, so Josh Jacobs is active. Okay, they just made it an announcement that Josh Jacobs is active for the game. Kyler Murray is not playing, so that was confirmed as well. So Jacoby Brissett starting. So 3rd and goal on the 3-yard line for the Bears. They probably will just take the run. Yep. Nowhere to go. Down at the 2. All right. Well, 4th and goal for the Bears. 3 straight run plays. 4th and goal. Hippo says, dang it, he was hoping for his opponent to not be able to play. Who knows? Maybe he'll be limited snaps, though. So we shall see with Jacobs. So 4th and goal here. It looks like the Bears are going to take the snap and try to run it. Box is stacked. Man in motion. He dropped the snap. Wow. And they're probably going to kick a field goal now. False start. Dropped ball. Come on, dude. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, that was a very anticlimactic way for the Bears to end this drive on the 3-yard line. Gets false start. Now they have to kick a field goal. Oops. Field goal is good for the Bears. So they get the field goal. All right. And they're showing Tyrod Taylor getting sacked. 2nd and 5 in the red zone for Carson Wentz. And the Vikings down 21-9. So they need some points here. Wentz firing, finds his man, 1st down. Jordan Addison, 1st down, maybe about the 5-yard line-ish. And we got the Miami team going for it on 4th down. They get it. Ollie Gordon got it on 4th and 1. All right, and we got the Vikings here. 1st and goal. 21-9. They're down. 4 down territory here. Snap is off. Scott almost made it to the end zone. Short by about a yard or 2. It looked like he was going to make it, but that was good defense from Philly on the line. Hey, Genwell was right against the Raiders. With 10 seconds left in the 3rd quarter, they benched Patrick Mahomes because they're up 31-0. So Genwell was right that the starters from Kansas City would be coming out in the 3rd quarter against the Raiders. He called it. All right, Wildcat snap to Jordan Mason. Who does he make it? And he's short, they say. Oh, they say he's half a yard short. 3rd and 5 for Cam Ward on his own 40-yard line. They're down 31-13, and Cam Ward gets sacked. All right. 3rd and goal from the half-yard line for Minnesota. They were almost there. And they say Jordan Mason got the touchdown. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Touchdown for Jordan Mason. Boom, boom, boom. Jordan Mason runs it in for the touchdown. They reviewed the play, and he has the touchdown. So they just called it and verified it to get the touchdown. So Jordan Mason with the touchdown on to save the day. And we look back. If we look back, let's check this out. If we look back to my earlier thing, both Jordan Mason and Quinshon Judkins as my key players for the morning games ended up scoring a touchdown, so salvaged the fantasy day for Jordan Mason there. Quinshon Judkins has 2 touchdowns, having a good game. But it was good to see. It was good to see Jordan Mason getting into the end zone right there. For those of you who started it, 4th and 8 for Tua, and he was short by a yard, Malik Washington. So turnover on downs. The Browns are going to take over on downs. So they got 7 yards on a 4th and 8, and Malik Washington got hurt. Bryce Young, they're showing him and team. They're saying there's a foul. All right, we got the Spencer Rattler and team pitching back to Alvin Kamara, who got the first down. Okay, so the Bears are up 23-14 against the Saints with 3 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. So a lot of football left to play in this game. The Saints have had a couple bad turnovers early in the game that put them down early. But they've been able to score 2 touchdowns with Chris Olave. And so let's see if they can answer here with Spencer Rattler. Directing traffic going all the way downfield, and it looks like it's intercepted. It is intercepted. Wow, Spencer Rattler throwing another interception. Holy smokes. Wow. Wow. He was trying to hit Rashid Shaheed going down the sideline, and the safety just intercepted. Wow. Bryce Young taking a sack. All right. Philadelphia, 2nd and 5. 35-yard line. 2nd and 5 on the Vikings. Philadelphia is up 21-16, so 1 possession game. And we got Barkley running up the middle of the field. Flag on the field, though. So looks like it might be a hold. Yep, hold on, Philly. Bring that one all the way back. 2nd and 6 for New England. Drake May finding Stephon Diggs for first down. Looking like they're going to beat the Titans pretty easily. Unfortunately, Saquon Barkley's good run gets pulled back by a hold. A hold off the offense. All right, so 2nd and 14 after that hold for the Philadelphia Eagles. Bringing it back to 2nd and 14. All right. Ertz hitting Bigsby for another loss of about 1. So it'll be like 3rd and 15 for the Eagles when you get back from this 3rd down. 30 seconds on the play clock. 2 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. So everybody looking 3rd and short for Cleveland. It looks like they got it. All right, 3rd down for Jalen Hurts. 3rd and 15. Shotgun formation. Snap is off. Hurts trying to run for it. Flag is down. And it hits Devontae Smith. But there's a flag. All right. Devontae Smith getting them the 1st down. Devontae Smith getting them a 1st down. There was a flag on the play, but it was a defensive flag, so Devontae Smith's catch will still stand. All right, so 21-16, 1st and 10 for the Eagles. They're up. They're up. Just past midfield are the Eagles. 1st and 10. Up 21-16. Fake the handoff. Jalen Hurts looking over the middle. Finds his man. Devontae Smith again. There's a flag. Okay, there's no flag. They were looking for a flag of defenseless receiver being hit. And Devontae Smith just barely holds on to that catch as he's rolling around, using his arm to keep the ball from not hitting the floor while he was bobbling it. So that will count. That will count as a 1st down. That'll count as a 1st down. All right, let's celebrate to everybody. This is ending the 3rd quarter soon. So these first games are about to be coming to a close soon. 1 more quarter of play. Hopefully everybody's doing well so far. Dropping back. Hitting Goddard for a gain of like 4, maybe 5. So they're getting it close to the red zone, are the Eagles. All right. So pretty much the Patriots and the Kansas City are going to walk away with wins. Cleveland should walk away with a win. Other ones are all semi-close. Oh, they're calling it the witching hour right now. Wins become losses and losses become wins. So we got a pitch to Saquon Barkley going nowhere. Going nowhere. So that's going to the 3rd quarter. So that game is going out of it. And we got the Jets on 3rd and 8. Tyrod Taylor because they benched Justin Fields. And it looks like he's moving the football a lot better than Justin Fields was. They're reviewing that play. The Jets are reviewing that play. So they're basically trying to see if the Jets get a 1st down or if this guy's catch will stand, because he was fighting with the cornerback to maintain possession of the ball. So we shall see what they end up ruling it. Okay, they are calling it a catch, so the Jets do have the first down, which is big because they're down 3-13 in this slower paced game. So if they can maintain this drive and score here, they can bring it to one possession, right? And potentially look to do something against the Panthers. Bryce Young is with the medical team going into the locker room, and he's kind of limping a little bit. So we'll see what that's all about in a little bit. But right now, 2 of the top 5 running backs are from the Chicago Bears. Who would have known, right? Who would have known? All right. Devontae Smith with a huge game. Chris Olave with a huge game right now. All right. We got a flag down. All right. Well, we got the Eagles. Eagles, they're showing the Eagles now. They're showing the Eagles who are marching on the red zone. They are up 21-16, the start of the fourth quarter. All right, so 3rd and 5 for the Eagles in the red zone. So this is a huge play. Huge play. We're on the 23-yard line. 3rd and 5. Handoff. Nowhere to go. Why did they hand it off? That was weird. So 4th down. They're probably going to kick a field goal. On a 2nd and 10, they found Mason Taylor for a first down. All right, Drake May, they're showing him. 2nd and 19, using his feet, 7-yard rush. All right, Jake Elliott, they're showing. All right, and the Eagles miss the field goal. The Eagles missed the field goal. Oh, wow. All right, so the 5-point lead still stands. Uh-oh. We'll see what happens there. We shall see what happens there. I'm sure people are celebrating besides Eagles fans on that missed field goal. We shall see. We shall see. Missed field goal by Eagles. All right. They're showing the Bears now. Watching Caleb Williams getting sacked again. I knew it. Man. He's looking like trash right now. Let's see. What's he doing? Caleb Williams is... Oh my God. He has 3 points. What is going on? Wow. Okay. All right. So they're saying Drake May could have a higher completion percentage than Tom Brady's best game, which holds the record for the Patriots. So Drake May right now has a chance to potentially knock off the record of Tom Brady for highest completion percentage in a single game. That's crazy because he's completed 19 of 21 passes, Drake May has. And so now we have the Vikings in a good scoring position on the 35-yard line after that missed field goal. They've made a few plays to get close to the red zone, and now they're in the red zone to Jordan Addison on the 15-yard line. The Eagles defense is starting to give up some yardage here. So this is, if you're an Eagles fan, you might be a little nervous here, but I think for the people who don't like the tush push, they are a little happy that the Vikings are able to rally here. They're now within the red zone on about the 15-yard line are the Vikings with a new first down. And so right now they can score a touchdown to take the lead against the Eagles. So 15-yard line, Carson Wentz under center, pitch to Jordan Mason, no room on the edge, loss of about 2. They read that one well. The Jets are looking for some type of score here. Tyrod Taylor firing for the end zone. Interception. Wow, I thought he was going to get his man, but oh man, interception in the end zone for Tyrod Taylor. That's the Jets for you. 2nd and 12. Carson Wentz firing up the middle. All right. So 3rd down for Carson Wentz and the Vikings. 3rd down and short. So Tyrod was taking back-to-back shots towards the end zone, and he underthrew both of them. The first one, he had a guy completely wide open that if he would have hit him, it would have been a walk-in touchdown. Underthrew it. Receiver had to come back. Defender got to make a play on it. Broken up. The second play, man in the end zone again. Underthrows it a little bit, but this time the safety or the corner picks him off. So Panthers ball. All right, 3rd and 5, Carson Wentz. And he gets sacked. So they're going to have to kick a field goal here to make it a 2-point game. Oh, man. Big defensive play there for Philly. Wow. All right, well, that gives up the touchdown opportunity for the Vikings. So here they go for a field goal. Field goal is off. And the field goal is good. There we go. There we go. Drop any questions in the chat. Drop any questions or comments in the chat. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Take a real quick break. Bathroom. Drop. Break. Drop any questions in the chat. Justin Jefferson, most receptions in first 6 seasons in NFL history. The only person is Jarvis Landry, they said. We are back. We are back. Your friend wants to know, Sigma, how are you? Your friend wants to know Jordan Love or CJ Stroud. I think Jordan Love would be my choice here. My thought process on this, like the Seahawks, their secondary, I haven't checked on it today, but I think that it got better. So the CJ Stroud used to be a plus matchup because the Seahawks defense was kind of injured, but I don't know if that secondary got healthy or not. I think Jordan Love is a bit safer for like that 15 to 20 point fantasy range, depending on if you're 4-point scoring or 6-point scoring, right? What I mean by that is like, I foresee Jordan Love being able to get to 200 yards and 2 touchdowns in this game script, 8 or 9 out of 10 times. Versus, CJ Stroud, I feel like there are more game scripts possible for it going wrong. Now, if you needed upside, right? Seahawks defense is number 1 in fantasy. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. They were number 1, and then they were a little injured. I think it was the past 2 weeks, right? So the secondary, right? So if we look at the games against the Bucks, right, they gave up 38 points. The Jags was whatever. I would personally go Jordan Love, but with that understanding that my ceiling is probably not as high. But I don't know if he's necessarily looking for that, right? If you're looking for the more reliable option for 15 to 20 fantasy points and 4-point scoring, I think Jordan Love is the more safe option, right? But I think it might be a stretch to get Jordan Love to 25 to 30 points, right? Very few game scripts where I see that happening. It's possible. But I could see CJ Stroud needing to play from behind and score if you need major upside. I would go with Jordan Love. Most situations. I hope that makes sense, Sigma. Let me know if that helps or if not. And appreciate all questions. Celebrations to everybody. Hearts to everybody who are here helping. Thank you so much for all likes on this video. It really helps. All questions, comments, let me know. Anything else? I know these next window games are coming up soon, but we got some very exciting games to cover right now because the Philadelphia Eagles are 2nd and 2 half. They just got the first down across midfield against the Vikings. They are up 21-19 against the Minnesota Vikings. So it is pretty close, right? We got Carolina trying to salt the clock away, up 13-3 against the Jets. Saquon Barkley looking a bit injured right now. Uh-oh. Oh, man, he's punching the ground. He's super pissed. He's got to be hurt. Oh, man, I hope he's okay. I hope he's okay, but he could not get up. So he's got to be somewhat injured. You're welcome, Sigma. Let me know if you need anything else. Hopefully you guys do well. Oh, man, Saquon is hurt, bro. He is hurt. Dang, he is really hurt. He is really, really hurt. He is like almost leaning on these guys for some support. Oh, man. It looks like his arm. Oh, man, I hope he's all right. I hope Saquon is all right. Well, whoever asked, I would now move Saquon to get Judkins right now. I'm just kidding. All right, Jalen Hurts, 1st and 10. Open, man. Devontae Smith just wide open. Wide open in the middle of the field. How did he get so open? What just happened? Oh, just super soft coverage from the corner. No linebackers in the middle to All right, Dolphins. Oh, who is throwing more interceptions? Oh my goodness. Whoever asked me if they should play the Cleveland Browns defense, wow. I hope you played them because they're just destroying Tua. All right. Hippo says you have him in all 3 leagues. Oh no. Well, I hope he's okay for you. Uh-oh. Touchdown for AJ Brown. Touchdown for Jalen Hurts to AJ Brown for the touchdown. Wow. All right. This is crazy. This is crazy. AJ Brown, man, both of these touchdowns just kind of look like he is just too big and strong and, just able to catch it. Like the freaking corners are draped all over him and he just gives him a little bit of that nudge and that movement to create enough space to catch the football. And once AJ Brown catches the football, no one can tackle him, right? He is too strong and too big. So 2 touchdowns for AJ Brown at this point. Philadelphia looks like they're about to win this game. They got the Panthers turning it over. They got DeAndre Swift getting the first down here. DeAndre Swift, 100 yards and a touchdown. So they're up 14-23, so 2 possessions. Over the Bears have a 9-point lead over the Saints. So looks like they'll probably just continue running the ball since Caleb's having a crappy day. Oh, no, play action. But he gets rid of it to Swift. And Swift, he gets a first down. No way. That was so funny. That was so funny. Like, Caleb is like scrambling in the pocket. Pocket's collapsing. Looks like he's about to get tackled. Just barely finds DeAndre Swift. And because nobody's around DeAndre Swift, he was able to get a first down. That was hilarious. Oh my goodness. Wow, Caleb is not looking sophisticated at all right now. All game. It looks like if you take away Caleb's first read, he has no idea what to do. So he gets his first read here from the tight end. Colston Loveland. Are the Raiders going to get on the board here with 3 minutes left in the game? Kenny Pickett? No, he's not getting in the game. Oh my goodness. Raiders, we get spanked and get 0 points. We put a big fat donut. Big fat donut for the Raiders today. Big fat donut. All right, so we also got an interception on Cam Ward right now. So that was also a great play for 1,000 interceptions against Cam Ward, plus a pick 6 or fumble 6. So it looks like they're doing well. We got 1st and 10 for the Bears. And they got, who do they got? They got Swift in right now. Kyle Monungai has 9 rushes for 50 yards as well. So both running backs just completely destroying these Saints. On the 14-yard line, looks like they're signaling run. Yep. Swift, nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. Can we get some celebrations if you winning? Get some love going in the chat. We got some great games coming up soon. Hopefully everybody's got what they need. Drop any questions if you need. We got Gardner Minshew in the game for the Kansas City Chiefs. DeAndre Swift, 14 receiving yards, 120 rushing yards. He's having another game. 2nd and 10 for Caleb. Firing. No one home. Looking for DJ Moore. Stigma says he's got Patriots defense. Let's go. I think they have a touchdown and like three turnovers, so you probably have like close to 20 points. Plus Cam Ward's getting sacked like crazy, so you probably have a good game there. They're showing the Vikings, but I think it's too little too late. 5 minutes left. So Jordan Addison catching a first down. They're going to need a score quick. They have all 3 timeouts, get a 3 and out and score again. But looking not so good for the Vikings. Looking like the Eagles should be able to lock this one away as long as they play good, solid defense, and get a first down. They should be fine. Even if the Vikings score here, as long as it's not quick, they should get this. Wentz looking deep. It's just a little too far for Justin Jefferson. 3rd and 15 for Caleb Williams. And they're settling for a field goal because Caleb Williams sucks today. Wow. Wow, they're showing a pass so bad by Caleb that it hit the trailing corner in the head. Oh my goodness. That is tragic. All right, 2nd down and 10. Carson Wentz firing. Finds his man. Not much there. Not much there. All right. So not much there. All right. So 3rd and 10 for let's see. 3rd and 10 for the Vikings. It's looking real slim here. Looking really slim. Carson Wentz trying to step up to get his first down, which he does. All right, so the Patriots defense has 19 points. Nice. Pats defense has 19 points. Nice. Sigma Bombers. All right. Well. Let's see how they end these games. The Dolphins made a change at quarterback, and he almost throws an interception right away, too. Oh, my goodness, dude. Jeez. Wow, all these backup quarterbacks coming in. Wow. Drake May finished 21 of 23, so he broke Tom Brady's record today. Drake May broke Tom Brady's record of completions in a game for the Patriots. Drake May now holds the completion in a single game percentage record over Tom Brady. He just beat him. Adam, how are you? Start White or Scatterboo? Ooh, this is a good problem to have, my guy. This is like who do we think is gonna do better? Oh, they both have terrible matchups though. The Giants are playing the Broncos, and the Bucks are playing the Lions. Eek. Oh, geez, bro, this is a tough one. So I think where my head is at this one, I think the Broncos have shut down most running backs. But let me double check. So Breece Hall, 59 yards on 22 carries last week. Against the Eagles, the Broncos, Saquon, 30 yards. For the Bengals, okay, Dobbins, no, is the wrong one. 40 yards for Chase Brown. And then the Chargers had 70 yards and a touchdown for Amari Hampton at 3.7 yards a carry. So the Broncos is a pretty stiff run defense. Same thing for quarterbacks. They what's it called? You know, hold on. And then the other, the Lions are playing the Bucks. The Lions have a pretty good run defense, but you can project high scoring points in this game. Plus, Rachaad White can make his money in the passing game as well, right? So I think I'm leaning Rachaad White just for the fact that, he should be able to make some up in the passing game, even if the Lions' run defense is a little stiff. I think because so many points are going to be scored in that game or needed to be scored in that game, that I think Rachaad White may make some of it up in the passing game and he'll have to score, right? So that's how I kind of view things. Let me know if that makes sense or not. Adam, appreciate any other thoughts, questions, comments, but hopefully you could drop a like if this helped you. But that's what I would do, Adam. And it looks like Hickey son agreed. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Also says to play White. So yeah, Adam, that's what I would do. I would play White. Let me know if that helps you or not. Feel free to drop any questions, comments, and appreciate a like. If whoever can drop any likes, much appreciated. There was an interception in the Bears game. The Bears got an interception. So that's how it ended up in that game. Interception against Spencer Rattler. He threw it off of one player, bounced in the sky, intercepted. Sigma says Jacobs is cleared. Yes, Jacobs is cleared. So everybody who was wondering if they should play Emmanuel or Jacobs, that question is answered. Jacobs is playing. So we'll see. Adam says, I'm not trying to play with my heart. You want to start Scatterboo so bad. I know. It's very hard to sit. I mean, you have a good problem, right? You have a good problem. You're choosing between two solid running backs. So it's a good problem to have. I don't know if this is for your flex or what, but I don't know if you could put them both in. I don't know what you got going, but yeah, I know it's tempting to start Scatterboo, but that Denver defense against the run is tough. You'd have to get the points through the air, which is possible for Scat, but it just feels like more points are going to be there against Detroit. So that's where I would go. Hopefully that helps you. Appreciate y'all. Drop a like if you can. Let me know. It looks like right now we got TJ Hawkinson catching a touchdown. If the call stands, we will see if he does. They are reviewing it. It was called a touchdown, so it needs to be overturned. We have to see if the ball touches the ground or TJ Hawkinson catches this or not. We shall see. Sigma says start White if you want 15 or more points, but Scat if you want to take chances for more or less points. Yeah, Sigma's trying to say higher upside, he thinks, with Scat. But lower floor, which I kind of agree with, but I think White still could have a ceiling if things just roll his way. They don't got anybody really notable throwing to, so maybe they throw to White. Adam says, you think Hampton had a decent game against Denver, and so did Jonathan Taylor. Barkley, see, this is just me, right? But in terms of I don't know how good Scat is at reading a defense and scoring. I think he has the same volume, right? But I think it's a stretch to compare him to Jonathan Taylor. I think you can try to compare him to Hampton, but I would say that offense has a little more reason to stretch the field, right? The Chargers. So you think, if you're a defense, you're worried more about Lad McConkey, all these guys in the receiving game, and Justin Herbert as a thrower. So I think that stretches it a bit more. If I'm playing against the Giants, I am not worried about, Jackson Dart beating me over the top. Instead, I'm like, okay, Scadaboo's their man right now, right? So I think I would play White, but there are a few percentage of game scripts that Scat can outscore him. I think there's just less game scripts, reasonable game scripts that happens against Denver. Hope that makes sense. Or not, Adam, but that's what I'm feeling. The touchdown got called back of TJ Hawkinson, so now we're 4th down and 2. And he's got it. Addison has it. All right, so Addison held on. I don't know why they didn't go for the field goal. They're going for the touchdown right now. So they're gonna go for the touchdown here. The Vikings are. Still feels a little too late, too little too late. But a good try, right? Still feels like a good try, but a little too late. We'll see if Carson Wentz and them could score a quick touchdown and get a 3-and-out. That's what they're probably looking for. So Wentz getting sacked. All right, Carson Wentz getting sacked. He just needs to get rid of that, You can't let the clock run at this point in the game. 2nd and goal, 2:30 left. Taking the snap. Carson Wentz finding his man. Adam says, you're rolling with White? Well, best of luck. Best of luck. You're welcome, Adam. Really, really appreciate you asking questions. Let me know if anything else. If I can help in any other way. But best of luck to you this week. Floats it incomplete. So 4th down to the 2-minute warning. They're probably going to have to take a field goal now. I don't, they could have just went for the field goal first time, but they're trying to get the touchdown now, but it seems a little out of reach. All right. We got Tyrod Taylor intercepted. Tyrod Taylor throwing an interception. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Interception for Tyrod Taylor. The Jets just look like they're in terrible shape. Well, this man has glue on his gloves, holding it down. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's crazy. That is crazy. All right. So that's done with. Bears game they're showing. All right. So basically all the games are done. All right. Big fat donut for the Raiders, 31-0. Drake May setting a record, 31-13. Looks like everyone's scoring 31 points today for the win. So 31 for Kansas City in their win, 31 for the Patriots for their win. Right now, Cleveland is winning 31-6. So they may all win the game scoring 31 points. Feels like the Illuminati. All right, 2nd and 7 for the Panthers. They're just salting the game away, running the ball. Rico Dowdle. All right, kicking the field goal here for Minnesota. They just wasted a minute right now. They wasted a minute trying to get this touchdown. They're back to... They went for it on 4th and 2. They went for it on 4th and 2. One possession game now. And we got Andy Dalton just getting rid of it. 4th down now. So technically, this has been such a slow, low-scoring game, 13-6. The Jets can technically still bring it back on this on this drive. The Jets can technically still win or bring it back. That's how bad the Panthers are too, right? That's how bad the Panthers are as well. So we'll see what happens here. We got a 6-point game in Minnesota. They're gonna try to probably onside kick this because there's only a minute 57 left. Yes, they have all 3 timeouts. Nope, they're not going for the onside kick. They're trusting their defense. All right. All right. Let's see what they can do here. All right. Can the Jets do something with 2 minutes and 49 seconds left? Yeah, what they can do is Tyrod Taylor could eat a sack. That's what he did. Oh, my God. All right. So we got Saquon Barkley back on the field. Okay, that's good. That's good to see that he is not injured. And we got Saquon trying to run it up the middle, nowhere to go. All right. And we got third down and 10 for Tyrod Taylor. And the Jets, they have all 3 timeouts left. It just went to the 2-minute warning. So Panthers are up 13-6. 13-6. But the game is still within play. 2nd and 9 for the Eagles. 2nd and 9 for the Eagles here, who are trying to put this game away with 1 first down. That's all they need, is just 1 first down. And here we go. Shotgun formation. Shotgun formation. Jalen Hurts taking the snap, throwing play, quick throw. No good. So they don't need to use a timeout here. That saves them a timeout. Just slightly off for A.J. Brown and Jalen Hurts connection. They would try to pass it. And A.J. Brown just slightly behind him. Slightly behind him. But he could not hold on to the ball. He would have basically had the first down if he could hold on to that. So now 3rd and 9. 3rd and 9. 4 seconds left on the clock. A flag is thrown. Did they do a timeout? Okay, they got Eagles got a timeout. All right, so no delay of game there. Okay. So 28-22, Eagles are up. 3rd and 9. 3rd and 9 for the Eagles. I imagine that they just run this and trust their defense. I imagine they just run this and trust their defense if they don't get the first down on this 3rd and long, rather than leave them with 2 timeouts. I could be wrong, though. They could be trying to pass it and put the game away, too. They're in shotgun formation. Everybody's guarding the sticks. 1-on-1 opportunity for A.J. Brown. They're looking his way. Firing. And he's got it. But there is a flag. Oh, wow. So there you go. First down for A.J. Brown. I don't know what the flag was, but looks like they got the first down and we'll just win this. The Jets, 3 and out. They're going to have to hope for a 3 and out against the Panthers on their defense if they want to win this. Since I don't know if Bryce Young's back or not, but all right, so they're just bleeding the clock, and they're just gonna kick a field goal. All right, so the Eagles have won it. The Eagles have won it, barring a stupid interception or something. They have won it. So Eagles should ice this away. They should be good. The Panthers should be able to win this as well pretty easily. It'll be 2 timeouts left for the Jets. 2nd down and 12 for the Panthers. A first down will ice that game. Same thing here in Minnesota for the Vikings. Since they're in the red zone, they just really need to run it, not turn it over, run the clock down. If they kick a field goal, it'll be over. So it looks like the Philadelphia Eagles will come away with this. And then for the Jets, they're on 3rd down, 3rd and 8 with 1 timeout remaining, so they just gotta keep get it to 4th down, right? No first downs for Carolina Panthers. And so third and 8, 1 minute 36 seconds left in this Panthers game. All right. All right, Xavier Legette caught a first down. That game is now over. That game is now over. All the morning games are now over. All the scores are locked. So that is done. That is done. All right. Let me know anything before these afternoon games. All right, Tone, how are you? Would I start Jacobs over Rashad White now that he's playing? Oh man, you have a good problem to have. You have a really good problem to have on selecting from these two running backs. I think it's hard to sit Jacobs, just knowing what he is. There is a potential that they limit his snaps today, which is possible. So if you want the safety of, not being sick, you could go Rashad White, but I think, you just kind of I would roll with my starter, right? Of Jacobs, and just trust that he's healthy, unless I'm like winning, a lot, right? I'm winning a lot and I just need a more guarantee. Then that's how I could see playing Rashad White as, like, if you were worried about the snap count, for him, right? But I think so. I think if I needed points and stuff like that, it's hard to not play Jacobs in that sense. So yeah, I would play Jacobs 9 times out of 10, just unless it was like I was worried about the snap count and I just needed 5 points or something like that. Hope that makes sense, Tone. Let me know. If not, appreciate you. Drop a like if you can. before your way out, or let me know any questions. Yeah. Appreciate you, Tone. Charlie, how are you? Wait, Amika? What do you mean? Or Golden? Are you talking about because Amika Abuka is injured, but obviously he's way better than Golden. Or what do you mean by Amika? I'm a little confused at this question, Charlie. Let me know what you mean by that. All right. All right. So right. But who is Amika in this situation? Because if it's Amika Abuka, he's out. I would obviously play Amika Abuka over Matthew Golden, but maybe I'm missing something. Is there another person named Amika? Oh, you're saying because Amika Abuka is now marked as questionable and not out, and he's possible to play and has a real chance to play. Okay. Sorry. I thought I assumed he was out. My fault. You know, do you have anybody else that you could throw in, right, for Amika? If you don't have anybody to play, then you might have to take the automatic points. But like, if you could create space on your team and have a backup, like Kate Otten or somebody else from that matchup, I would wait for Amika, right? But if I don't have anybody, then it's kind of hard to wait. But if you could make it so that you have a backup in that game, I would wait for Amika. I hope that makes sense, Charlie. If not, but if I was, if I was in a position where I needed points and I just needed to take some guaranteed points, and I there's no way I could get a wide receiver, somebody from that Monday game, then I would have to play Golden, right? But if I could find a way to put on my roster, even like a Sterling Shepard or somebody, then I could wait for Amika. So that's what I would do. I hope that makes sense. Higgins from Texans and Kirk is out, is on my backup, is my only backup. Yeah, so you have a backup, right? And if Higgins is the best option, like Kate Otten or nobody else is there, but you now have that backup, right? I could wait. So I hope that helps you, Charlie. Let me know if that helped or not. If you could drop a like, much appreciated. Or let me know if you have any other questions. Jonathan Taylor just ran into the end zone for a touchdown. And we got Dylan asking, who has more upside, Golden or Woody Marks on Monday Night Football? I think Golden. In that situation, Woody Marks, he's like, yeah, he could break off for that 25-point game again, but what they did last week, they basically took the touches all away from him again. So there's a lot of uncertainty if he's even going to be on the field or where it's going to be. So that's to me, that's a little iffy to wait on Woody Marks. Darnold versus Mac Jones. So your question reads upside, right? So that's how I'm going to answer this question. Where I see Darnold against Houston as, in a 4-point passing touchdown league, I see Darnold being able to get to that 15-point mark, but I don't see much upside against that Houston defense. If you look at the Houston defense, they're pretty good. So that's a little tough to hope for Darnold to do much against them. The Falcons defense is good too. Don't get me wrong, right? But for some reason, San Francisco seems to find ways to score against players. So if you're asking me for upside, I would just roll the dice with Mac Jones on those quarterbacks. But if you need, the safety, I think that's why you play Darnold. But I think Mac Jones has more upside. I hope that helps Dylan. Let me know if I could answer any more questions. But you're welcome both to Charlie and Dylan. Appreciate you both. All right. Wait on Mika if you have a viable option on Monday. Golden for upside. And then Mac Jones for upside. Hope that makes sense to all of y'all. Let me know if you have any more questions or any more thoughts. We'll just check out these afternoon games for a little bit, but then get on with things. So drop any questions down below in the chat. Any last minute questions in chat, drop them if you got anything, because we'll check out these first few drives, these games that Jonathan Taylor scored on his drive. Nothing going on in the Denver game. Denver versus the Giants. So, what are the highlights from these morning games? Right. What I can say for certain is all my wide receivers sucked it so far today. Caleb Williams was trash. Thank God I benched him. And we got, let's see, the biggest scores on the week. So week 7, Jamar Chase, Devontae Smith, Matthew Stafford, Quinshon Judkins. Oh, Quinshon Judkins, nice. Patrick Mahomes, AJ Brown, Joe Flacco, Pat Freiermuth, Chris Olave, Jalen Hurts as the biggest scores. Devontae Adams, Drake May had good games. DeAndre Swift surprisingly had another good game. Rashee Rice had a good game coming out of nowhere. Travis Hunter and Xavier Leggett in the little deeper leagues and ended up scoring, having good games. And that kind of rounds out what happened in these morning games for where all the fantasy points went. So Carson Wentz, 11 points, no good. So the good quarterbacks in the morning were Matthew Stafford, Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Drake May ended up doing very well. Everybody else kind of sucked. Bryce Young got hurt, which is a little concerning, and Justin Fields got benched. Running backs, Quinshon Judkins, DeAndre Swift, Jalen Warren, Kyle Monangai, Ramondre Stevenson, Isaiah Pacheco, Jordan Mason. Top ones. Big flops. Well, not big flops, but lesser, right? Kyron Williams didn't do so good. Tony Pollard did whatever. Rico Dowdle got you 10 points. Devon Achane got you a little above 10 points. But Travis Etienne, Breece Hall, not good. Saquon Barkley, not good. Alvin Kamara, not good. Ashton Jeanty, really not good. So pretty bad for most running backs this week. Big games for Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown and Chris Olave. Devontae Adams had a nice game too. Travis Hunter had a nice game. Rashee Rice had a good game. So some more serviceable wide receivers in these morning games. And then tight ends. Juwan Johnson got 10 points. That's about it. All right. Let me know any last minute questions before we start wrapping this up. We got 4th down for the Giants. Nowhere to go. So 3 and out for the Giants. Justin Herbert and team are down 6-0 after a Jonathan Taylor touchdown, but they're trying to get going here. So shotgun formation. I will say these are ugly uniforms for the Chargers. Whoever thought this yellow mustard was a good idea? They look like a bunch of bananas on the field. Kind of looks weird if I'm being honest. All right, so nowhere to go there. Got fair catch wave for the Broncos. And there was nowhere to go for Justin Herbert and team. Had to just check it down. Not much there. So they got 3rd down and 8. 3rd down and 8 for the Chargers. Dropping back. Firing deep. It's covered, incomplete. Looking for Q. They gave him a flag. Like the penalty marker matches the uniform for the Chargers. It is a very ugly yellow. All right, pass interference. So that moves the ball down for the Chargers. Oh, man. All right. So 1st down for the Chargers. Marching up on the red zone. Guy in motion. Handoff. Handoff to Haskins for a gain of about 4. So it's important for the people playing Vidal and things to watch this split here because we got to see if, are they going to run the hot hand, Are they going to really run the hot hand? Or are they going to, are they going to run the hot hand or are they going to go back to a 50-50 split? So we'll see what happens here. All right. Herbert dropping back, finding his man. McConkey for a gain of about 4, maybe 5. It's going to be 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 2. It's about 3rd and 1. All right, so 3rd and 1. 3rd and 1. Setting up like it's going to be a run. Movement on the line. Looks like a false start. Yep, false start. Oh, brings them off the 3rd and 1, so it's going to be 3rd and long now. All right, here we go. 3rd and 6 for the Chargers. 3rd and 6. Shotgun formation. Naheem Hines in motion. Herbert scrambling. Dropping back. Flags out. Throwing deep. Incomplete. Penalty marker in the backfield. Probably going to be a hold on the offense. Holding. Yep, offense. Penalties decline. 4th down. 4th down. Ryan says you need Allen to score some touchdowns. Some touchdowns. Sounds like you need quite a few points there from Allen. We shall see. My opponent has Justin Herbert, McConkey, and Quinshon Judkins. Or not Quinshon Judkins. Johnson. So for you, Ryan, I will be rooting for you to get 2 rushing touchdowns with Keenan Allen. All right. Field goal for the Chargers. Ryan's like, I'll take it. Thanks. You're welcome. Wishing you the best. Wishing you the best. All right. The other games are taking off. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate you having the same name as me, man. Appreciate it. All right. So Kyler Murray's taking it. Not Kyler Murray, sorry. Cardinals are taking the first possession in that game. 3rd and 11 for Bo Nix. Firing. Finds his man, but might be a yard or 2 short. Dak Prescott taking the field versus Washington. First play for them. Fakes it. Broken play. Jacoby Brissett finding Trey McBride for a couple yards. All right, let's choose one more drive to watch on this. Drop any last minute questions. Wrapping things up here today. Things up. Drop any last questions. All right, so we got 2nd and 6 for the Cardinals. Appreciate you too, Ryan. Appreciate you too. Appreciate you too liking the video and just asking all the questions. It really helps. Showing Javonte Williams with a nice run. 3rd and 1. He got like a little 9-yard run there. 7 hours is impressive. Yeah, I'm getting a little hungry and time to eat and relax a bit. So I appreciate the support. I appreciate the support. Thanks so much. All right, CeeDee Lamb catching his first pass back after injury. So everybody who had CeeDee Lamb's probably happy to see that usage. All right, we got Dak passing it. Ferguson, it looks like. Hashtag dedicated. Yup. Hashtag dedicated. Hashtag football. Hashtag please help my fantasy team. Hashtag Keenan Allen rushing touchdown. Hashtag Keenan rushing touchdown. That's what we're looking for. All right, Prescott dropping back. Firing deep. George Pickens. Oh. There's a flag though on that. Yeah, he was definitely covered. And the defender was not even looking at the ball. But dang, that would have been so cool to watch Pickens catch his next touchdown like that. He basically had it. All right. 1 yard line. It's going to be a 1-yard line play for Dak and the Cowboys. It's looking like a Javonte Williams touchdown here. Who is my MVP? I think by the end of the season, Mahomes and team is going to turn it around. Lamar, you voted for Lamar. Lamar hasn't played, bro. At first I was like, oh, that's a good pick, but then I realized, like, wait a minute, they're like 1-4 or whatever, and he hasn't been playing. 1-5, and he hasn't been playing. So you tricked me there. I think Mahomes is going to end up turning it around and being competitive. You know, Baker, I think he's a cool name to use right now, and he's been playing so well with other what's it called? Like injuries and playing through all that kind of stuff, right? But if you look at his like total roster, I feel like he had a little bit more pieces than Mahomes did. But Baker has been having an amazing season. So don't get me wrong. There you go. Touchdown, Javonte Williams. So who's my MVP? You know, it's always a quarterback, right? But how well Jonathan Taylor's playing, like I want to say him, but it has to be a quarterback, right? Like it's never not a quarterback, you know? So because that's the case, I could see it going to Mahomes if they keep it up. I could see it going to Mahomes. And just as I talk about Jonathan Taylor, he gets stuffed for a 4th and 1. And that's why it's always a quarterback. He gets close. He gets really close to that one. But you know, Baker, I could see if he leads them to like, you know, a conference and like a conference with the bye, right? I could see that. I could see Mahomes. I don't see Dak because their record's too poor and he has weapons. It's just fun as fantasy players to do that. You're shocked Allen's is off to a rusty start, but they don't really have a wide receiver threat. You're talking about Keenan Allen, right? Well, I mean, Lad and Q are playing, so the target share is diversified a bit. And Keenan is not getting anywhere downfield, so his options are like, you know, in the red zone, he's going to be looked at, Keenan Allen, for a touchdown. But, you know, a breakaway touchdown or, you know, 30, 40-yard touchdown, I don't see his speed at that level right now. Oh, Josh Allen. Oh, I was like, how are you shocked that Keenan Allen hasn't been doing well? Okay, no, Josh Allen. Yeah, so they don't have a wide receiver threat. And then they were out Dalton Kincaid on that last game, right? Who has been his like touchdown threat in the red zone. So that to me was evident that the wide receivers can't step up in the red zone. And, you know, he's relying on Kincaid. So, yes, I think, you know, he lost 2 games in a row, but he is an MVP candidate since he has a winning record. And he doesn't really have, like you said, much there. So I think he's a little lower on that list right now, just on recency bias, right? Since he started 4-0, he's now lost 2 in a row. So that's where the difficulty is. Oh, touchdown. Jackson Dart to a wide open looking like tight end. Daniel Bellinger. Nobody rostered Bellinger. Nobody rostered him, but we give credit to where it's due. So Jackson Dart passing touchdown over this Denver defense to take the lead. All right. Excellent work. Excellent work. But yeah, Josh Allen could be the MVP, but you're all good, Ryan. You are all good there. You are all good. Oh, so they said Colts did get the line to gain. Okay. So they did say Jonathan Taylor did get the first down. So they did the replay. So he got it. He got it. Jonathan Taylor did get it. All right. Dart is on fire right now. That is the truth. That is 100% the truth. All right. So 1st and goal for Arizona. Nowhere to go. Swallowed up. 3rd and 3 for the Colts. And they get it. They get it. Amir Abdullah getting the first down. All right. So that was 2nd and goal now for the Cardinals. 2nd and goal for the Cardinals. Shotgun formation. Brissett taking the snap. Looking for the end zone. Firing. And no good. 3rd down. 3rd down. 3rd down. 3rd down. All right. Let's see. 3rd and 3 for Jaden Daniels. Opening possession. Nowhere to go. Incomplete. All right. 3rd and goal. Wow. And Jaden Daniels taking it on 4th down. Oh, false start for the Commanders. Boo. Okay. Did the Eagles lose a key piece of their O-line or have injuries? What's going on with Barkley? Well, Kelce retired, right? Their center. And also, wait, was that was last year, right? Yeah. Kelce retired last year. So that's a Hall of Famer, right? The Hall of Fame center, Jason Kelce. So that's number one. And then number two, what's going on with Barkley? You know, there's this huge fact of basically, you know, anybody who gets like over 400 touches in a season, including the playoffs, right? The next year, it's like, it was something crazy. Like almost every single one of them either got injured or got held to like 1,000 yards or less. And the logic behind it is that, like, you know, they just touched the ball so many times the year before, right? That even though we as like non-professional footballers think like, well, 6 months recovery time, you know, after the Super Bowl is plenty of time to recover. But like the facts have shown over the course of like history that pretty much every single time someone touches the ball that many times, the next year they're either injured or like held to nothing. So like what do I think is going on? I think it's a little bit of both, right? I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's, you know, the offensive line is not as strong as it was last year. But then also I think Barkley is a quarter of a step, you know, slower. You know, he is getting older, right? He's not slow per se, but just like even that quarter of a step slower, plus the offensive line and him just being, tired, like it makes sense to me. I didn't think it would be this bad, where instead of 100-yard games, we're getting, 40 and 50-yard games. I didn't think it would be this bad, but I thought, he would finish the season like, 1,200 to 1,400 rushing yards or, still finish bottom end wide receiver one. But this has been a lot worse than we thought, Wear and tear, surprise CMC is holding up. Ha ha ha. That's what everybody's saying, right? That's what everybody is saying, that they expected him. But, CMC now, you flash forward and the logic is sound there for next year with CMC, right? It's like this man is basically playing two positions right now. As many receptions as a wide receiver and as many touches on the running end as a, bell cow. I think the thing to note on Christian McCaffrey is his rushes, are not that average-wise that high, right? So that's something to watch if his touches do end up going down a bit, the efficiency. But how much he gets used in the passing game, you're never not playing him, right? But I agree, he is being heavily used for a man who's always been injured. There's a running joke of CMC that the only reason he is staying healthy this year is because he's sucking the health out of George Kittle and, Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings. He's taking the health out of these other guys. And what we just missed was a safety for the Washington Commanders against the Dallas Cowboys. They were on the 1 yard line and they tried to hand it off and they got tackled in the goal line. So safety, there you go, Commanders, bringing that back. Titan says, you're done for. You have Kamara, ETN, Saquon, Ladd, because you didn't have options, too late to sell Barkley. Oh, man. That is a tough start. Yep. I mean, that's tough, man. All three of those running backs just didn't do nothing for you today, so I'm sorry, man, and you're right, and you lost Neighbors. Oh, that's tough, bro. That is so tough. That's a tough season. Yeah, I mean, you can't sell Barkley after this game, right? All you can hope for is next game for him to have a good game and hopefully sell him, or bounce back. But yeah, after this game, you definitely can't sell none of those three running backs after this week. Oh, wow, you're 5-2 with that? Okay, but with your roster, you don't see a way to win. So you basically feel like you have to make a trade or something to stay competitive. Well, I guess what we could hope for you is that, Saquon has a blow-up game or something and that you could trade him. Oh, you have Jamar Chase? Oh, there's some hope, bro. What are you talking about? There's hope. There's definitely hope. You can't give up. If you're 5-2 and you have that roster, you can't give up, dude. You can't give up. Saquon could turn it around. You could find a potential trade or something. But you can't give it up, Titan style. Unless your team is the Titans, then you might have to give that one up. You might have to give up the Titans. But I don't with Jamar Chase and Saquon, like, even though we're not high on Saquon, I don't think you could give up the playoffs. Oh, the Eagles is your team? I just guessed Titans because of the name. But no, yeah, you can't give up, man. You have to you have to hope for something to turn around, especially if you're 5-2, dude. Especially if you're 5-2 after this. Like, you're not out of it. You are not out of it. All right. So Colts are on the 12-yard line. Looking to score here. 2nd and 10. Dropping back, firing, no good. 3rd and 10. 3rd and 10. All right, guys, drop any last-minute questions. Last-minute questions or comments in chat. Let's get you guys some celebrations for the win. Let's share love with each other. I'm wrapping this stream up as I am kind of tired and hungry, and I'm gonna get hangry in a bit. But let's share love with each other for who. Hopefully y'all get some wins. Hopefully y'all can win. This week we got some exciting things coming up for hopefully the rest of these games. Hopefully all of y'all can get who you want and need. Have a good game for the rest of these games. Let me know any last minute questions. Colts are lined up on 4th and 2. Now they got the first quarter ended. 4th and 2 for the Jordan Love and the Packers. Shotgun formation for Love. Takes the snap, drops back, fires, gets his man. 1st down. That looked like Matthew Golden. Chris Moore catching footballs to bring them to 1st and goal for Washington. Dallas's defense is Swiss cheese, yo. It is Swiss cheese. Holes everywhere. So 1st and goal for the Commanders, who take a run play, get about halfway there. It's going to be about 2nd and 30 maybe. Love and team, no good on 1st down. It's going to be 2nd and 10. He tried a pass play up the middle. Good coverage, almost picked off. I don't know what Jordan Love saw there, but was covered well. So here we go, 2nd and goal on the 4-yard line for the Washington Commanders. Shotgun formation. Jaden Daniels taking the snap, dropping back, run into the side, looking for somebody, trying to find anything, nowhere to go. Swallowed up at the line of scrimmage. It's going to be 3rd and goal. 3rd and goal. So no Deebo in that game. No Terry McLaurin. But the Commanders are still really able to stay in this game because the Dallas defense is so bad. So bad. So drop any questions in the chat. Last minute questions or thoughts. We're 3rd and goal here. Jaden Daniels, shotgun formation on the 5-yard line. Here we go. It's got plenty of time. Throws it. Easy money. Zach Ertz. What? He had all the time in the world there. All the time in the world. Oh my goodness. Touchdown. Touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. Jaden Daniels and team. Touchdown. All right, Zach Ertz for that veteran touchdown. No one sees him. Holy smokes. How did they just let him stand there in the end zone? That is crazy. All right, Jaden Daniels and team got the touchdown. Zach Ertz, 2-point conversion attempt. Let's see what happens here. Fakes the run. All right, taken down. No good. So 8-7 Washington. 4th down for, Michael Pittman. Easy money. 4th down touchdown for Daniel Jones and team. Indianapolis scores the touchdown there. Do I have them? I do not. Do I have Daniel Jones? I do. Daniel Jones, touchdown to Michael Pittman. There you go, to whoever started Michael Pittman. And if you started Daniel Jones, you got those points right there. So touchdown, Daniel Jones to Michael Pittman. All right. Titans says, should you go waiver Bam Knight? I don't think so. Like, I don't know who you're dropping for Bam Knight, but like what I see happening for Bam Knight is maybe he gets a couple more weeks of this split stuff, but Trey Benson's eventually going to come back, right? So when you're playing Bam Knight, you're basically hoping he falls into the end zone because he's splitting for like 12 carries, 10 to 15 carries in the game, unless Michael Carter gets hurt, right? Or something like that. I don't see his value being that ceiling being that high. So depends on who you're dropping, but I don't think I would be doing that if I could avoid it. All right. Going to be wrapping this up. Thank you all who dropped questions. Thank you all for your support. Everybody who dropped a like. Thank you so much for tuning in this team. It looks like everybody thinks Baker is the worthwhile MVP to this point in time. Celebrating everybody who is, in week 7 of fantasy. Hopefully y'all are winning your matchups, can win your matchups this week. Get to the playoffs. We'll be online again Monday. There's a doubleheader. I am not staying awake for the final game, but I'll be here for the Bucks versus Detroit game on about 30 minutes before the game start. So hopefully we can see y'all tomorrow. Good luck to everybody for the rest of this. Much love to y'all tuning in. We shall see y'all next time. Happy football. Touchdown. Let's go. Bye-bye, y'all.